Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. Well,
Forever's here, today's the first day.
I wanna be closer to you.
Closer to you, yeah.
Want you to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. 1,000 voices, because it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you.
These myths are busted.
The grass is greener on my side.
It's done and dusted.
I'm never getting off this ride.
'Cause life with you is golden.
So how can I go back to silver love?
I'll be holding. Oh, I'll be holding on, can't get enough.
Wanna be closer to you.
Closer to you, yeah.
Want you to be all mine.
Oh, yeah.
Got all these choices,
Yeah.
but I so made up my mind. There's nobody better, gotta be you.
Got to be you.
1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you.
Yeah.
just by the way that you're smiling that you're still unsure. And I can tell just by the look in your eyes that you've been hurt before. But baby, no one can promise you forever. Right now I only know that we should be together. Because it's now or it's never, so won't you take a chance on me? Well, it's fine if all your previous guys they made you run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow. But today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me?
I want music, music.
Good music playing and dancing to the groove, and I want
Oh, sing it, sing it.
to sing at the top of my lungs. The evening has just begun. Hips are swinging, and feet are stomping.
Happy people get around.
We will party all night long. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
magic night to have together. No more limitation. We unite as one nation. I want
Keep on moving, moving.
keep on moving. The sweat is dripping. I want
Oh, shake it, shake it.
shake it to the beat of the drum. No need for hesitation. Bass is pumping and everybody smiling.
Happy people get around.
We will party all night long. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me, 'cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Greetings everyone, hopefully you're all having a good Thursday. Kicking things off here with the last day of groups for DreamLeague Season 26. I'm Gareth, joined by Waga, as we head ourselves into another day of Dota.
Yeah, and this is going to be the final day here for this group stage, Gareth, and we're rounding things out. It's going to be cool to see how these teams finish. Of course, a lot of things still possible here with the stage of both the groups.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've had tons of action, tons of Dota over the past couple of days across multiple streams, and we can take a look at some of that action, which we witnessed and cast ourselves, and of course a few little moments from some other streams as well. This one was one of ours. Riot Boom Esports against Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy showing up.
Yeah, Nigma have been looking amazing throughout, the entire group stage here. One of the dominant teams, and they performed really well. Here, of course, Edge against Falcons, off to that fantastic start yesterday. We saw the big lead, 13,000 gold lead for a while there after Roche, but this is where it all started faltering. They were in a commanding position, but Falcons, man, never count them out.
Yeah, it just gets to that, what was it, minute 26, minute 27, pre-30, and I'm sitting there thinking, oh God, they've not closed out this game. They've not turned their advantage into a win. The Falcons so good at dragging things out and finding those win conditions for themselves.
Yeah.
Now we see Boom against Liquid as well.
Oh yeah, the Liquid series. Of course, I don't think we got too much of the Liquid action, sadly, but this is also Falcons going up against Abelis.
Skit playing a TA. I don't think I've ever seen that before. He's playing a ranged Agi hero. What's going on? And of course, with all these days and games of group stage here for DreamLeague Season 26, we've got a lot of standings, a lot of points being handed out. And would you believe it? Nigma Galaxy up at the top of Group A alongside Aurora Gaming at 9-3.
Yeah, fantastic spot to be in for them. And of course, keep in mind, even though both of them are still secured, you still want to fight for that #1 spot in the group. You get extra EPT points if you manage to get that win, 600 bonus for 300 bonus for the second place and 600 for the first place. So it's all the points matter, right?
Yeah, all sorts of goodies, all sorts of goodies. And the little tokens, you see the little circles next to the teams, they already qualified to EWC in Riyadh through the EPT, the ESL Pro Tour system. I think we can take a look at the road to EWC as well. We've already had 4 events, a couple of ESL ones, a few DreamLeague sprinkled in there. And of course, we are in that penultimate event, the one just before the Esports World Cup, DreamLeague Season 26. This is it. This is going to secure the attendance of some of these teams.
Yep. Yeah, this is do or die for a lot of them that don't yet have that check mark next to them. Of course, quite a few teams already having secured their spots, but we're coming up on that big event. The EWC is right around the corner. Here we can see the EPT leaderboard as it stands right now. Paravision, Team Spirit, BetBoom, Team Falcons, and Team Liquid already with that check mark from their EPT points.
Yeah, then a few teams just, on the brink. Nigma Galaxy, they're not too far away. A couple of thousand points, a placement here. It could secure them that slot. As we also do have Extreme Gaming qualified through the ACL as one of those slots as well. And taking that slot for China.
Yeah, fantastic performance by a lot of these teams claiming this many points. You can see it's pretty top heavy. A lot of them have managed to secure those big spots. And here you can see the distribution for this DreamLeague Season 26. $250,000 first place prize money. Total of $1 million prize money being handed out, of course, total to both the players and the clubs.
Yeah, so if your Enigma Galaxy sat at, what was it, 2.7k points, and the kind of threshold we're looking at here is around 7,000. Getting yourself 4,000 or 5,000 points here, good group stage finish plus the EPT points, you are just banging straight all the way to Riyadh for EWC. There's sometimes not teams to catch you up. For example, Heroic, a team that aren't at this event. If they were, they could have qualified, but they're not able to actually gather up these points anymore, sadly.
Exactly. That's where you can, when we looked at the EPT earlier, we could see some of the teams like, oh, you're kind of high on the point, but you have no chance to qualify anymore. That's because you got to be here for this penultimate event, as you mentioned. Plenty of matches or have been played already. We can have a look at the schedule of the day, the games that we're bringing you. We're going to start out with Extreme versus Enigma Galaxy and Team Falcons versus Navi Junior. Going to round things out.
Yeah, only half a day today. We've had 3 full days of group stage, hundreds of games, tons of matches played. Yeah, today we'll start off with that Extreme versus Enigma series, then Ricky and Zach will take over for the Falcons versus Navi Junior one later on. I'm kind of curious how that one's going to pan out, but we'll be here, of course, live and watching that first series.
It's not CET though. We are starting soon. For anyone panicking right now, like, hold up, are we waiting? No. We're starting.
We're gonna fill for 5 hours, Waga.
Hostage keeping, Gareth. That's what we're doing. 5 hours of just keeping these players in the lobby. Now, of course, the matches are starting up just momentarily. The Extreme and Enigma are already in the lobby. The players are ready. Everyone is getting ready for the action to kick off soon.
We'll do a little spin-off of We Say Things, take Sons and Sins podcast and just put it up on stream. But yeah, super excited to get into the Dota and get things kicked off here for the final day of the group. See who has secured themselves the slot to get through to the next stage of DreamLeague and who is going to be going home, because that is what we're looking at here for our series, right? Extreme Gaming against Enigma Galaxy. Enigma are already through. They're fine. They're happy. Extreme, well, them and their leadership, not very happy.
So I looked at it a bit earlier, and basically Extreme are in a very, very tough spot here where they need not only to 2-0 against Enigma. That is a prerequisite for them to have any chance. If they lose a single game in their series, they are going to be losing out here, not going to make the top 4 of the groups.
Step 1, don't drop a game.
They need to 2-0. However, that does not actually secure everything. They also rely on the stars, the luck. The teams that are already sitting at 6 points, they do not want them to be getting more points and winning. So they basically need Shopify to lose and Team Liquid to lose. And they're going up against OG Latam for Team Liquid, and Shopify were playing against Aurora. So they might be, at risk of a 2-0 since Aurora been playing really well.
It's possible. They're not down and out, but their opponents have been a pretty stern challenge to a lot of teams in this group stage already. Enigma Galaxy, especially with the addition of Yamich, him standing in seems to have given new life to Enigma Galaxy. As soon as he popped in to replace Omar, playing Tusk, 5-6 games in a row recently, winning them all.
Yeah, he's come in like a true cool breeze here, this Tusk player. Just, I think 6 games in a row, you're right. Wonder if there's any merit to maybe target him a little bit, at least throw a question mark, like what else are you going to play if we ban it? But yeah, Yamich has been playing really well. For being a stand-in, he's come in here and just been on point with his moves. He's been the one to play the sacrificial front line, initiating with this Tusk. Sometimes also with some clutch saves, but a really impressive performance for a stand-in.
Yeah, and not afraid to buy back in clutch moments. We had him do that yesterday, where we saw tips from Sumail, nice one, mate. You got this moment going. But also, potentially miscommunication failures. We also had him trying to gank mid lane as his task and kind of going in alone, not synchronized with his team. But that was one mistake out of 100 attempts, and 99 went right, 1 went wrong. It's one of those things where you see it, but you can't really focus on one error when everything else pretty much went right. We're going to take a look a little bit deeper into Enigma Galaxy and their team here with a video.
Enigma Galaxy, as a collection of some of the biggest fan favourites and greatest players of all time, this team garners a lot of attention. And how could they not, with names like Sumail, GH, Coach Kuroki, and Not Miracle. The current iteration of GH, Omar, Noob, Sumail, and Ghost have struggled to firmly establish themselves at the top with low placements and group stage struggles, but sometimes they show up big time. During Blast Slam 2, Enigma Galaxy beat Falcons, Paravision, and XG in the group stage, and went on to eliminate Paravision in the quarterfinals. Losing to Tundra for third, they outplaced Team Liquid and Bet Boom, two of the top teams in the world. Sure, you can point at their low placements at PGL Wallachia and ESL One Raleigh, but we're not going to do that. Like, why would we mention that they didn't qualify for the last DreamLeague? That's not very nice, is it? What's important is that Nigma Galaxy are back for DreamLeague Season 26. And real Dota fans want to see them do well. So let's see if Nigma can show up big time again and silence all the haters.
It seems like they are silencing all the haters, and they are back big time in the group stage. Anyway, they are looking pretty damn hot. Up at the top, like you said, 9-3, and sitting pretty. Already qualified for the next stage, while Extreme Gaming, the ones down in the dumps, desperate for victories. So we now get this clash of mentalities.
Yeah, we of course Extreme. They need to pull out all the stops here for the final part of this group stage. They still have hopes and dreams, but they need to keep it really sharp here. I mean, they need other things to come down, you know, like this team needs to beat that team and so on, but all they gotta do is just focus game at a time here. 2 games remaining. If they win 2-0 here, it could work out for them.
Yeah, and it seems like we've got the draft ready very quickly. Yeah, they're gone. So I did want to point out, the reason we brought up Yamich there was his Tusk every game in a row. And I wanted to compare him to Jinkyu, who in the past, was it 7 games? He's played 5 different heroes, of course, losing quite a lot of them. You know, showing diversity, yes, but diversity versus consistency, very much an element here between Nigma and Extreme.
Yeah, definitely. It feels good when you find something that just works and then you stick with it, honestly, and kind of force the opponent to do something. And sometimes, you know, when really elite teams do something back to back to back, and you finally target and ban it, they just pull out what they've been waiting to pull out, their backup plan, right? Now, I don't necessarily think that's the case for Yamich as a stand-in here. I think it's literally just, okay, this is my best hero, guys. I can play this one really well with you guys. It's gonna work.
That's what they're laughing at now. Are they gonna ban the Tusk? 1 ban to go.
Gonna beat the Morph.
They'll get their hands on the Tusk if they really, really want it.
By the last few series, I think we can say that they definitely do seem to really, really want it. But it hasn't been that much first pick, right? They first picked it like twice, but they have also picked it a bit later. They picked it 2nd pick, they picked it 3rd pick, you know, so it hasn't been super high priority for them. But now it's quite likely they get banned in the 2nd phase, so maybe you grab it here if you're Enigma.
Yeah, it seems like when they... So what are they doing? They're first picking Doom if they can. Otherwise, they're first picking this Tusk. Or they're getting some kind of Morphling or something like that. Yeah. And they do go with that Doom again.
Stick with the script.
And then the common move for them has been Doom ET. Because it seems like they've picked Doom and the enemy has picked Medusa, and they're just like, cool, we ET.
Yeah.
In a couple of the games. Not a Medusa, a Terrorblade.
TB coming in. Interesting to see that pick. The matchup is very interesting between Doom and TB, right? In theory, Doom is super nice against TB because he can't Thunder anymore, and you know it's a good way to bring him down. But at the same time, TB very, very difficult to get to for Doom. And once he has the Demon Seal as well, he can like rush away very easily. Hurricane Pike push you away. It's not as easy matchup as it sounds for Doom.
That goes the Ancient Apparition as well. Yeah, a lot of those supports left in the pool. Jakiro, Ringmaster, AA. Let's start getting rid of those. What was that?
And Tusk.
Oh yeah, and the Tusk, of course.
Yeah, I mean, potential hero here for Enigma. We'll see what they want to get rid of though. Taking away the AA first. I think playing as TB Ringmaster is so hard. So they're gonna go with Centaur Ban. It is a hero that XXS plays very, very well with, so that makes sense.
And I guess they've got to think pretty hard about what to give Ghost, because we've been talking about this, like, you know, consistency, but maybe a lack of diversity for Nigma Galaxy. He has been playing a fair amount of Morphling, picking that up whenever they can, you know, early, late, wherever in the draft they find it.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see where he goes with no Iomasi partnership, which has been one of their big ones, no Morphling available. He's going to have to, you know, dig a little deeper to find a hero that he's comfortable with.
Yeah, that's true. He will have to bring something out. It's going to be Extreme revealing a Caudle, taking away one of those supports, but that's not really a saving support. very good for lane, very good for pushing, and then possibly speeding up the game with a bunch of recalls. Really great with Terrorblade as well, so you can bring back the Metamorphosis cooldown really fast by spamming Chakra on him.
Yeah, you get something crazy like 40% reduced cooldown on that. If you're able to spam it consistently, right? If your meta's used and you're just using it non-stop on him.
Yeah, I wonder if it's even more now with the recall, when you get 2 recall charges as well, and like spam that, because recall puts Chakra on the target, right? So I wonder how much CDR you can actually bring. It's a lot. That's all I know.
Yeah, I did the maths like 3 or 4 years ago, so you're right. Yeah, that math is probably wrong. You get a way more efficiency with this newer Kotl.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
But we do get the ET, as expected. You see the TB. This is also going to be one of GH's heroes that he's very comfortable on.
Yeah, comfortable hero for him to play. However, we'll see if they're gonna immediately pair it up. They have been picking Tusk in the first 3 a lot. Ooh, they're actually gonna go off the script here. Not picking Tusk, but Nyx comes in.
Good against Kotl. We've got Carapace against that Blast, which is nice. Good at hunting people down when they're farming in jungle, which is nice against TB. And we don't see much Nyx anymore. This used to be like Nyx with Dawnbreaker, Nyx with Earth Spirit, heroes that go in and dive on top of people because he gives vision. But Ricky, Bounty, Slark have all kind of taken that job away from him.
Yeah, I will say that Doom and Nyx generally are pretty good together, but Doom was one of those heroes that when Nyx could jungle, Doom was played a lot with it because he is very self-sufficient in lane. And that's the big weakness of Nyx. Why we don't see the hero too much is his lane impact can be very underwhelming. Nowadays, he can't really go jungle and burn creeps either, so gonna be interesting to see how he plays the first 5 levels on Nyx. Once you get level 6, it's a different ball game. You can gank, you can play the map, but early game, I mean, you just want experience, and Doom Nyx is not a very threatening lane.
Yeah, it's why we saw Darkseer Nyx really be the only partnership Nyx had for quite a while, honestly, because he would just Iron Shell and go sit in jungle, farm stacks without aggroing them. And here comes Extreme Gaming's next duo, Shadow Shaman and Pangolier. So they're going to give, Xingqiu the Shadow Shaman again? We're going to see an Aghanim Scepter?
He loves this hero, is what I've heard, so yeah. Here he goes.
That was heavy sarcasm. Pelosim was telling us he absolutely, Xingqiu despises Shadow Shaman. So we'll see if he has Xingqiu on the Kotl, and maybe Pelosim's playing a Shadow Shaman instead. But now we've got a multitude of disables, ways to catch and protect the TB through a bit of aggression. It's still kind of scary, though, playing 2 squishy supports into a Nyx Assassin.
Yeah. And of course, the 4th and hidden X, might actually want to see this Shadow Shaman, the Xiao 8, their coach. He's probably more the one just saying, this is a good hero, you're gonna play it. Doesn't really matter too much what you want. Pro players are but cogs in the machinery, Gareth.
Yeah. I do like Extreme Gaming's flexibility still. They've got this TB and Panga who can filter into multiple lanes, whereas Nigma Galaxy have kind of said, hey, this is, Doom Nyx, this is ET+1, Invoker's going mid, and they have left Ghost's hero till last, but it's Extreme Gaming with the ultimate last pick. They get to respond.
Yeah, they do get to respond, and that means they could put a counter matchup against him. Pango, of course, always keeping that soft flex, but most likely that's going to be XM's hero. We'll see, though, what Nigma are going to reveal. First, we'll see what the Extreme want to take away. They don't want to play against Dragon Knight. Yeah, of course, reliable setups for the Invoker Sunstrikes. They already have the Nyx combo, but once you get more combos with that Sunstrike, that's when Invoker is eating good,
And who else do we worry about then? Like, do we look at Sven as another option? Or is this TB existing going to be enough to say, nah, no Sven?
Sven is a possibility. It's very melee heavy, though. I did like Dragon Knight because he's this semi-ranged hero popping into Dragon form. Because right now they have ET, Nyx, and Doom. They kind of need something, that would not just go in there and get clumped up, because Pango can kind of dominate if you clump your heroes too much.
Is it Medusa time?
Possibility. It doesn't look fantastic, though, into Pango and TB. Pango can Diffu, TB Reflection.
Yeah.
Pretty strong.
Who are the meme heroes? Like, Nature's Prophet is still out there. Tiny's a good solid ban. I'm just trying to think of, like, Ghost has very much been playing Medusa Gyro Morphling this whole tournament, with the, Io Marcy added in there as a combo.
Why not just see a Lifestealer come out, honestly?
Fair.
It's not a stun, but it does give you an infest into the Nyx or Doom, and that can get you in there on the backline. And yes, it's one more melee hero, but it's a melee hero that comes with his own protection. He has rage built in, so you can kind of just get in there, be next to someone. It doesn't really count as stacking up if you're in debuff immunity.
Or if you're infested in someone.
True. Ticket for one.
Yeah, pretty good if someone's getting shackled and rolled on by a Pango. And of course,
nice
Lifestealer pretty good against TB with a build.
Yeah, a little medic Lifestealer. I like the idea of grabbing him here, but I wonder if Nigma have something else in mind, as they, of course, have one ban to shield their pick first.
It's just such a hard ban. Like, if you're going Lifestealer, maybe you just ban Razor here because of the flexibility of this Pango and TB. Yeah, okay, maybe it's just Arme TB carry, Pango mid for XM, XXS last hero coming, but yeah, offlane TB is possible, offlane Pango is possible. Anything is possible when you've got Arme on your team. He'll come back for the gyro.
Makes sense. Yeah, this is also a pretty sensible way to draft it. Get the ranged hero, like I was mentioning, don't stack up too much, but the Gyrocopter also very difficult to bring down for Extreme Gaming. And they don't have fantastic heroes at bursting him. So this is a nice fit. Also one of the best heroes in the game to take the Alacrity buff from Invoker.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, you've got ET to buff people up with all that damage from Flat Cannon with Alacrity. Ways to give vision through the Nyx Assassin to get this Sunstrike and damage going. Doom to try and counteract this Storm, and TB now, as XXS will be the one picking up the Pango. XM gets that Storm for mid lane. So even more much needed reach and catch for Extreme Gaming to get on top of people like the Gyro and the Doom before they can get their spells off.
I think they were lacking a little bit that jump and catch, so Storm fits the build pretty well. Maybe they can abuse the Invoker, before he gets a lot of item timings coming in. Doesn't look bad.
I'm kind of pissed though.
What are you pissed about?
Well, we spent the better part of 10 minutes talking about Tusk.
Yeah.
He wasn't even banned.
No, the ultimate bait, played 6 times in a row and then just say, no, we're done.
Damn it, guys. Is that what they were laughing at the start? We're baiting the casters. It's when people queue up all those random items, in game. Like, the casters think I'm buying it.
Yes, the refresher first item for Crystal Maiden. It's like, what?
Oh. Yep, just a bait, just a troll. What do you reckon then, these two drafts?
I would generally prefer Nigma's draft a little bit more. I think they have a very comfortable draft to play. The ET versus TB is super nice matchup as well. You got that big minus armor. I mean, Terrorblade, one of the highest base armor heroes in the game, and you take away all of that with the Spirit. It can be absolutely amazing. And their burst damage is really good. Like their pickoff, if they go on someone with Nyx and Sunstrike, anyone dies pretty much.
Yeah, great ways to get on people. I am liking this Extreme Gaming's draft compared to their past drafts. It feels like they can play much faster here and make their own moves. Go out, go forth, do some adventurous stuff. You are heroes. Go and act like heroes. Kill some enemies, kill some baddies. This Doom, he looks like a real baddie. We'll find out if Extreme Gaming are able to get some wins here. They are not allowed to drop a game if they want any hope, any chance of staying in DreamLeague Season 26. And they've had some stern words from their management as well. Not happy with the performance they've had so far. Check it out if you want. Over on Reddit, there's a bunch of moments, a bunch of comments.
Yeah,
hopefully that's
with
not
a bit
really
of
bothered them
turbulence.
too much. They've had some serious faces on the cameras, but hopefully some smiles will emerge.
Hopefully Extreme can just, play through that. Focus on what's important. Focus on your games. Focus on playing the best you can. Everything else, it's circumstantial. Just deal with that when when you're out of this. Once you're in a group stage, you gotta lock in.
Enigma Galaxy, of course, wind in their sails, already through to the next stage, getting ready to play aggressively in this bottom jungle.
Smoke broke for both teams here, but Rasta doing a good job not getting too close. They don't have Pango here, but equally Invoker is missing.
Immediate D-ward though from Polonson. Easy bit of gold. GH and Yamage going to come clear out the sentry, but they'll guard the bounty rune for themselves. Sumail and Noob getting one apiece. It looks like Pango and Kotl should get the two northern ones for Extreme.
Yeah. Body block coming in for the bottom creep wave. Noob wants to get that creep wave under a tower, so as we see so frequently, body blocking on the enemy lane creeps. Storm versus Invoker should be a pretty good matchup for a Storm. Should be getting a lot of farm here. Invoker, of course, going to be keeping his eyes open for those side lanes due to playing Extort. But yeah, already the last hits are not easy as a Invoker against Storm. Sitting about 10 damage lower.
And something we used to see a lot there, some striking for range creeps. Coming back again. This Invoker now having a more difficult laning stage than the recent meta where he was dominant for a long time.
Yeah. I've actually talked a lot about Invoker recently with, you know, one of the reigning Invoker experts, my friend Stormstormer. I asked him, how do you play Invoker this patch? Because he's so bad at laning stage, right? He's super weak. And the key for anyone who wants to play Invoker, he said, is Sunstrike the range creep and pull the aggro of the melee creeps into your tower. Go under tower on the first creep wave. That way the enemy can't contest you. You just gotta fight your tower for last hits, and, you know, the tower is always predictable.
And then get your allies to pick stuns, right?
Yeah, yeah. And he said, you know, like, you are looking for those Sunstrikes. That's literally what you live for.
Yeah.
Because
hopefully
right
you don't
now,
have some jungle Venomancer in your game when you've picked Invoker.
Yeah, no. Yeah, right now we can of course see it 9-4 last hits for a Storm versus the 4-1 on Invoker. So Invoker really struggling.
Yeah, difficult beginnings for him. But in these other lanes, up top, Ghost and GH, Gyro and ET up against a Pango, Keeper of the Light duo. And Gyro ranged with a flat cannon, always pushing out these waves. Kotl can also, you know, push it back, do a bit of chip damage between the two sides. So really coming down to GH's positioning. Can he get pulls off? Can he get some hits in onto his Kotl to keep him at bay?
Yeah, generally the spell farming is pretty strong here from Extreme Gaming's lineup, so as long as they don't take too much damage from the flak harassment all the time, they should be able to lane pretty well. GH, though, has been looking amazing. Last time we saw him on ET, he was playing a fantastic game.
Yeah, got some huge splitters in there. So far, so good. Extreme Gaming, TB and Storm doing very well in lane. Pango doing all right. And I'm just seeing Doom there, 6-3. We expect this from a Nyx lane, right? There's not much they can do aggressively. They're just trying to manipulate the wave. And it looks like Doom is now even jungle farming.
Yeah, I mean, this is the downside of having a Nyx, right? He already did shenanigans. He pulled the creeps back and tried to get something. But overall, this is a losing lane. TB should be off to a very good start. Ame definitely not going to be unhappy in this matchup. That means that Doom will have, you know, recovery farm on his mind. We'll see what the build-up is going to be. If he's going to go for some Midas as well to get more experience, or what he will get after his phase 2.
XXS starting to have a decent time up top now. Yes, spamming his spells with a chakra behind him. Very handy. Kind of difficult for Ghost and GH to go on the Pango. Like, they're edging around the sides of this creep wave, trying to find some kind of angle towards the Kotl, but Shinkyu has positioned himself very well, tucked behind the trees.
I think Shinkyu is also doing the right thing in skilling up the chakra and the blinding light here, not going for the illuminate, because as long as he can blind the ET, that can always disjoint him when he goes in. ET has this limited duration that he is so strong. If you just push him away, give him mischance, you don't have to worry about him. Like right now, for instance, he got his spirit back, but GH already knows if he runs in, he's gonna get pushed, so he's not even really trying to go for hits.
Yeah, kind of similar to how we saw Boxy Techies go for a reactive taser, right? Against the ET.
Oh, the Illuminate actually clips onto ET as he steps around the corner. It's hit.
Yeah, that hurts. And good damage coming out of Extreme in that top lane. Enigma Galaxy definitely going to be looking to recover through these moves from a level 6 Nyx later on. Sunstrikes as well.
GH dropping low, trying to get away, but he can't.
He's down. XXS picks up that first blood. You can't get away from this. Yeah, the spell spam.
He walked into another Illuminate and he got blinding imposition. Oh my, that's pretty close actually, yeah. But the HP regen from the Tango got him high enough HP in time. A little bit earlier on that Sunstrike, Sumail would have had a kill.
Almost had it. No, not quite there.
At least the aim was on point, you know? Just gotta land one more now when Kodo is walking to base. Throw the
Prediction God?
the fountain Sunstrike.
Does he know?
Nah,
Will he find
go
it?
for it.
Well, man,
I did have one of those moments.
Resource.
Just like 2 days ago, I played against an Invoker, and he hit was Sunstrike on me like, I don't know, 12 seconds after I walked into Fog War, and I wasn't even mad, dude. It was just like, okay.
Yeah, it's just well played. A tornado into two-man stun from Yamich. GH now arriving from the left-hand side as they drop the Meteor on XM. Holoson's here to try and turn the tides. They've lost the Storm. They will zap down the Nyx. Now GHET trying to punch back into the Shadow Shaman. Some heavy hits. Should give Sumail a bonus kill. He's in the chicken form, but Sumail, he knows exactly what to do. Just click it down, hunt the little birdie, and get yourself a double kill on this Invoker.
Yeah, fantastic stuff for Sumail. He's going to be very happy with that. Still, Extreme, they managed to get something. They get the 2 return kills. Not too unhappy, I would say, with the counter gank. That gank could have been cleaner had Invoker had time to get the Meteor invoked in time, but he didn't really have it by the time Nyx showed up. Haste Rune does go over to the Storm, so even though they lost him earlier there, now he gets a rune. Level 6, full mana. He's looking very strong. Maybe he's looking towards the Gyrocopter already. Yeah, I see him moving.
Migrating all the way to top.
Ghost.
Oh, he's in serious trouble. Oh, he saw Pelosin come from the right-hand side. Can he get into the trees and, I don't know, TP out of here? Unlikely. He's pretty fast. A speedy fella. Gets a bit of distance from the Shadow Shaman, but Storm's damage. And that gap close more than enough to finish off the Gyro, even though it takes them a little longer than they would have liked. Ghost is dead to rights. Courier even scouting over the top of him to give vision as well.
He doesn't actually have a point in Electric Vortex on Storm, so, you know, can't hold him in place. Just can't keep running him down, but plenty of mana with Soul Ring and Caudal. No way that he's getting away. At least he created a bit of space before dying. Not the absolute worst for him. And meanwhile, with all this attention towards top lane, this is giving Doom some breathing room to get his farm back in the game. He's still going to be behind the Terrorblade by quite a bit, of course. That lane still went awful, but he does have level 6 on Doom. Something to play towards.
And this laning stage hasn't been easy for Enigma Galaxy, kind of as expected, going the way of Extreme Gaming. They want to get through this tumultuous period and, you know, weather the storm, get to level 6s, get to these key items, which will come a little bit later. So it's, you know, good for Enigma Galaxy that they still are able to make some of these moves and find pickoffs even before some of these important timings.
Yeah.
But they've not done anything to deal with the TB. You know, Kill on Storm is nice. Trying to guard that top lane to keep Gyro happy is nice. But now is when Extreme Gaming are turning up the heat.
Yeah, and we see Storm getting more kills, get the ball rolling, so to say, get that mana regen increase. And even going in and stealing some nice stacks here. There's a triple stack. 2 triple stacks in jungle are exposed.
Oh, the Sunstrike off the mark there. Maybe could have waited for the stun from Nyx, but TB has the Sunder, the Doom over the top of him. The right clicks come out, and Arme gets a kill. He should be dying here, though, with the Nyx trailing him and the Doom still ticking over. Yamich will stick around for the experience as Noob gets the kill.
Top lane as well.
Gyro
on each other.
in serious trouble. Rolling Thunder and the Shackles. XM is going to zip-zap around, not get touched by GH as he TPs in. Sunstrike, though. I hear it. It doesn't land.
A little bit off the mark prediction there. Thought he would run down by XM. Definitely thinking about the Sunstrike as well, trying to juke it. Until he does so. And now we can see the recall spam for extra chakra mana.
Never have to go to base again.
Yeah, this Storm is going to have a fantastic amount of mana to work with in this game. Even has a shovel to dig up a water rune, give himself even more resources.
Is this an extrovert's dream? Like, as an introvert, I want to think of ways to stay home as often as possible, and Kotl is giving you reasons to stay out on the map as often as possible. It's like, do not go home, stay out in the park, enjoy.
Just
touch
getting
grass.
recalled on the longest bar crawl you could ever imagine.
I want to go and sleep in my own bed!
The introvert
says, no, another one.
Yeah, I mean, it's non-stop action. That's what they're looking for here as well, playing the Caudal Storm.
Can you imagine being on like a week-long bender with a Keeper of the Light? The guy who's like the master of the universe or whatever he is, riding a white pony around, taking you from pub to pub?
Coddle and Brewmaster invited you for a party.
Oh,
Are you free for a month?
No! That's what happened to Lion. He got sent to hell and came back and got sent to hell again and then came back again.
That way he looked so messed up. He couldn't handle it.
Poor guy.
Recall, not even once.
Noob, I'm gonna get jumped with a Cottle behind a Storm, Arme joining in, easy pickings on the Doom. And Extreme Gaming coming out with a 4K lead. Good laning stage, get this momentum going. The snowball has already begun, and Serpent Wars on his tower will make short work of this bottom lane objective.
Yeah, as we are getting so used to seeing as well from these Rastas and Terrorblades, very good pushing heroes. Not really the same for Nigma. You have good ganks, but don't have the tower damage potential as these heroes do. So that already closes off a part of the map. Is Sumail looking at top lane, thinking about getting on this Pango? There's a sentry though. He might get vision on the Invoker in time. Comes around the corner. Didn't see him.
Yeah, Tornado Meatball, the sleep and the stuns. Does get the Swashbuckle and the Rolling Thunder off, and the magical damage wasn't enough, but he rolls back into the right clicks of Sumail.
He pings
The Lotus bastard pool.
He pings that damn wall of the pool. He was like, I wanted to go straight and TP during my roll. Sunstrike was available for Sumail though, so had there not been a pool and he tries to roll TP out like that, I'm pretty sure Sumail would have landed a Sunstrike on him.
I think he tried. I think I heard it.
Yeah. There was a Sunstrike going off, but I don't know if his prediction was, calculated with the fact that he's kind of balanced.
I didn't see. Probably just like, why am I bouncing on this damn thing? There's so many spots in Dota. There's crystals, there's rocks, there's cliffs, all sorts of business. Yamich unable to grab the shield rune under the nose of the Storm, but they do have this stun into Stomp, but XM has zipped away. GH can't quite get the connection, but now Noob has arrived. Tornado Meatball onto Pelosin and XM with a Doom thrown in. They get the Storm. Shadow Shaman not long for this world either. Gonna get clapped down by Noob.
That is the shortest duration Doom I've seen. The single tick right there. 25 damage taken, but, he just wants that kill. Don't want to risk him possibly getting away. And fair play. They got him. They have these little mini stuns to set up, right? They have the Spiked Carapace, the Inferno Blade, enough to get the cast off on the Doom. TB now making a move towards top. It is spotted by GH's Observer Ward. So Jarrow wisely pulling away. But TB hungry for another tower. Just gonna go at it. Illusion can tank. Top tower not gonna be defendable without Doom or Vendetta ready. Both of them being on cooldown.
How is Sumail ahead of the Terrorblade in net worth?
Yeah, although it kills, man. So many kills.
Gold, isn't it?
Yeah, you get a lot. I mean, he's got 4 kills to his name, hasn't died a single time. As I say that, he just gets shackled and hexed up here.
Yeah, but Yamich just killed Arme. TB's down. Sumail, he is still alive, throwing spells into the Shadow Shaman with his dying breath. ET Spirit over the top, and the damage over time kills off Pelosin. And Storm and Cottle zip in onto GH off to the right-hand side. The Elder Titan has been found. Tries to sleep them up, getting through the river with his extra bonus speed. Pushed across into the little Boglets and Croakers. He's going to die one way or the other, but it's to a neutral creep.
Oh, I didn't realize.
What?
I was wondering how Nyx killed off the TB. I looked at the damage taken for TB, and I only now did I realize he took the Soul Fragment. This is a rare facet for TB. Normally we don't see this one played. It's always condemned. So he actually took 200 damage from summoning a Conjure Image. 200 pure damage from himself, that is. And Nyx killed him. Yeah, because I didn't see him be in kill range. He had enough HP, he should live. Maybe costly, the facet.
Interesting. And then at the same time, we've got XXS dying to this Sumail Invoker with the Rod of Atos, showing exactly why it is such a pivotal item for the Invoker now.
Yeah, that combo, it just makes short work of Pango even. Even if Pango did have ulti there, you can't really get it out with Cold Snap stopping you, so really, really tough combo to survive until you have those good dispels. That's why we see a lot of them being bought. Of course, Mantispel already completed on the TB, 1450, good timing. The Storm going for a BKB second item after his now Witchblade is completed.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I saw TB not go for the Sunder facet.
Yeah, I try to understand it as well, but I honestly don't really see the merit to it. Summoning those full HP illusions, I mean, I guess you can Thunder them, but look his HP. His HP dropping just from jungling. It's really costly. 20% of your HP every time that you summon, or 15, sorry, every time you summon an illusion. That's pure damage as well to yourself. So I think against that Doom and Nyx, I would never have wanted to lose this much HP just from jungling.
I mean, I don't know. It's Arme, so I'm going to blindly trust him, to be perfectly honest with you.
There's probably some merit to it. Obviously, you can get full HP illusions, so you can then Thunder, or, you know, maybe there's value in having the illusions be a bit stronger. But
yeah, I mean, if they win, you know, if they win game 2, we can maybe get him to interview and ask him what
I would
the
love
thought
to have
process
that,
is.
yeah. I would really love to know why he went to this passive.
Write it down, don't forget. There's a Tormentor. Sunstrike attempted snipe there from the Invoker, looking for any stragglers. But it is Shard for Pelosin, and Extreme Gaming looking to continue converting this laning stage lead into more objectives. But that lead is, you know, being diminished somewhat. It isn't accelerating. Nigma Galaxy have more than held themselves in this, allowing Gyro to get his farm going as he is kind of dragging his feet at the bottom of the cores.
Yeah, they've been fighting really key pickoffs, right? They've been using the Nyx in a very good way, and the Atos Invoker already finding them kills. And yeah, bottom, the snakes get committed, so Catapult plus snakes laying into that bottom tower.
Nyx Assassin scouting in front of the army, which Nigma Galaxy has amassed over on that left side of the map, giving Ghost the opportunity to kill the tier 1 tower with a catapult behind him. Some kind of reaction coming in though. You know, bottom tier 2 dying, but Pelosin, who TP'd up to that top lane, gets caught before the rest of his team arrives. Terrorblade is wrapped around in behind. Kotl and Storm, I think, were thinking about coming in from the front, but Nigma Galaxy get a kill and back up.
Yeah, always hard to read the Extreme Gaming lineup, what they can do, because they have that recall, especially once they get the shard on Kotl as well. We're gonna see some shenanigans with the double recall. But for now, looks like they're just bringing over the Storm towards the top lane. Or no, resetting the cooldowns, never mind. He's jumping people down to the bottom. This is one of those hard to read moves.
Oh.
And dodges. And thunders.
Arme. That's Arme. And Noob. Oh, gets himself back to Fountain. But my goodness.
It doesn't matter what HP you have from your illusions damaging yourself when you just juke everything like that. The Impale misses, Manta dodges the Doom, and then gets the Thunder off before Doom, and Doom still gets cast. Really bad exchange for Nigma.
It's one of those rough ones where you need the Vendetta. Oh, there's a cat on mid. Sumail, half health, trying to drop spells before he dies because XM on his head. Spirit, Stomp, Split. Nothing gonna land. Invoker down. This has been much cleaner and faster from Extreme than anything I've seen from this tournament.
Yeah,
very nice to see them pick up the pace.
That's also a lot coming back to the Kotl, doing the recalls. And wrap around here.
Ghost?
TB trying for the solo kill. Not gonna get it.
But yeah, that attempt of the Ancients was like, we need the Vendetta damage. Can't start with a stun. Yamich still lurking around. His ulti's ready, and he will pop into it.
Yeah, and now they're here, sitting around, ready to protect their TB. And the Kotl, of course, as well, so they can heal up with the Illuminate. There we go, some HP back for him. Nick's still feeling hungry for this, going in.
Sunstrike? Is it enough damage?
Oh, it tanked the illusion.
Arme is perfectly fine. An attempt.
Fully baited right there, and a quick summon illusion into Sunder as well, and he's going to be full HP back again on this Terrorblade. So far, Arme having very good impact this game. Did get picked off earlier, but even though he's 1, 2, and 3, I think he's playing active and getting stuff done.
Yes, the 1, 2, 3, the ABCs. Going through the motions of all the important things. Killing off towers, going through Twin Gate, keeping your farm rate going. Top of the net worth, Terrorblade, still a very scary hero to contend with. Even if you do have some answers, like the Invoker and the ET.
New with a curious item build this game as well on Doom, by the way. So he's going for the drums, Crimson Guard, and then Radiant. So he's really trying to damage block the TB as much as possible.
Ghost again being found in this outer ring of jungle camps up top, trying to trade out his life for Pelosin, but the shackles enough to keep the Shadow Shaman topped up. So another key pick-off here for Extreme. And minute 20, do we start considering them heading into Roshan, or is this just them stamping their mark on the map and getting control of all the lanes?
Yeah, it's definitely possible for him to make a move towards Roche. I think that they're a little bit worried when the combos are available right now. There's just Aghanim's complete on Invoker, so a Cataclysm potential for a Nyx. You don't want to be stuck in the Roche pit. They go on the Nyx revealed.
They see the Nyx right under vision, but the Cataclysm meatball is dropped but dodged. Doesn't land on anyone except the Nyx himself, who tries now to turn tail and hide. The Terrorblade arrives and the storm zips over to finish off Yamich. Enigma Galaxy on the back foot now. Starting to see these Extreme Gaming hordes of heroes just arrive on their doorstep. You know, knock on a tier 2. Tier 2 disappears. A hero was there? Nah, it wasn't.
And GH, sneaky GH, he finds what he can here in these desperate times when they're behind and struggling. He sneaks over with a smoke, takes the enemy wisdom, TP's back home, joins up with his team, and now looking to make something happen. Difficult though to find grabs on people when they don't have Nyx. And that's also what they're feeling on the side of Extreme. They say, okay, Nyx dead, we can go into Roche.
A little bit of vision. 80 Spirit's going to walk into the Roche pit, try and slow them down with a stomp. Oh, it's not just vision, it's a contest.
Fast, though.
Enigma Galaxy are coming. Roshan is dead. Down it falls. Nyx comes in. Carapace up. Vendetta scouting. The Cottles. Rolling Thunder is out. Enigma Galaxy, I think, realizing here they can't go in. XXS playing very ballsy there with the remnants of his Thunder. Does get back up to high ground. No tornado hits him.
Yeah, it has to be ballsy, Gareth. He is literally a ball. Be the ball,
Yeah.
Gareth.
He's one of those tornado hunters in America. I don't know if you watched.
Yes.
It was in National Geographic or whatever it was, where they're driving this tank, literally a tank, into the middle of hurricanes.
Exactly, one of those cars that's like covered as low as possible so wind can't get under it and pick it up and stuff.
Yeah.
Exactly, that's what being in the Rolling Thunder is like. Just go through anything. Nyx was spotted for a moment there. Gets jumped.
Dead.
These random sentries paying dividends. Just having some sentries nearby. I think they were just used to unblock their Ancient earlier, but turns out to be a Nyx kill from that as well. So good value. Double value from that sentry.
It is. I was thinking it's curious, you know, why Enigma Galaxy are playing Nyx here. Tusk wasn't banned. Tusk has given them all these wins. But when you're already qualified from the group stage, you know you're not eliminated. You're like tied top spot right now. Trying new heroes for Yamich is actually super important, right?
That's true, actually. If you think about tournament, you think tournament life, you think tournament and performance, right? Then you want to have the best possible outcome towards the playoffs. So right now is a good time to see what you can do with other heroes than Tusk. Because they already know, 6 games in a row, he delivered. He played really good on Tusk. So yeah, you could see it as a bit of experiment. And that's not to say that they're not taking the game serious by any means. It just means that their priority is winning the tournament. Their priority is advancing far, and that means they need to do this.
Yeah, they've done very well with these GameStop stocks. Now they're diversifying their assets, you know, doing well for themselves. Extreme Gaming, gonna go all in on this Gyro, though, with a lot of control. Cataclysm is coming. XM's out of mana, but they're able to step back with BKB. Serpent Wars blocking the path. And Terrorblade, yeah, a monstrous hero that you cannot challenge as Enigma right now.
Oh, he's so big and bad right now. Got the Hurricane Pike and the Manta as well, so difficult to go on him with all your melee and short-ranged heroes. He can always pike you away. And we saw his jukes before he had that Force Staff. Ahmed definitely been playing sharp this game. Yamich looking for a pickoff. XXS could definitely die. Do the Cataclysm combo it or Sunstrike? I think they might need Cataclysm for kill. Nyx has the Dagon. Only a few moments here. He wants to spike it. Not even gonna go.
No.
Isn't this just a kill though?
I guess they think he's too tanky.
Oh, I see. Cataclysm on cooldown. Yeah, never mind. He didn't have it invoked, so I couldn't see it on thumbnail. Hard for us as spectators to know what the cooldown still is, but yeah, it was 14 seconds cooldown.
Yeah. No signal to go. And Extreme able to continue playing the map with this Kotl, of course, just keeping everyone topped up. Army in the pocket, farming on that left-hand side. I'm curious where he goes next, though. There's Ancients to farm, but there's like the ability to TP out and play with the rest of his team as well. There's Kotl. Just bring him out in a moment if they see an opportunity to go on noob like this. XM has spent all of his mana pool just to get on top of the Doom. And they don't have the control right now to drag him back, but Kotl will provide, and there's the kill for them.
Yeah, don't need to worry about that. Nyx again, scouting, fighting TB. TB's sitting at half HP right now. This is the worrisome part for me, man. Look at that, he's playing very, very low with the use of Illusion plus the Demon Seal. Of course, he has the high regen from the Demon Seal, so getting the HP back.
And a ring of regen. Oh, that's a gyrocopter, huh? Oh, he's walked right into that one.
How many times have we seen Ghost just kind of get caught out in a place where he shouldn't be? Top lane several times, and then on mid by the tier 2 tower, just too far up. And we see him scribbling the map right now. Ghost is not feeling happy right now.
I guess you have this false sense of security with Nyx being forward and scouting. You're like, okay, he's there, I can be here. But that's just not the case when Extreme Gaming are playing globally. Wherever you are, they are. Termites in the foundations of your house. The woodwork is rotten. Extreme Gaming are just coming out everywhere you look.
Extreme Gaming, they've taken over your infrastructure. Ame looking for the Invoker, saw that he was nearby, and Pelosa with good positioning should find him.
Ooh, just about.
The dust is there.
Last microsecond of that TP. Dust into catch. Sumail dead. And Doom in the mid lane also being found by the Storm of the Pangolier. XXS, Jinkyu, XM, exsanguinate Noob's Doom in that mid lane.
Looking amazing right now. Everything just working out for them, and the constant mana refills as well. So much mana for Storm to work with. The Arcane Rune on top of all this is just absurd, man.
And 27 minutes in. Extreme Gaming going for a lane of barracks. They'll dive and kill GH by his tier 4s. Call down is going to do very little here. And with 3 heroes down, I mean, Gyrocopter hasn't really felt like a hero of this game either. It's like Nyx Assassin on his own to try and defend this one.
Yeah, they picked off everyone.
Pretty low.
Normally it's like, get 1 pick off and then we can maybe push, but they kill 3 heroes. And it's like, okay, I guess now it's easy.
Permanently healed up.
Yeah,
HP, mana.
Mana just bouncing up for the Storm. Just a moment ago, he was like completely out of mana. He spends all of it just to kill a creep wave because he knows he's gonna get more back. All the
Jinkyu is
ready.
I think Jinkyu has more than pulled his weight in this one. Sumail's gonna have a pop at Ame there with Tornado Meatball. XM's gonna zip in, BKB, draw some attention, then zip out. They get themselves out of the box, fall back, and think about their next move.
Yeah, very happy with the damage they've done. Took the mid tier 3 tower, took the top lane entirely. Back out, get some of those resources used, and the gold that they just got from all these one team fights. Enigma, I mean, they just have not been able to coordinate things. I get that they're trying with the Nyx here and stuff, but honestly, it feels more like they haven't found a spot for Ghost to play the game. They haven't been able to group up. I think Kotl is the real answer behind all this. They're playing into this Kotl, they don't really know where the enemy is strong, and that's the difficult part. They could be anywhere.
They could be nowhere.
And Kotl is about to have a full Aghanim Scepter. Jinkyu finishing it up right now. 50 gold away, and then he gets that Ignis Fatus as well in the mix, the Will-O-Wisp.
And as Enigma Galaxy, you've all moved top. Now you're trying to protect this gyro. It all feels a little bit too late. No one's up here, you're not really ganking, you don't find any catch. Meanwhile, Tormentor is dying. Roshan is not respawning, or doesn't have the possibility to respawn yet.
He stole it.
Oh, he got it. GH gets the shard. Nice one, Sumail.
Cheeky, cheeky, cheeky. Thanks for the hard work, nerds. Take their Tormentor from across the map.
Serious moment, though. No chat or anything.
Yeah, very, very locked in, the players. Not even having a crack at that one, but... yeah, if you're extremist, it's like, hop, okay, well, I guess we'll go push then or something. But GH definitely going to be happy getting some extra CDR on the Echo Stomp. We've seen what he can do with that. And I think they need him to land a big stomp so they can get the Meteor into a multi-hero connection next fight.
They need something huge. They need some big wombo combos.
Sumail.
But Sumail spotted on the high ground. Blink Hex from Pelosin. Jump from XM. The catch on Invoker. He's dead for a minute. Has buyback. But it's a rough one spending it in a moment like this. You're already losing that second lane of barracks. Do you have to use it just to defend the bot and stop mega creeps from coming?
It's gonna be megas otherwise. I don't think you want to play against mega creeps, even though we have a gyro. It's too early. Only 30 minutes in. You have to mount the defense now.
You've got to do something. You've got gyro BKB, so at least the timing has hit. Invoker, they smoke up. He has to buy back. He will be returning into this. They scan from Extreme. They know that they are there, so the zip over by XM gives the vision of BKB up, gives them protection. They find the next assassin kills. Sumail buys back now. Double buyback, but the gyro's in trouble. Ghost, a few hits from death. He is healed up, and they'll turn and fight. In comes a Cataclysm, kills off XM. Arme dropping low. That Earth Splitter does some good damage, but he thunders back. Tanky enough to walk it off. Xingqiu will heal him up and force staff away. But Enigma Galaxy, a good hold. They keep the barracks alive, and they may be able to chase for more. Arme on the run. Can they get him out of danger with some recalls and defensive moves out of Xingqiu and Pelosin? Shadow Shaman, yeah, he's going to give his life. Tank it all to get Arme out of there.
He glimmers after he turns into a chicken. Nice little thing with the shard. You can use your items, but they had the sentry ready. Otherwise, he could maybe have glimmered and then blinked away. His items are built to try and survive. But yeah, that was still big damage done. Sumail bought back, Yamich bought back. It was a necessary hold from Enigma, and it worked out for them. But again, no tier 3 tower. The next push is going to be the one that's going to be even harder to defend. Now, Roche could spawn any moment. They're feeling a bit unlucky that it spawned so late, actually. If it was up a bit earlier, maybe they would get it. Now, I'm not sure you can get it anymore. They have to try.
It's so spooky.
TV illusions are just going in like, yeah, good luck. We could just hit the gyrocopter with the illusions if we want, and no way for you to take Roche.
So many things. Like, this is Enigma Galaxy. Literally, the stars have to align for them in this game to come back. They've got to find some real monumental turnaround play here, because Extreme Gaming are just looking at that base as a juicy morsel.
Yeah, they really are. Extreme. They also want the Aegis for themselves, knowing that Doom is still on cooldown. I think we might just see them pop in and start it.
And GH, I'm just going to give them a little bit of, hey, how you doing? He puts the spirit in the pit. And then Radiant are scanning for the next assassin who they fear is lurking nearby. Extreme are respecting the ability of Enigma Galaxy to play into them.
I'm a bit surprised to see Extreme not pick up a gem already.
They have one on Pelosin.
Oh, they do have it on Storm. Okay, yeah. Never mind. They passed on Storm.
Okay.
Yeah, they just didn't find the ward behind them, and, you know, still we have very good vision for Dire. They have 3 wards on the map.
Arme just sundering his illusions all the time to stay high HP. Well, they saw the Nyx for a moment there. XM with his gem will get the jump on Yamich and find the kill. Doom on the Shadow Shaman. Noob's going to try and chase down Pelosin and finish him off, while Ghost BKB'd up. Getting rolled on by the Pango, run out by the TB, but this fight has been split several ways. The Storm and the Pango now onto the Doom. Noob's about to fall. Enigma Galaxy, 2 heroes down, only killing the Shadow Shaman as a Cataclysm Earth Splitter is going to whiff completely. Maybe tag Xingqiu, but didn't get any cores. And with Enigma Galaxy trying to turn around onto this Storm of TB, they are surrounded on all sides. Sumail BKB'd up to try and run, but the rest of his team is dead. XXS giving chase. Can't quite catch up to him with a good blink. Ghost walk TP home. Sumail is alive. The king on his throne to fight another day, but his whole kingdom is being overturned.
The king is there, but the ghost is not. He's just, you know, all he can do right now is hope that his team finds a way to hold this, but TB still has plenty of duration on this meta. BKB ready. This combo doesn't threaten him.
Is this a dagger I see before me? The trees are talking, Waga. Arme is going to come in and clear out that final lane of barracks. Enigma Galaxy with these buybacks, hoping to find some kind of fight, some kind of pick-off on a straggler. Extreme Gaming very tight, playing together, get the jump onto Sumail. They see the Invoker strike while they can. Dead for 100 seconds. And it feels like now Enigma Galaxy don't have too many options.
Yeah.
Just let the waves wash over you. And Gyro will respawn in 5 seconds, but Arme is just crunching your buildings.
doesn't have BKB anymore, so there's maybe some hope, but the Storm does have it, and Storm is playing ever so aggressively here, trying to protect his TV, letting him go to work.
Yeah, XM just zipping in non-stop. Jinkyu keeping him topped up with the mana. Yamich dead, poor Nyx Assassin crushed like a bug, while Ghost and Noob, they step up with BKBs, trying to offer what damage they can, but Doom is down, no Invoker in sight, the Gyro will fall, and GG's called.
Yeah, that was a very, very strong game one coming out from Extreme Gaming, and have to feel good about themselves for that one. They still need one more win, though. They know that is only step one. We talked about it before the series started. They need to 2-0 this series to have any chance of advancing through the group stage. But Gareth, they did it. Part one is complete.
Part one is complete, you're absolutely right. Now, off the back of Nigma Galaxy trying and testing something new for Yamich, this Nyx Assassin, we could see the idea, but in this game, it did not pay off.
No, it really didn't work out for them. I think maybe their draft overall as well struggles to synergize that much. Yes, you have some correct combinations, and you do have like Invoker Gyro for the Alacrity, but they don't really group as 5 and do that much in this game. Doom having that poor laning stage, starting out the game pretty roughly, didn't have an easy time just saying, okay, let's go as 5 at a tower or something. It's inbound.
Yeah, so unfortunate. And some consideration now really has to be given to this. Like the trifecta of heroes here we see. Jinkyu's Kotl in the middle of it all, but the Storm and the Terrorblade, important factors as well. I don't think Nigma Galaxy can give this trio of heroes to Extreme again.
No, I would agree. I think Storm and Kotl, those two heroes are extremely good to have together, but also the tempo that they get from TV on Extreme Gaming. We've seen pretty damn good success from Terrorblades in the games that you and I have cast at least. Always getting those early towers down, making the map more open, easy to play.
So maybe...
An important hero.
Yeah, so maybe this Jungle Venomancer ban that's been going around has to be a Kotl ban now. Nigma Galaxy banned Venom, Monkey, Darkseer, and those three heroes in the first phase. Maybe one of those has to be a Kotl.
I really want the last game here in the group stage for Extreme Gaming to be a Jungle Venomancer. Ride or die, ship it, send it, you know. We'll see what Nigma Galaxy are going to do ban-wise going in to adjust after that tough beatdown in game number 1, though.
Yeah, excited to see what happens, to see if Extreme Gaming can maybe recover this group stage, hold themselves in for another round of fighting, maybe get to tiebreakers to stay in DreamLeague Season 25. That's game 1 done, though. We'll take a quick break and come back with game number 2. We'll see you on the other side.
Like they ruptured a bad target, like the Mirana, which is useless, and he just buybacks.
Thank you, bro.
Hey guys, it's Noob.
This is Omar.
We're gonna watch some old replays of ours. We're gonna review it and talk about it a bit.
And I'm gonna review his review. I see very rough primal game.
I mean, at this point of game, it feels like super hard for them to play. We have PL primal like top networks, especially PL. They have 0 heroes against him, and we have Aegis. It's like super hard for them to play.
I don't really remember the Seeker build in this patch, so I'm not sure how good he was against the PL. Also, it was patch where Enchantress just auto-secure his lane, so my PL will have a good game.
They go on PL as Aegis target. It's kinda not the best, but it's Despair. And the primal, I just get a good jump. SD dead, no global to save the Mars. Dying. I'm dead.
I'm chilling. Oh, Rubik still spear.
It's just hard for them to go kill the PL twice at this point. It's just super hard.
They can literally play for 6 seconds. It's the Bloodseeker BKB time. Other than this, I mean, even we have primal for that if they don't have global. This looks hard for them. I think PL has Nulli, yeah? You know, nullified. And Enchantress too. Hard for him to play.
Now the Bloodseeker is dead. They can't touch him at all, so they're just losing slowly. But since his spirit, they're just fighting till it's over.
Yep. Waiting to lose.
GG, GG.
So I tanked the Rupture because I have buyback. I baited
Amazing
them.
arena. I got 2
Oh,
subs.
oh,
Okay.
oh.
Snap owned, guys. Snap just
They're
owned.
so clumped into Luna. Ooh, Luna Snap.
Yeah.
Back then, the level 20 was the multi-shot, yeah?
Yeah, level 20
So,
was the...
yeah.
No, it was the damage. You deal damage, it's not multi.
Ah, I see.
They did is level 20 is the peak. Deal 100%. There was a fast team fight. The Snap just owned. I like big arena and Snap jumped 2 subs. Fight is over, kinda. Like they ruptured a bad target, like the Mirana, which is useless, and he just buybacks.
Thank you, bro.
It's not useless, but like bad rupture. And we managed to kill the subs at the start of the fight.
They got out of position when they chased too much. They overchased and we found a good jump.
Like the Snap back then, if you reach level 20 plus, you start overscaling. But yeah, it is anyway a big turning point, so, because we kill them and we will probably take Roche after it. They will struggle after this point.
We have good tools to win this game. Especially back then, Snap was something else when he reached 25.
Oh, perfect arena,
Oh.
2 subs.
2 subs, good.
We're a bit far. Snap ulti killing subs. Oracle is dead. Looks like a really good fight.
Yeah. 2 subs
Subs
dead.
Fight looking bad for Spirit. What a
Oh.
nice arrow.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Thank you.
Snap a bit out of position.
Buyback
maybe.
Oracle.
He's chilling.
Ah, you baited him. All good.
Yeah. Still losing. I think we will dive here a bit.
I think we're over chasing, kinda.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks.
He's dying though.
Yeah. Fuck, Rampage. Rampage.
Is he gonna get it? He's dead.
No, he's dead.
Dead.
Yeah, some insane overchase feels like.
Luna, is he gonna clutch it? Yeah,
No.
we overchased under tower.
Yeah.
I mean, fight looked super good, but the chase was bad. Like, we should have just went to rush.
Yeah.
I don't remember if they take it this game, but it's like super bad chase. I think we were hyped up by the rampage, maybe.
Probably. I think we had this issue earlier on this team, but I think we're fixing it slowly. I think we've become much better at it. Like this overchasing stuff, we're aware of it and we try not to fall into this trap because it's very easy to fall into, especially after. It's like emotionally you can fall into this trap, or gameplay wise you see 3 heroes dead, go. Yeah, but we're aware of it. I think we're kind of really aware of it.
When the Oracle buyback and we just like full chase the Timber under tower, that's where we throw. But in reality, like stop chasing there and we just can go rush for free. Because Bongo has no role, Timber can't really go in because the Oracle will die. So that's the point where we should chill.
After the Seeker kill should be enough for us to subs and the Seeker kill. It's too much for us. It's auto rush. You can just go take the rush and heal up, wait cooldowns, BKBs, and just go again. They already cannot really fight into us. If we get a good jump on the subs and we have good formation, Luna will front with Aegis, yeah. Maybe we didn't realize how exactly good we were, I would say, because we were like going through every series thinking we have the second hand, like we're not the better team. I think now that I think about it more, we were actually pretty good.
I disagree with it. I didn't have that feeling, to be honest. Back then, like I felt like we could win any game, to be honest.
Falcons get another 2-0, and Amar gets one more word of all chat in at the end of the game.
Damn, I don't know what to do.
Are you alright?
AY just told me that I need to stop talking so much during games, but I don't know what to do. I just get crazy and start exploding.
Have you tried meditating?
Meditating?
I mean, I just read it in a book and it says in Thai culture it's a common thing. It helps people to relax. Maybe you could try it.
Fine. At this point, I'll just try anything.
So, just close your eyes. Take a deep breath in and out.
Where are we?
I think we're in your mind.
Then why are you here?
I'm just here for fun. Hello?
What are you doing in my brain?
I'm here to teach you. I was like you once. Did you know that I started tipping people in Dota first?
You started all this?
Yes, but I soon realized that it's not important. The most important thing is to be the humble.
I haven't won a single tournament in years.
It's humility. Humility.
But no one. How do I do this?
That was fucking weird.
Well, I learned nothing from that. I love tipping. I will not stop.
Paparazzi?
What are you here coming to teach me now? Am I gonna just keep getting players over and over again teaching me stuff? What?
But you know they've been speaking now.
我从来不在比赛中说话，不和对手多话，连队友都不交流。AME 上次抢了我的服，我一句话都没说。
Wow, and you play like this all the time?
没错，你只要你别说话，别说话，别说话。
Wow, these wishes are quite realistic.
I really feel like I'm starting to learn something. Is that Curtis?
I think so.
What is he saying?
Don't be misguided. Don't take their advice.
I shouldn't stop trash talking?
Follow your instincts. Do what you feel is right. Stop listening to his calls, guys. These guys are fucking idiots. Listen to me. Path to success will soon be revealed to you. There are 3 invis heroes, guys. How do you not have dust? The words you heard before are incorrect for you. Oh, thank God that's over. Everyone report Teal for communication abuse. Now I can finally relax.
Wow. I now understand. Thank you so much, AY. I really appreciate your support.
What are you talking about?
I will never stop tipping, all chatting, and trash talking, and even on Twitter for the rest of my fucking life. Ugh.
It's crazy, your journey. How you managed to escape. I can't believe it.
Can you tell us the story again?
Again? Yeah, come on, dude. Tell us again.
Okay. This is the story of how I escaped in AGL. So there I was, locked up. I hadn't seen my home in 5 years.
Apart from in-between tournament.
Are you gonna let me tell the story or what?
Apologies.
So there I was, sitting all alone, until this bird flies right near me. And there was a falcon. Dropped the key right into my hands. And just like that, I was out.
What a delightful story.
Well, I think I speak for everyone when I say that we are happy to have you here. To crit.
To crit.
Crit, 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 crit,
Crit. Are you okay? We gotta play soon.
Oh, sorry.
Can you believe this guy? We're about to play.
Yo, Crit. Wake up.
Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 26. We're continuing the last day of groups here as Extreme Gaming are taking on Nigma Galaxy, Waga, with another chance to stay in the tournament for Extreme.
Yeah, Extreme they're fighting, they're doing everything they can, and honestly played a really impressive first game there. Enigma, maybe they were caught a little bit sleeping. You know, they're trying something different. We said with the Nyx instead of the Tusk, but it mostly was, to me, looking like their carry was just not finding footing at all. Ghost was just not farming the safe areas necessarily. Maybe a bit disoriented from the Caudal recalls all the time.
Yeah. When even in the laning stage, it wasn't an easy one for him either. His ET Gyro lane, you know, potentially a strong lane in its own right. But against a Pango Cottle who were just non-stop shoving wave, pushing you back, chipping away at you, the regen battle was just lost by Enigma Galaxy in that early lane, in the early game. And all three of their lanes just kind of went poorly. It broke down early on. Extreme then had the full map to exploit with these recalls, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they took towers and then they started exploiting the map a lot with the recalls, surprising ganks coming in. But yeah, we're going to head into game number 2, of course. And players huddling up a little bit for a draft.
Sad. Veno's banned.
Oh, don't let him answer this time either. Here I was hoping that we would see it for their last game, but straight out the gates they just ban it first. It's going to be first pick for Extreme Gaming this time.
Yes. I'm just going to not mention the hero we talked a lot about, and then maybe we'll see it.
Yeah. Let's not talk about him.
Yamich didn't have a good time on that Nyx. Maybe it's time to go back to basics.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Or maybe they have one more thing that they want to experiment, you know? Who knows?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe we go deeper down the rabbit hole because, again, Enigma, they have qualified. Now it's just thinking about tournament performance, what they can do to get their best possible spot. And these are the most valuable scrims of your life is what Enigma is thinking about it as. And of course, Extreme, they're just trying to hold on.
I was wondering for a moment if they would do the little draft trick, you know, oh, we lost the Cottle, we'll pick Cottle, give Yamich a new hero as well. Not to be this time around. But we are at this important juncture where Extreme Gaming have to make a decision. Io is in the pool. That we saw Marcy on Yamich's t-shirt there. He's not part of the combo, but Io Marcy has been something. Enigma have used a fair amount to get victories.
Yeah, I like the Marcy shirt that he has. Very nice one. But yeah, Io not removed yet. It's definitely a possible hero they could go towards. Extreme still have one chance to ban it. Of course, there are a few other strong heroes that, you know, are on their mind probably, but yeah, in the end, you don't want to play against that Io Marcy. We saw what they can do with it. It is just fearsome. It changes how the game is played in a very, very big way. And it's hard to counter because it's so strong early in laning stage. Like some things in Dota, you can say, oh, damn, that hero, yeah, he's a problem, but we can deal with it because like around minute 20, you can solve it. Io Marcy, you can solve like minute 2, minute 3, and you can't do that by bringing people over or itemizing. You just gotta play a super strong laning stage, and not many heroes can go against the combo.
Oh, we had Beastmaster banned in all our games, then we got to see a bit of Beastmaster. Now Darkseer, another hero that's being banned a hell of a lot, finally gets through the pool. And Extreme Gaming going to snag him up immediately.
Yeah, he's overall providing a very strong laning stage and also allows his support to leave around that minute 6 timing and start checking runes and ganking and getting active for wisdoms. Darkseer very happy to be left to his own and his own devices.
Yeah.
Just needs a bit of help in the start.
And then the Pos4 is pretty happy getting Iron Shell put on them as well. Either go play aggressively, TP around, or go kill off some creeps in the jungle.
It's quite common to see TA against Darkseer, by the way, on safe lane. Overall, she does quite well at just bursting off the illusion creep with the meld strikes very quick. Or not the illusion, the Iron Shell creep. Yeah.
Okay.
A different route. Wow.
I've seen
early one.
Yeah, a fair few last pick Ursas that have looked very good, but I think this is the first pick Ursa I have seen in a long time, donkey's years.
Yeah.
Is this a matchup against Darkseer that's very good?
No. Not really. Depends so much on the support duos. But now that they know it's Ursa on Extreme Gaming, they can think about what support they want to have with it. Obviously, heroes, one hero that's banned out already, Caudal, would have been really good for pushing the Ursa away. But there are other supports that can also be very useful to keep your Darkseer alive, to deal with Ursa. And they can now very early think about Ursa counters. What do they want to have in their draft? You know, dispels are usually good. Heroes will buy Yule Scepter. Always nice to have.
I'm not sure I get it. Like, a multitude of heroes to be first picking here.
Yeah,
you go with Ursa.
Yeah, I'm kind of stumped. I don't really understand the idea. There is this one thing though where, okay, we see the enemy offlaner, we pick our safe laner, not giving information about the other lanes. So sure, there's that. They were always going to pick something to deal with the Darkseer lane. I just don't think Ursa is that strong at countering Darkseer, because you kind of run out of regen. You're a melee hero, you take a lot of damage from Iron Shell. It's fine level 1, level 2, but level 3, you know, the timing of the Iron Shell's leveling up. Level 3, level 5, it starts hurting a lot. So that's why I say it's a lot down to support. It's one of those tried classic combos, the Rasta Ursa lane. So usually I say that I like Rasta more as a pos 4 hero, but when we see Ursa here, it should be laning together with him. It's also very good against Darkseer. The Shackle is amazing against Surge. You can't run away.
It's not a Tusk though, is it?
It's no Tusk, yeah.
Not yet, anyway. We'll see where Extreme Gaming decide to go now. I mean, Darkseer has got plenty of lane partners. We don't necessarily even need these melee heroes like we used to in the past. These Spirit Breakers and Nyx Assassins and stuff like that. You know, Tusk, they're nice, but they're not necessary by any means.
Bring out the...
You'll easily see, you know, Jakiro or something.
Bring out the Bounty Hunter. Go with some crazy stuff here. Yeah, pick up the ET. Could be the lane partner, but usually we see Elder Titans on that safe lane to have a little bit more distance to run his opponents down. It's more likely going that way, but of course they can play it either way.
So Bristleback is, Darkseer has actually been played a fair amount, just not on our streams, I guess. 22 games played, 14 and 8, 63% win rate, looking pretty good. Is banned a lot though, 70 bans. He's very
he's there. He's very good. He delivers quite reliably in the current patch. A lot of it comes down to Halberd being so good as well. We see a lot of Halberd purchases for Darkseer. Very natural Vanguard hero, and it's so cheap to go to the Halberd upgrade from that. And that can deal with a lot of heroes. Even Ursa doesn't really enjoy getting Halberded. Sure, he can lower the duration of it or even dispel it, but it's still obnoxious.
Yeah, just a funny change in pace where like Sand King is ignored, Templar Assassin does get banned in that second stage, but doesn't come out first up. Monkey King is out there. Like Monkey King was being first picked by Extreme Gaming yesterday. Now he's just out of the drafting pool. Not picked up by anyone yet.
Teams are showing that there are many ways to approach the draft in the current meta, and you know, as much as we already have established there are like 10 or 15 heroes that are definitely kind of crazy how strong they are right now, there are many playable heroes and many ways to draft, you know, in terms of how you want to build your lineups.
I'm just thinking this ET also kind of blocks heroes like, you know, Medusa coming into play or some of these more agi carries.
I love this.
Answer now. So a bit of a combo breaker against a big wombo combo.
I mean, 3 for 3. Nigma's draft right now is an old combo. This is literally something you used to see like 6-7 years ago. This was played a lot. Different type of Ursa, Shadow Shaman, Silencer combos. Already here you have a nice setup, right? Rasta can find people, catch them. Silencer can cover with the global silence so no one can save. I do like that Extreme Gaming went with the Earthshaker pickup into the Rasta though. We saw that before. We even had some player interview where we talked about this interaction, like, oh, Fisher to break the shackle from very far away.
Yeah, even it was a pos 4 Earthshaker, wasn't it? Abyssal Underlord now. You're looking at 3 tanky melee strength, whatever cause. Underlord now going to come in, deal with all those. Global potential as well from Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, very nice to get themselves some way to get in. Also, one of those annoying heroes for Darkseer and Elder Titan who rely a lot on their movement speed, either from Surge or Astral Spirit. The Pit of Malice is pretty damn good against these heroes.
And even more ways to play this combo you've been talking about. Shadow Shaman gives the green light, starts things off. Ursa comes over the top. You've got that safety net of the global, the +1 hero through the Underlord, with all the damage and utility that he brings.
Yeah. Yes, so far I really like Nigma's drafts more than Extreme's. Extreme, they do have stuff going for them, and they could definitely punish if they ever get a nice vacuum into Shaker ulti. I mean, the potential is there, right? With ET, Spirit, and Splitter on top of it. The damage is definitely unquestionable if you ever miss up your positioning.
There is a lot of it, and a lot of mixed damage as well, right? ET bringing down the armor and the magic resistance. Now you've got Gyro and Earthshaker both bringing physical and magical damage to the table. I mean, I guess Darkseer does the same thing. So if anyone gets caught up in the sticky nonsense of the ET, they could get brought down pretty quickly.
That is one merit that Underlord has, though, against a hero like Elder Titan, is that he can buy Pipe and Crimson very easily and provide safety for the heroes that are losing their innate magic resistance or innate armor. He can give them some extra damage blocks. And picking Gyro into the Underlord, the Crimson Guard is now a very natural purchase for Underlord to just block a lot of flak damage later on. Though they kind of needed this. They needed some form of backline carry like Gyrocopter. Well, not really backline, but they needed a ranged carry for sure.
So Darkseer off lane, ET with Gyro, the 5 and the 1. Earthshaker is like flexible between 2 and 4 here, right?
Yeah, he is.
But do we, I think so he's like flexible if they pick Puck, you know, this kind of blocking heroes like Puck because you have Earthshaker there. But likely to be the 4, I guess?
Yeah, I would say that it's most likely a support. Also, there's a world where they put the Elder Titan with Darkseer just to have him rush people and have Shaker to block off people and get the Fisher setting up for Gyro to kill people. So the lane support, both these supports can go with either pairing. I do think that they're looking for their final mid-hero, banning out the Storm. Sniper was banned. I think that would have been such a nice fit for them, honestly.
Yeah, I just think the world that exists where Jinkyu is not on the Earthshaker, I don't know, that universe, I'd rather not think about it.
Yeah.
It just feels like Paulus and ET, Jinkyu Earthshaker, now they've got Razor to head into that mid lane.
Okay. Razor coming out. Pretty cool. So the ban out Storm, who has high mobility, the Razor pickup. After the ban on the Sniper as well, this Razor's almost feeling a little bit safe on the mid lane, right? There are not many heroes that kind of counter him or are difficult to deal with.
We used to have Queen of Pain. Is that still a hero that does well?
It's an okay matchup, but it's not great. I think it's fine. It's one of the better options for him still to go towards here.
Like Falcons have really shown how Razor has come a long way in Dota, right? No longer that kind of win lane, lose game situation. Very much able to scale into mid game, decent in lane stage. They do come out with the Queen of Pain forced to mail against XM's Razor, so they've got a feeling that they can get the upper hand somewhat.
Yeah, the matchup is completely fine, but now they also add a lot of burst damage into their own draft, so they have some combinations here on Nigma. I think that was a pretty good solution towards the end. I've seen XM's Razor before, though. He can play really, really well on this hero, and even in matchups where I didn't expect him to do so well, he has popped off. So Extreme Gaming, I think they have all the tools that they need to make this dream happen. They need one more win. Nigma, however, could just end it all by winning this game. Extreme would be eliminated.
Extreme on the brink. They need wins. Just on this Razor topic, it's felt like you need a Razor specialist on your team to understand the hero nowadays. Whether it's Malrine, Amar, or Crystallis, XM in this case, getting a read on this guy is kind of difficult, honestly, especially when you have, you know, a wealth of historical Dota knowledge. The feel of Razor has very much shifted in the past 2 years or so.
I just saw updated on Liquipedia that Extreme Gaming got given the red check mark that they're eliminated already. I'm not sure. I guess that one of the other teams that had to lose has already won a game. It's not updated in the score, but I fear that they may have been. Then again, could be wrong, right? This is sometimes the updates like this is not set in stone, but we'll check in with that when we get a chance. We're gonna play this game. Of course, the players are not aware of the situation and we can't really verify it right now, but if you want to dig into the exact standings, you can always look into the other streams, see how the games are going, and look at the group stage standings. You can kind of dig in there because there were requirements, right? Extreme needed other teams to go 2-0, otherwise they will be out of a chance.
Yeah, all the other series were important to them, basically. Well, it's unfortunate if they have been knocked out already, and they were looking for this additional chance, and they'll still be looking for a win here, even if it is just in the place of pride for Extreme Gaming, as they take on Nigma Galaxy in DreamLeague Season 26. The last day of groups is upon us. We're in the thick of things here. Nigma already qualified to the next stage. Extreme Gaming will see if they are able to step up to the plate and get something done with this draft they've got in front of them. Gyro, Razor, Darkseer, Earthshaker, ET, some big wombo combos available, with Nigma Galaxy opting for this first pick Ursa and setting up with a last pick Queen of Pain, a bit fruity on their side.
Yeah, definitely. I like the interesting approach to the draft. He is a level 30 Ursa player. Ghost definitely plays it really well. I've seen some of his pub games on Ursa. He can definitely take over a game in a good way. Ursa is one of those heroes that if he gets off to a good start, get that Battle Fury plus Blink timing coming in at, minute 15, 16 or something, then the game is just opening up for him.
Smoke over across to the enemy Ancients quickly by Extreme, gets them a Watcher. No real vision on enemy heroes, just the intel that they aren't here.
Yeah.
Well, Nigma Galaxy were kind of setting up down bottom with Sneaky Observer Ward by the tower.
Yeah, I see. Look at them now. They're playing aggressive. They actually drew that Shaker should be Fissure blocking, so they're being as aggressive as they can, contesting runes, knowing that Shaker shouldn't be here. And that's the correct read. They still only go 2 for 2 on the runes, but good heads up. They already understand. Ghost was drawing a little symbol saying that, he drew the Fissure essentially on the minimap.
Yeah, exactly where it was. It looks like Wepas, our lovely observer, has the intel. Extreme are out. Liquid, Shopify, and BetBoom all won their game 1, which puts them in a spot where, no tiebreakers, no qualification for Extreme, sadly for them. But we'll see, like you said, there's a high chance the players just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think their manager or coach would step in like, guys, by the way, you're already eliminated. Like, you let them play their series, let the players do what they do. And ultimately, every game still matters. If not for tournament placement, it's for your pride, for what you can do, and for what your your organization will think about you as well, Gareth.
You prove your work ethic. If there are any questions around that, you can absolutely prove, on heroes like Earthshaker and Darkseer, get some wombo combos going, give it your all, give it a bit of oomph, and wallop your opponents. It's a direct message.
And we can talk a little bit about Nigma as well in this situation here, right? They're going for the Shadow Shaman this time for Yamich. So again, mixing it up. I talked about how they could go deeper and try more things, and that's what they're indeed doing in this game. Looks like, interestingly, they're going to lane the Rasta together with the Underlord. I would have thought that he would want to be with the Ursa, but obviously top lane, he should be doing a pretty good job trading into ET. If ET ever commits in, he can get grabbed under a Firestorm. Could be pretty dangerous.
It definitely could be. Mid lane, the King on the Queen, playing against XM's Razor. And we've often seen this matchup in the past. Queen of Pain just blinking away from the static link. But then we have this Razor who can go into the plasma field, do that magic damage to push out wave. We'll have lots of rune control and battling over that. Now, Razor can play pretty actively with just a couple of stat items.
He really can. Yeah, Razor is a very interesting hero to see, played from the mid lane, because he can be this semi-carry, but also can be really, really strong at fighting. I think this game he will need to get a pretty early BKB, playing into some of these control spells, the Pit of Malice, the Shackles from Shadow Shaman. If he doesn't, he might just get beat down by the Ursa. But otherwise, I'm curious what his itemization is going to be.
Yeah, me too. I might actually take a look at that, because we've seen a couple of builds in the past. You mentioned that BKB Rush, I think, has been the more common and popular one that I've seen. And I guess now that we don't have, carry heroes buying Gleipnir because it's not Maelstrom item anymore, we don't have, we had a bit where Razor was doing that because it felt nice on him.
Yeah. Checking the pings, by the way, I see what the players are complaining about. Noob said ping and paused. Checking through the console, can see that their ping fluctuated from 120 to 60 to 120 again, up to 90. So a bit unstable ping for them as well. Hopefully they get that stabilized a little bit. It's one thing to play on high ping, It's a different thing to play on ping that goes from 60 to 120 over and over. Like, it becomes very hard to time your stuff.
Oh, for sure.
I would almost rather have higher. Like, I would rather have 100 ping than have either 60 or 90 ping over and over and over, right? I would just rather play on a stable ping.
Yeah, especially when that fluctuation often means like packet loss and stuff like that comes hand in hand with it. It gets nasty.
Oh, yeah. When you randomly don't see stuff.
XM's Razor, Orchid first, a couple of games. There's a lot of like Orchid into BKB. He had a game where he went Mage Slayer, Orb of Corrosion into BKB, but that was specifically against Abaddon and Leshrac, it looks like.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's to counter Lesh. Very common. When you see Lesh, you just buy Mage Slayer on whatever hero you're playing. Kind of stops the hero dead in its tracks.
So this game, maybe he goes for that Orchid. Maybe he goes for the Rushed BKB. I mean, S and Y is definitely going to be like a second or third item on Razor. Yeah. That feels super nice.
I think it's quite likely that he might go for the Orchid just to force Sumail into go to defensive item.
Right, yeah.
But big fights, he's going to need to have that BKB ready by the time the 5-manning starts. And we might see early 5-man coming out from Nigma. They have that Shadow Shaman wards to drop down to take big objectives. You know, you got to be ready for big 5-man fights already for the Tormentor and the towers.
The threat of the global. Yeah, Waga? Just walk around threatening it. And that is something that Extreme has to be aware of constantly, especially once we hit into mid-game with the Blink Daggers and the Initiation becoming very important. That global silence can just undo your team fight setup. It is a very tanky and strong Extreme lineup, though. Like, Ursa, Queen of Pain, they bring a lot of this alpha damage, immediate blow-up damage onto people once they have their items. But when you add in this ET Stomp to reset, the Darkseer with utility and heals, Gyro Razor with BKBs, Earthshaker is kind of a reset button somewhat with Fissure and Echo Slam. Nigma may have to be delicate with the way they enter fights because they don't necessarily have the best go in and do shit hero.
Yeah.
Whereas Extreme Gaming has like 5 heroes who can go forward and say, hey, look at me.
That's very true. That's where kind of Nigma need to use the Underlord in this way to reveal positioning at least, find the Earthshaker, stop the jump from him, or just perhaps try and trap someone so they can pick off, isolate the target. Because Nigma don't really want a super clustered fight since they don't have those big AoE spells in the same way. Yes, you have Firestorm and Queen of Pain ulti, but compared to the Vacuum, Call Down, Shaker ulti, Plasma Stomp, all these things, literally everyone on Extreme Gaming are wombo combo, whereas Nigma are a bit more pick off. So they want to spread the fight out. As the players keep restarting their router right now, they're all together apart from Yamich, of course, who's playing as a stand-in. So have router restarts, try and get the ping to normalize a bit.
You've been Americanized as well, have you?
The what?
It's a router.
A router?
You got to restart your router, mate. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. It's day to restart your router, mate. Get on the tube. Get on the blower to your electrician. Restart your router.
All right. I'll take that. I'll take a router. Yeah. Okay. Looks like the players are feeling a bit better about it.
Thank God. Chat is begging for us to shut up and talk about Dota. Right. Here we go. We are ready. Underway. Game 2 in this 2-game series. Back into DreamLeague Season 26. Nigma Galaxy against Extreme Gaming. As we get ourselves into the laning stage proper and see what we're dealing with.
Yeah, these lanes, I really want to keep a close eye on how well Darkseer's going to do early on against Ursa. That matchup is going to be interesting. Also top lane, a lot of brawling immediately. Ame just stepping up with a rocket barrage.
That is a significant amount of damage already onto the Underlord. Well, that makes life nicer for Pelosin as well. Just needs to regen up a little bit, then he can get back to punching Yamich.
Yeah, they have a good power spike before level 2. I think when Rasta gets level 2, lane gets a little bit harder, but Blood Grenade, they're running down Noob, chasing him.
Oh, he's just dead, isn't he? First blood for the Pelosin ET. Whacking into Yamich as well, but the Shadow Shaman's able to trade back on the Gyro and the Elder Titan. Very far is not enough. Yamich with a few more hits out of his staff gets the double kill.
Wow, that was pretty crazy actually. Surprised to see him get both of them there, but nice turnaround.
I think I just saw him say, I don't know what they were thinking. Like going on us like that? I mean, trying to use that leverage they have early levels, I guess. Not paying off. GH, meanwhile, he's going to slip away from the Ion Shield Earthshaker down south.
Rasta getting that good of a start, that means he got boot super early. Already has Windlace, so now getting boot Windlace, he's going to be able to get away from the Elder Titan rundowns as well. This can be very impactful for the lane, getting double kill like that.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
And Underlord, not too set back, right? You die, but you get back to the lane. Creeps are in a fantastic position. He's going to get his farm, so his death didn't really matter that much.
This has all made me realize I really want to learn how to lip read. I want to know what GH is saying right now. the little camera down there, and just analyze how he's moving. Stay safe, Ghost. Don't get too far forward. That's what he was saying. I'm pulling carry. How often do we see carries go step forward and die while their support is pulling?
Yeah,
GH communicates.
That's literally always, yeah. But at least sending through, one creep when you doing these half pulls is really good to keep your carry alive. Because that gives them like one extra creep to be in front of them, and if you just pull, otherwise it's hard to go and contest.
And it's a reminder that the wave, is there.
Yeah, I mean, pro players are so good these days on support to get the half pulls all the time, or do the shenanigan pull and then only connecting 2 or 3 creeps. It's a very, very important skill to learn.
I've actually found great enjoyment in doing the old pull through. We don't see it in pro games at all because it's like it's risky, it's not really going to work, it's going to get contested. In my pub games, you can just pull through to large camp. No one's going to stop you.
So Gareth talking about the old, this is so long ago that people done it that kind of need to reiterate, right? Pulling a single small camp and then pulling through that to the big camp. And honestly, same. I've had some supports do that when I was carrying.
Cobalt camp, screw that camp. But you can pull through.
Yeah, if you ever get to a dominant lane position where you're feeling pretty strong, then you can get away with doing that, and it's amazing.
It does require that you unblock both camps, though. Whoa. Yeah. XXS is dead. Arcane Curse, I guess.
He drops down. It's difficult lane, double melee into a Silencer Ursa. Always was going to be a challenge down here. As we see the rune being controlled, so Queen not allowed to get a refill. Sumail gonna walk to base. He realizes how badly he needs resources. That's an impactful little move though, coming in and controlling that water rune, giving Racer the advantage, also forcing Queen to TP mid. Means she needs to rebuy a TP later on.
Especially when the Queen of Pain is starting to take that lead in the lane.
Yeah. Also,
getting ahead a couple of waves.
She's one of those heroes who wants to TP gank when she gets level 6, get the ulti value. So now not gonna have that as easily. But yeah, 3 points in Shellstrike. She is committing for the lane win.
And it looks like Ursa also having a good time in that bottom lane. 29 and 9, top of the last hits. Protected nicely by that silencer. And Underlord more than recovered after that first bit of a fray up top.
Yeah, definitely. He's doing quite all right for himself, getting his levels in. The Gyrocopter still kind of winning the lane, just farm-wise. XM gets Shadow Struck again by Sumail. Constant harassment.
Yeah, it's not fun. Another Fisher from Xin-Q. We'll see if they're able to pull this large camp across.
Sumail commits mid. He blinked it.
Well, Xin-Q's dying to this Ursa. The Queen of Pain not able to kill off XM. He's got back to Fountain. Xin-Q away with a surge, helped by XXS, but now the Darkseer may be exposed. They've got no stuns or slows, so they can't catch up to him.
Yeah. They're gonna have to lick their wounds and run away here, though. Maybe some team jungle helping out. Not enough mana to give an Iron Shell over on Xin-Q, otherwise maybe the two of them would just Iron Shell up and farm these creeps. He's gonna stack for him at least, Xin-Q, before he goes base. 6-minute rune, completely controlled here by Radiant by the looks of things. Shield rune, GH, gonna snag it.
Does he lift his arm to pretend to deny it? And just takes it. Cheeky fella. Well, XM, he's gonna feel the pain in this mid lane, but he does get the distance behind his tower, as well as a TP rotation from Xin-Q, signaling the end of the nonsense, at least for now.
Keep the catapult alive for a while though, getting the creep wave in under the tower like this. So extra tower damage being done. Not enough to threaten the tower by any means, but starting to get that damage in. They're going on a shake here, it's pretty deep.
This is very deep. Razor going to cast his spells, get out the lightning. Sonic Wave is going to push and kill off the Xingqiu Earthshaker, though, as XM about to die. Blood Grenade thrown in, but there's the deny. XXS takes the Razor out himself, while Yamich trying to run back and maybe TP home. Does get himself into the river safely.
Yeah, so in the end, still a win for Nigma, though, even though you get the deny.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, they're stealing Wisdom, but Ghost likewise stealing the Dire Wisdom here.
All's fair. And this Peloton ET was actually bullying the Underlord for a little bit as well as he tried to farm large camp near his triangle. And then Underlord returns to lane, is immediately going to get a homing missile, stomped, chased by Arme with his rocket barrage, and dead.
A fantastic start for Peloton.
Hard life for Noob. Like, his net worth reflecting that he's ahead of the Razor and Darks here is honestly a surprise to me, the way he's been running around being chased all the time. Done a good job getting gold.
Yeah, it started getting worse and worse now with level 6 as well on the Gyrocopter. It's not gonna get any easier, I think, this lane. Some stacks being made already on the Ancients for Dire, having a triple stack up. Might see the Iron Shell farm it at some point. For now, trying to lane against the Ursa. Don't want to give him a free pass towards his Battle Fury, of course. Oh,
goes. He has Enrage. Looks like he's all right. Spooky times, though, when you get Fisher and Iron Shelled in the middle of a creep wave.
Yeah,
no help in sight either.
He has Cornucopia, so he's regenning fairly quickly on the tower. Banner creep comes in. Gyro is here, though.
Yeah, I mean, Arme's arrived. Fisher is there, going to block Ghost on the side, close to Arme's Gyro, but the cooldown misses. Homing missile lands, and Ghost will die. And no support in sight for him. Now reactions from Nigma Galaxy going to come in with a catch on Darks here. They take down XXS. GH, though, getting walloped by the Elder Titan. Yamich taking a few punches from Peloton as well. Into a little sheep form he goes, as the Sonic Wave is going to push back and clip Arme and Peloton, but a double kill emerges for the Elder Titan.
Yeah, Peloton just having a fantastic game. Getting a lot of kills. Arme going to be completely fine after the Shell Strike is gone. They give him a salve. He salves up. Building up a bit. We can see a recap there. The rundown. Got the Ursa. Very important kill to delay his Battle Fury timing, because he was off to a very good start. And action back in live. It's actually continuing here. They're going on Razor now, who has overstepped it perhaps.
Yeah, in his bottom jungle, all on his own. Darks is going to try and back him up, but Sumail picking up a kill. In we go, onto XXS now. And Noob finds himself a takedown on Darkseer while also returning to lane to continue farming through that gate.
And Darkseer with the Save a Buddy syndrome, right? Going in, trying to help his friend, but instead just gonna die. And Gyrocopter just looking at his friends dying like, okay, I guess we're not really pushing bottom anymore.
Interesting. Well, Ghost is going to try and enrage away from this ET Gyro. Yeah, Stomp's not going to land. Cooldown going to get dodged. Well done by Ghost. 10-1 charge is still in his pocket as well to regen back up as Yamich has come in to turn the tides, maybe get a bit of aggression back onto Peloton, but the Xingqiu's Fisher there lining things up. They'll take the Shadow Shaman instead of the Ursa.
Yeah, some strong stuff going on down here for Extreme, getting some nice kills. Meanwhile, they're also stacking up the Ancients and farming them now finally with level 3 Iron Shell. GH was over there though, scouting a little bit, blocking a few camps with sentries. He knows what's going on. Queen thinking about going over with her haste rune. Sumail has the chance to go and ulti this actually.
Oh, it looks so tasty, doesn't it?
It
Hello.
does.
Enemy heroes and stacks. Sonic Wave doesn't clip XXS, and Xingqiu's going to Echo Slam and turn onto Sumail with the wall dropped on. And Queen of Pain does get the kill on Earthshaker with a bunch of neutral creeps and away with her life.
Yeah, fantastic stuff for him. This haste rune allowing very aggressive play. Gonna go on to the Elder Titan as well, who has no help inside. He might drop the auto attacks.
Punch, punch, punch. Queen of Pain watching you suffer as you walk back behind your tower, but Sumail doesn't want to commit too deep for it.
Yeah, Sumail blinked into a tree line as well, keeping himself as safe as Ame was in the territory.
But I don't know. I find this... Oh, GH. Down you go.
Nice Fisher block.
Well done. I don't know. I find this interesting. It might be one of the most boring things you ever heard, but Ghost on this Ursa, rushing Battle Fury, Cornucopia, on his way to Broadswords. He makes a little stop on his journey for a Wraith Band. Is this entirely because he's against an ET?
Largely, but it's also quite a bit of physical damage overall. The Razor takes away your armor as well with his ulti. Gyrocopter hits really hard. So yeah, it's probably just to get a little bit extra armor, but you know, Ursa doesn't have too much. I'm not sure if I like it that much though, to be fair. I think Face Boots already gives you enough armor. Just get that Battle Fury and try and farm up.
Noob is going to get himself away from his own triangle, slip away from Extreme Gaming, who are very aggressive over on that left-hand side, while they lose Pelosin in the mid lane. Enigma Galaxy still able to bolster their efforts and hold Extreme back from pivoting into mid.
Yeah, you know what I would
have got
have
serpent
liked?
wards as well.
You know what I would like more on the Ursa? The casual Windlace. I'm a big fan of the casual Windlace Ursa.
Yeah, we love that.
Usually have inventory.
Serpent Wards and Fiend's Gate. Yeah, Earthshaker, unlucky, buddy. Serpent Wards not used for the tower. A rarity.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you find a solo kill if you
and Ghost.
Run into someone.
Down bottom, he's got the Global Stance and the Enrage and the Sonic Wave. Protection through aggression. As Sumail picks up a double kill and looks for this Dark Seer as a bonus one. A triple.
The king is here. Well, the queen, I guess he's here.
The
royalty.
King of Queens.
The royalty, indeed. I've been playing a lot of Bellatra lately, man. King and queens all over the place.
Well, it was a TV show back in the 2000s. Don't know if you remember that. It was one of those old, I don't know, shitty sitcoms with the canned laughter. The King of Queens. What was his name? Paul Blart Moorcock or something was the lead actor. Razor in serious trouble, protected by the Earthshaker. Thankfully for XM, Shinkyu is behind him. Now they can walk the bear a little bit with a static link, but Ghost is pretty quick.
Blood grenades. Offensive blood grenades. All the grenades.
Chuck them at him and turn on your enemies.
That's
great
nice,
reaction
though.
from Enigma Galaxy.
That was good disjointing of the chase there. The first grenade slowing them down a bit. They overcommit and then get punished as well. Only 15 seconds for the Wisdom. This is not looking like a Wisdom you can hold on to on Extreme.
Oh.
The mill is here. They have to respect the Queen right now. He is way too strong. About to have level 12. That level 2 ulti coming in soon.
I know it's weird coming back to it, but the Wraithband conversation, I really wanted to clarify something, and then we had like 3 minutes of non-stop fighting. Yeah. Because it may not seem weird, right? Wraithband on Ursa isn't weird in its own right. It's the fact that it's kind of a laning stage item that you usually go for first.
That he went back for it.
That he went back for the way he did. That was kind of weird in the timing of it.
A big part of that is that Cornucopia is super nice. So he went Cornucopia first, right? And Cornucopia is just your HP and mana regen. You kind of need this desperately. And then you can still go for the Wraithband or whatever to be a little bit stronger and then finish up Battle Fury. It's sensible still. But yeah, like I said, I'm a bigger fan of like Raindrops, Windlaces, personally, just to get some value for Ursa.
Another move. And another Enigma Galaxy attempt. No stuns, so Pelosin with an attempted TP. It looked like a wise decision, but this Dagon on the Queen of Pain, bringing a lot of raw damage.
Damage is real quick. Didn't even have to commit to ulti, has a regen rune to stay active and keep fighting. Camille just has to be careful about his blink. Still only a level 2 blink, so he does have pretty long cooldown on that. Could be punished if he commits too hard. XM though, he's looking at that midway, he's getting greedy. Oh no, XM.
He showed himself. And in we come.
They don't even need Unlord, but yeah, this is a kill.
Zappy zappy.
Unlord is there to pick up the damage, you know? It's the atrophy aura. He didn't want to kill something, he just wanted to get stronger so he can farm even faster. Bonus 117 damage right now.
Number go up. Makes you smile, makes you happy. Trying to take out your enemy ancients though. Extreme Gaming not happy with this. Global Stance seems a little late there as the splitter and everything else was already well on its way. GH unable to save the Underlord in such an aggressive forward spot.
Yeah, had the Global come out a little bit earlier, Queen could maybe find an angle to go in and drop the ulti and take a fight there. But in the end, playing a little bit safer, saying that, okay, Underlord got picked off, let's not take this fight. Ursa going for the solo Tormentor. Gonna be pretty easy for him as he gets a bit of help as well from Yamich.
Jeez. What insane damage out of Sumail. XM. Dead again? It feels like I'm just watching a replay of the Razor dying over and over again to this Queen of Pain.
Yeah, and Razor's game can be analyzed as well and say that, okay, so he's dying a lot. He went for this Yasha build, which is really squishy compared to, you know, either going for the Ogre Club into BKB or going Mage Slayer even, as we mentioned before, against Leshrac, very good. Even against Queen would be really good. It's understandable, though, that he wanted to go for Manta, because he's playing against Silencer, he wants to dispel against the Pit of Malice, you know, even dispelling the Shadow Strike. There's a lot of value to it, but that does mean that he's weak right now, and right now, Nigma are just running away with the game. They got that timing on the Blink and Battle Fury. Peloton gotta find out.
Yummy, yummy, yummy! Hungry Ursa. We've also nearly got Blink on Shadow Shaman.
Off to a fantastic start. And then they have the triple blinkers already online. Got the blink on the Ursa, Shadow Shaman, and then of course Queen already having it.
And then 4 staff on GH coming up soon. Tons of maneuverability to either A, get the jump on heroes before they can cast their spells, like this. Getting not a kill attempt, but really making Darkseer think about things twice, while Ghost has just munched on Ame. Gets on top of him with the help of the Serpent Wards, and the Gyro is dead. But yeah, like when Extreme Gaming are so reliant on this big wombo combo, jump a hero, land all their spells, having 4 staffs and blinks to reposition undoes a lot of that.
Definitely, yeah. And also, I think Extreme Gaming are not being given the big team fight. It's non-stop skirmishy pickoffs, and that's what Queen and Ursa are notoriously amazing at. They're really, really good at these little fights here and there. Queen with the Kaya now as well, doing so much damage. Even found herself the Searing Signet, which I still think is just a busted neutral item on Queen. It procs on Shadow Strike, so you Shadow Strike someone, and that's going to be Searing Signet procking over and over and over again. Basically double damaging your Shadow Strike, it feels like.
It's so nice. I love picking it up on Warlock.
yeah, true. That's also a really good one.
Just Fatal Bonds everyone. Yeah, put Shadow Word on them. Do a ton of damage.
Fatal Bond remains one of the absolute best spells in Dota.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, you can have a fight where it looks like, oh yeah, this is easy, and then, oh, we took like Fatal Bonds in one spell and we all died.
Yeah, like having like Warlock and Zeus together is never not fun. Like Fatal Bonds 5 enemy heroes and just Thunder Gods Wrath them, watch them all drop like 70% of their health. Oh.
I think a big part for me is that Fatal Bond does the damage type that you deal, right? So if you take pure damage, that Fatal Bond is pure damage now as well, like the damage that comes in. And that's super, super scary in some combos. Like Diabolic Edict from Leshrac can just melt people.
That was an easy
move
for Enigma Galaxy. And they jump in with a global silence, getting a catch on not just the Darkseer, but the Razor too. And in the back, the Underlord, 3-man Pit of Malice, walking straight into the middle of the rest of Extreme, allowing Sumail to come in with a massive Sonic Wave. Ghost now jumps over, gets himself a couple of kills, and Extreme Gaming, I don't know about this game anymore. TPing home when you're already in your base from tier 3 to Fountain. Oof.
And that was the best part of that exchange.
GG, there it is.
Yeah, and this game is over, and that was also where we could see the silence of value, right? They jumped someone, global silence. That was a bait that they were dangling the Razor, but it doesn't matter. You can't cast spells, and beautiful play from Sumail. What a game he had. Dominating.
I have been a Queen of Pain hater for a while. I've whined to you about it. I have said I'm cursed. This is the first time I've seen a Queen of Pain win in a game I've cast in a long time. Feels so good. Finally, I can see the... Why has she been picked? Because she can do things like this.
Leave it to the king to show you the queen, man. He knows how to play this hero. Sumail on aggressive mid heroes is one of those things that I love to watch. He plays them so well.
Was that like the 3-card Monty, the little scam game they play on the streets? Yeah, the king shows you the queen, but the queen isn't here anymore. She's in your base, killing all of your heroes.
Felt like one of those scams for Extreme as well. They're like, oh, we can kill this, we can deal with it. Oh, no. Just tricked again.
Not a chance in hell. So Enigma Galaxy cementing themselves up the top, having already qualified for the next stage of DreamLeague. Extreme Gaming are now 100% down and out, if we didn't know that already.
Yeah, definitely. They are sadly going to depart, but what a performance by Enigma this group stage overall. Ending it with a 1-1 against Extreme, but that was a 1-1 where they are experimenting for Yamich, getting some of these different heroes in and practicing. I have high hopes, honestly, for Enigma going into this next stage, going into playoffs. I wonder what they can bring.
Yeah, and I'm super curious to see how it all pans out. Like, does Yamich stay playing with them for the rest of it? You know, does Omar come back if he's sorted out the issues he's had? I kind of, you know, there's part of me that kind of hopes that, you know, Omar comes back and they continue the run. And then the other part of me thinking, well, Yamich is showing such a good run of form, just let him play it out.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really know what's going to happen there, but, you know, best wishes to both Omar and the team, of course, but it's been an exciting turn of events to have Yamich play. I really like, you know, seeing him as much as I am a bigger fan of Omar in the team. I think Omar is amazing.
Well, there we have it. Our first series of the day all wrapped up. Nigma Galaxy taking that 2-0 and looking pretty hot at DreamLeague Season 26. And again, sad to see Extreme Gaming go in such a fashion, knocked out. But yes, I mean, still qualified for Riyadh. We'll see how that all plays out and what happens with them, as we'll take a quick break and come back with an interview with one of the Nigma Galaxy team members. Welcome back, everybody, here as we take a quick pop back into view to talk to you about DreamLeague Season 26. We've just witnessed Nigma Galaxy taking that series over Extreme Gaming. You know, a little chance for Extreme with that first game victory for them, but then Nigma Galaxy just walloping them in Game 2, Waga.
Yeah, very, very impressive. Game 2 was just one-sided from the start to finish there. Played some really good laning stage. The male just took over the game entirely, and the ganks just always worked out for them. Whereas Extreme, they were kind of on the back foot, tried as they could to turn it around, but didn't really have a solution to this one.
Yeah, it was a cool draft with this, like, Ursa first pick, Quap last pick, you know, remnants of past drafts with Shadow Shaman, Silencer covering. It was a real nice showing from Nigma Galaxy. And we've got an interview lined up for us as well, as I believe we've got Kuroki on the line to have a chat with us about the win that we just had by Nigma Galaxy against Extreme Gaming. Ring, ring, ring. Here he comes. Join us, will you? Kuroki, congratulations on that second game victory. It looked very good for you guys, and it's so nice to see Nigma Galaxy back up near the top where you belong in this group stage in particular.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So first up, I wanted to ask, Yamich standing in has looked very good, especially on Tusk. Today you decided, you know, no Tusk bans, no Tusk picks, to pick him some new, different heroes. Was that like a conscious decision to get him more comfortable with new heroes in the team?
Yeah, kind of. Since we didn't really have time to practice with him, so need to explore some options, and we secured our second place in the group at least. So yeah, it was an opportunity I had to take. Yeah.
Very cool. And game one, it seemed kind of challenging against Extreme Gaming, the speed at which they were playing. What do you think the kind of faltering was with the draft or the play that happened in game one?
Frankly, I believe we underperformed a little bit. We stabilized the game around minute 10, 11, 12. But the Caudal Storm is just a very strong combo. It can speed up the game. We played against it yesterday already, against Bad Boom. I think if we played a bit better, we would come back into the game, because there was a stylistic matchup of the drafts. Like our heroes, they will scale well into mid-game. They have some tempo on us with Pango Storm, but they finished the deal. It happens.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, well done on that series. I wish to use your knowledge a little bit here to ask you a question. So we see historically, you're a long-time drafting expert, in Dota, and maybe you can shed some light on how in the pro scene nowadays, sometimes we have these cold opener carry picks, which historically has been very rare, right? Normally carry is left a little bit later. But generally, we still see a lot of priority on other, flexible heroes. But sometimes we see these Ursas or Morphling just straight out the gates. Can you talk us a little bit about why sometimes we just see, like here, for instance, the Ursa first phase?
Yeah, we saw the Darkseer pick on 8, and I'm like 99% sure it's gonna go on the offlane. So it's easy to just pick the matchup, basically. It's quite simple, actually, in that sense. It would be dangerous if they would play like Darkseer mid, for example, like we do. But I didn't really see that XM will do it. So I thought it's gonna be on XXS. Ghost was a bit worried, but I just told him, just do it, it's fine.
Yeah, it worked out really well for you guys in that game. I mean, nice to see a little bit of a throwback to an old combo as well. While they didn't lane together, the Shadow Shaman, obviously quite strong together with it. Nice pairings, good synergy between them. But thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, one more question from my side. We've seen, Nigma Galaxy, kind of suffer for periods in terms of performance and getting results, but recently you guys have looked incredibly hot. Has there been a noticeable, is there something that you've changed or the team has changed that you think has been one of the routes to this success recently?
I mean, we're always working hard. I feel like we are the whole season kind of like a top 8 team on average, but sadly we are inconsistent here and there. So I think we can take games from anyone, for sure. And if we become consistent, I think we can be real tier 1 team, like the top 4, top 5. But my players have the capability, they have the skill for sure, and we've been just working on becoming more stable and consistent. Just the game is hard, the competition is hard. There's so many good players and teams right now. So while we are trying to improve, everyone else is also improving at the same time. It's kind of like who's running faster type of scenario.
Do you think that... sorry, DDM.
No, it's not finished.
Do you feel like when it comes to this, because everyone is working so hard in the team, do you feel like it's easier or harder when a patch goes long? Do you think it's easier for you guys to work with new information, like try and process that? Or is it easier to try and figure out when we go deeper into a patch? Do you think any of those favor you?
For sure, new patch favor us. I believe that. I think we're good at picking up things quickly, and I think the whole year we've actually set a lot of meta and picks. I think we're good at that. I think the longer it goes, it favors teams who are more database. Things are quite different nowadays than back then.
Yeah, it's become more analytical, right? Almost like chess with
poker.
Learning, yeah, exactly. Learning the move.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in the old days when we played a tournament, when I played a lot of tournaments with the guys, you had to adapt a lot during the tournament. And that was always my strength and some other players' strength. But nowadays it's more set in stone.
Well, when you were playing, you would have, Starlad or a patch would drop in the middle of the grand finals or something. You'd have these moments where you have to adapt in the middle of a series, right? Nowadays, a bit more time.
Yeah, I think it's more fun when we get more patches for sure, for everyone.
Yeah.
Because things get stale. I think in the last years, some things have been stale. I mean, there's some obvious examples in balance, I think. I mean, you guys watch so many games. You probably see like Furion hits 25 of his 3 and it's like, why are we still watching that? For like 1 year, it's enough. We can move on, guys.
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
Yeah, there's a few things that they have on the checklist, right, to fix perhaps, but I would agree with you. More frequent, gameplay updates would make it a bit more spicy and reward people who can creatively adapt to the situation. So hopefully we'll get something soon. Maybe we get something before EWC.
Yeah, maybe. Well, Kuro, thank you so much for your time. It's great to see you guys performing again, where you belong at the top of the group. Hopefully more success to you and the boys in DreamLeague.
Good luck further.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, we weren't expecting Kuroki to pop on. It's so nice picking the brains of, an OG player, now coach and drafter for Enigma Galaxy, succeeding at the highest level. Having players like, Kuroki or like no one we talk about on Paravision, right? Being one of the old guard that is now flourishing yet again. It's just so nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, Kuroki, what a character he is. He's a lovely person to interview and to talk to in general. I remember one time we sat and had a talk at one of the TI hubs, TI5 hub, I think. And, I talked to him about like how QPAD Red Pandas, like the failure that it was. And he's like, nah, man, don't think of it as a failure. You guys all achieved something. I look at all what you have done. He's always great at lifting morale. I think that's important to have in a team as well.
It's like every failure is like a stepping stone towards success, right? You've got to fail before you can succeed in any matter of life. But that wraps it up for us, Waka. We're all done with the group stage here for DreamLeague Season 26. We do have more games on this stream, though. Don't go anywhere. We've got a couple more games here for you. One more series with Ricky and Zach taking the reins. And, of course, multiple other streams going on at the same time for DreamLeague. Next up, I believe it's Falcons against Na'Vi Jr. as the next one up. Waga, any closing words, any predictions or anything like that before we all say goodbye?
Oh, I think, Falcons, they had a pretty rough time here early on throughout the groups. But I think that this is the final moments here, fighting up against Na'Vi Jr. This is where they can secure themselves the upper placement. And I believe that they're coming back stronger. Started out weak, but I believe in the Falcons.
We'll see if they can do it. Stay tuned. Make sure to watch the rest of the Dota. We'll see you all next time.
Have you ever wondered how our homely Rasta the Shadow Shaman came to be? How a simple hill troll discovered powers that would allow him to fight against wizards, monsters, and soldiers? We know the answers. So join us as we open the books of lore and embark on a new journey in Tales from the Lorekeeper. Episode 2, Rasta the Shadow Shaman.
When I saw you walking by, something about you caught my eye. Yeah, ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. Ooh, so you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song. Been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago.
Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You never stop loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. comes up. We do a dance in the dark. Down the hall, pictures fall. Even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart. Every artery, a part of me. It's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah. I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then wicked smile. You know I can't help myself. But play around with me for a while. Keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Welcome back, everybody, here to DreamLeague Season 26. We are at the last day of the group stage 1 here. It's been a lot of fun, but we've got one series left for you and I, Zach, and it is going to be Falcons versus Navi Jr. A little bit of an early start for you and I, but how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. There's nothing better to wake up to than Dota. So here we are. Let's see. This tiebreaker kind of games. It depends on how everything goes. So it's no guarantee if just one team wins or not, but you absolutely want the 2-0 to minimize the chance you get eliminated here.
Yeah, I mean, for anyone who is watching the break screen there, Shopify just lost their chance at a tiebreaker and will now be eliminated from group stage 1. So a must-win game from them. They were up very much in that series, in that game. I think they were up like 15 to 20,000 gold at one point. End up losing to Aurora, and that means they will finish that group stage 1 at 7-7 and lose their spot in group stage 2. So it's going to be Aurora Gaming, Nigma Galaxy, BetBoom, and Liquid from Group A that will qualify. And we're here in Group B. We're finishing things off here. And like I said, we're going to be covering Falcons versus Na'Vi Jr. I mean, 2nd through 6th, these games are going to be very close.
Yeah, your fate's not completely in your own hands for some of these teams, especially towards the end, like Na'Vi Jr., which we're watching now. But if you get at least a 2-0, that's your best shot at hoping for a tiebreaker. And there's a decent chance because, you go 1-1 in what is clearly a very close group. Maybe another team gets 0-2'd in like an upset, right? Then you've got your chance. So you're gonna have to bring your best game forward versus Falcons, which is sitting at 6-6. So they're not safe either, but in a better spot than Na'Vi Jr. And I would say they've been looking a little stronger, but I mean, it's 1 game difference, so can't rest easy.
I mean, Na'Vi Jr.'s taken some games off of some pretty good teams. They 2-0'd Gaming Gladiators, which I think a lot of people were surprised by. But then they also took a 0-2 against Edge, right? So there's one of those things where you're just like, it depends on who shows up, like which team shows up, right? Because they don't have, they've been trying some different things, right? Some different supports. When we covered them yesterday, we were kind of confused maybe by some of their picks, but, or was it yesterday? That was yesterday, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. I can't remember.
Forgetting the exact day. We covered Falcons yesterday, though. I'll tell you that. And yeah, Falcons was doing their typical, mostly tried and true heroes. They're not all in the greatest spot in the meta. They're all, I'd say, like viable, and that might be part of the reason that Falcons is not at the top of the group. Sticking to some of their comfort heroes that are maybe not the best, but still making it work in at least 50% of their games so far. So we'll see what they bring today.
Looks like we do have a spotlight here for Malrine. So let's go and take a look at what he's been up to here so far lately. I mean, he is one of the most fun players to watch on this team. Definitely very aggressive with his heroes at times, but also just an insanely wide hero pool. I think this is the one thing that like everyone loves to highlight about Malrine. So maybe people are tired of hearing it, but the fact that this dude has like 10 Grandmaster heroes or something at this point is like absurd to think about, because I'm not even remotely close to a single one.
That said, I think he's mostly been playing Pango and Earthshaker at this tournament, but you're right, you never know, and you got to be careful when you play against him that he might pull out one of his we'll call it comfort heroes, but like you said, pretty deep pool, so maybe they're all comfort heroes at this point. Maybe Patch around the corner, who knows? So if Falcons makes it to Group 2, maybe a Patch comes out and some of his heroes get a big buff. Na'Vi Jr. maybe hoping for the same thing, because we were not impressed with their drafts. Like, the idea is there, and if it was a different patch, I'd be like, this is an awesome draft. But especially some of the supports they've been playing, like Snapfire and Nyx, not really the strongest right now. So that led to kind of some like iffy games. Since then, I saw that they did start picking more normal heroes, for the current patch, and they are at 5 and 7. So it does seem like they're adjusting to what they tried, and I gotta respect that. You try something, you think it's gonna be good, it's not. It's like, oops, we were wrong. But they do seem to be adjusting. Hopefully it's fast enough to take it versus Falcons here, lest they get eliminated.
Yeah. Well, let's just jump right into our draft, starting things off with a nice yawn there. Really ready for the game, we love to see. No, I think I'm with you. I really hope to see kind of a more standard draft from Na'Vi, but at the same time, if they really have faith in one of their like kind of off-meta picks and it's a good game for it, I think maybe try it. We saw that happen yesterday with like a Death Prophet, and we're like, it's a really good Death Prophet game, and then just fell completely flat against Falcons. So we'll see what ends up happening there. My eyes are going to be on the Timbersaw. I feel like this is Falcons' most impactful hero right now, so if they do manage to get their Timbersaw, I think they're going to be in a happy spot.
If they grab it, it's usually more towards the second phase. So if you don't want to ban it out now, that's understandable. But you definitely have to keep it in mind as you pick some of your own cores, especially if you're revealing like 2 melee heroes, especially strength heroes. That's where you gotta have those alarm bells ringing for the Timbersaw coming out. It looks like a lot of our most banned heroes, I mean, at most, you can ban one more, so
Bristle,
at least 2 are slipping through. Yeah, I would say Bristle's pretty good for them.
This is like Amar's favorite hero, and he's drafting right now. So there is no way he doesn't take Bristle back. Snake King with just a smile on his face. He's like, all right, I mean, we get Amar Bristle, have fun.
Amar was probably there's like, Bristle, 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 Bristle. He's like, I know, I'm gonna take it. Let's see what they want to respond with. Beastmaster, I think, doesn't have the greatest lane versus Bristle, so I'd understand if they go for something else. They actually go for the Morphling pretty early, but a winning matchup into Bristle in the long run, I would say. You just have to make sure you get there because Bristle has a much earlier timing than the Morphling. So you need to pick some strong laners and active heroes to make space for the Morphling.
There's still a lot of really strong supports in the pool right now because we've been seeing all of these core bands, right? So we see the Ancient Apparition band, but we still have the Shadow Shaman and the Ringmaster available. Tiny band now. Dude, I can't believe Sand King is still in as well. 39% win rate on 38 picks for Sand King. That's kind of surprising to me. What's going on there?
I mean, he is being picked pretty early in a lot of these drafts, so a lot of time to counter pick him. It is a bit surprising. I'd have to look further into it though, because it might be one of those things where, oh, this is a good Sand King team. You know, you just always ban it versus them. And then versus a team that is not as strong with the Sand King, doesn't understand the hero as well, you're like, yeah, let them have it. And they're like, oh yeah, Sand King's a good hero, but if you can't play it to its maximum effect, then you don't have that same level of play with it. But I didn't do a deep dive into all the teams who got to play Sand King. But that is something. That's something that, you look at any tournament data, and you'll see some surprising stuff. You'll talk about like, this is the most broken hero, 45% win rate. And you're like, how does that make sense? Sometimes the data is, data doesn't lie, but it can be misleading unless you look into it. Some would say that's my job as an analyst, but I didn't look into Sand King, so. Tinker is still in the pool. If you want a strong support that'll get you drag out the game, I wouldn't mind Tinker. Jakiro, also pretty strong.
Ringmaster. I think it's like Ringmaster is still there too, and the Shadow Shaman. So they go the Shadow Shaman first.
I mean, you can be Shadow Shaman 4, so that's fine. Some flexibility with the 5 and 4, but I don't actually think Shadow Shaman Morphling is the strongest lane. And I don't think he's that good at dragging out a game in terms of wave clear, but he is active. So just him alone is okay with me. We're gonna need another support to back that up. For Falcons, I mean, Keeper is available. I think really, really strong pairing with the Bristleback. Lion, Shadow Shaman at home. We saw them go for this after every other support was banned out, but turns out maybe they just like the hero because there were tons of other supports available. The instant catch is very good versus a Morphling, and you can mana drain into the Bristle, so it's sort of like Chakra Magic, but maybe a fourth as good.
It seemed pretty good against the Shadow Shaman yesterday when we were watching this. Shadow Shaman goes for a Shackles, and then you just have Hex or Spike, right? So it's kind of like whoever goes first is the one that's gonna get punished. Tusk, okay, a little bit of a snowball save. They actually have several options to get people out of the Shackles now, which I think is really important.
just as strong. You can swap these two heroes around as well. So depending where Bristle goes, depending whether they're offlaner or carry, they pick some good aggressive potential there. If it is with the Bristle, for example, that could be very scary. Nasal Goo plus Tag Team is going to be a ton of physical damage. Yo, I like that color matching green straw he had with his green and white Falcons jersey. That's good.
Yeah, I missed it.
I'm sure it'll be back. He'll stay hydrated.
Okay.
Too fast.
Timbersaw in the Ringmaster for Na'Vi. Okay. So the Timbersaw, pretty good against the Tuska and the Bristleback. Also, taking it away from Falcons is really nice. I don't think they were going to go for it since they already have the Bristleback, but it's definitely something they could take if they really wanted.
You never know with these guys.
Yeah, into a Morphling as well. It wouldn't be that great of a Timbersaw game. So I think it just is something that they want to take for themselves. Looks good. Dressing up the chair there.
His own color scheme matching.
It's like, yes, this is our Medusa. Okay.
Question is that offlane Medusa or carry Medusa? I'd say if it's, I guess it doesn't matter for Morphling. I was about to say usually like carry Medusa, you have to be more worried when the enemy has ways to make illusions of you, but Morphling is like in a similar vein, but he doesn't actually care what items you have, so I guess it doesn't matter if it's offlane or carry in terms of if you wanted to become Medusa and get like the free split shot on everyone.
I feel like it's going to be the carry Medusa. Because it plays well in a Timbersaw, right?
Yeah, I think you want it to match into the Timbersaw, and I think it just fits the comfort of the players a little bit more, especially the Bristle for Amar.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of my thoughts. Like, if I'm Team Falcons and we pick a Bristleback and Amar is drafting, I feel like he's taking Bristleback and he's not even letting the discussion happen on whether or not that's being flexed somewhere else.
I was thinking Puck could be good in case this is a Timber mid. You won't get bullied out, but it's also just good catch in general for the Morphling. It is a little scary into the Shadow Shaman instant hex, but the follow-up is Ringmaster, which is not always the easiest. Though sometimes the Puck into Morphling matchup can be scary because like you threaten the Morphling, but once he can copy you, he also threatens you. So it's actually a little bit of a volatile matchup, but respecting it out.
Hiding in the trees, then gets that morph into the Waning Rift. Just hello there. So Sand King is still available.
I wouldn't mind if Na'Vi Jr. takes it, I think, but I think for Falcons, well, I wouldn't be surprised if they do it anyways, but into the Sand King's a little scary, and then Morphling getting Burrow Strike is also something kind of scary to give, because then you're just like, waveform, Burrow Strike, attack, Sandstorm, now I waveform over here, attack, now I Burrow Strike over here. You're like, suddenly you have so much mobility, and although you have a Lion and a Tusk, the other two heroes don't really provide consistent lockdown, and they actually just want to either stand and fight or be the one chasing you. And if you actually have so much free mobility on the Morphling, it's actually difficult to deliver your damage.
Oh my god.
I do like that.
Was
banned. Completely forgot. I do like that. Even though I think it's fine into the Bristle, or like Bristle's fine into it, you could have put it in a different lane and then still push the tempo. Falcons will go for the Sand King.
Poggies.
Making me
Good
look
hero.
like a fool.
Got him.
Got him.
It's just so much magic damage, and sometimes you need that for the Timbersaw, right? Like, even though you have like some pretty good damage from your other heroes. A lot of it's physical, I think, because it should be carry Medusa with offlane Bristle. All right, the Abyssal Underlord. I'm trying to think how that matches into a Dusa Tusk lane.
I don't think
feel like
Dusa
it should be
Tusk will
pretty
be able
good.
to
do that much to it. Yeah. The Firestorm doesn't do that much to Medusa either. I think you're more depending on your high right-click damage compared to Medusa's and just try to get a lot of denies. And going back to Morphling needing a little bit of time to come online, I think Underlord is one of the better at dragging out a game. You know, you just plant him in front of the tower that they're trying to push, drop the Firestorm. The Pit and Firestorm, very good versus the Bristle and the Sand King. It's still a little bit unconventional compared to some of the more meta heroes, but I'm liking this Na'Vi Junior draft way more than the last time we saw them.
Yeah, I actually completely agree. I think last time we saw this, we were a little bit off put by both drafts, like both games. It was against the Talon series is what it was. Now, I will say that was the series where Talon literally looked the best that we had seen them. So it made the drafts look worse than they actually were. It's hard to say, or maybe the drafts made Talon look better, right? You can't really know. Like, Dota's not in a vacuum. But I do like these drafts quite a bit. Very straightforward. They get a lot of lockdown here from the support duo on Na'Vi. They've got good scaling. They have great tempo early between the Timbersaw and the Underlord. I think they've checked a lot of boxes. I do think you're against Amar's arguably most successful hero in the recent last few months, which is the Bristleback, so you got to be a little bit scared there. And we'll see what they can do to actually address the Medusa, who in the carry position, we've been seeing more and more of this Manta Maelstrom into Aghanim Scepter and going for the late game scaling that way. I don't know if you need it this game, but you might still just go for it anyway. Ooh, violins. That's nice.
Holy Shrine.
I like this.
Yeah, for someone's funeral coming up here, you get 2-0'd, you're out.
Great stuff there, Zach. You know, we're here to celebrate the death of one of these teams today. Welcome, everybody. It is
the dreams
game
are
one.
going in the grave.
It is Falcons versus Na'Vi. I like it. The music's been on point this event so far. It's gonna be sad when we're no longer here and all we can do is watch, but it'll still be worth it.
You'll think back to violin music.
Wrap around from Falcons. Trying to crush some dreams early. Oh, never mind. They get a nice Earth Spike, though. Shackles from Zayak and first blood for Aniku on the Timbersaw. Okay, that's a pretty good start.
Yeah, especially in the mid lane versus the Sand King. Now, you should be able to do some bullying there. Though Sand King won't be completely shut down, just the nature of the hero. You've got good farm speed, so you just shove in the mid lane, go stack some camps. You still get a decent blink timing to deliver the initiation and magic damage you were talking about. But the lane will be a little tricky into the first blood of Q. And I love this smoke down here. Dude, if you kill Snaking again, hilarious.
I was going to say,
they should have baited
how
that
funny
bounty
would
route.
it be if they kill him twice? Instead, they're looking for Skitter. Zayak should get in range for the shackles, and he does. Impalement arts to follow into the body blocks. The blood grenade. Hold up. An even bigger kill.
Mangoes.
I mean, can you afford to pop both mangoes right now? That would be a disaster. He just dies. 2 kills for Niku in the mid lane to start off this game.
You could use them, but I think you would be TPing to lane with like no mana, and then
exactly,
you'd have to be so scared. So he decides to just die, save him, and come to lane. But that is a great start for Na'Vi Jr. And that kill went to who? The Underlord?
No, that one went to Timbersaw.
Oh, Niku
Both
got
kills
two?
went to
Oh my
Timbersaw.
goodness.
Yeah.
He's got his
So your
bottle already.
Mid Timber starts the game with 600 gold in the bank.
Huh. That really changes things, doesn't it?
Well, we'll see if it does. A lot of times, if you were to tell me that... Okay, here's a question for you, Zach. If you were the mid lane right now, and your team just fed 2 kills to your lane opponent, what would that feel like? How are you gonna respond?
I love an extra challenge. I'm sure Malrine is excited about this. I would also say, though, that Malrine is a much more experienced mid laner, right? We talked last time that Na'Vi Jr. is a pretty young team. They've actually been playing together for like a year or 2 or so at this point, as kind of like the training coming up team. But in terms of tier 1 competition experience, this is some of their first tournaments at this level. So even with that advantage, I do think Malrine, like, he's gonna stay calm, cool, and collected, right? He knows he's done this a million times.
Mid laner, by the way.
His team. For what?
You said that is the wrong mid laner we're talking about here.
What did I say? Did I not say Malrine?
You said cool, calm, and collected. That's Quinn, bro.
I was talking about Malrine. Come on. Look, he's doing fine. He's shoving in the lane, getting his last hits, and then just at some point he'll do some stacks. He'll be okay. He ain't Grandmaster on a million heroes for nothing. He's played many a game where his team's fed 2 kills to the enemy mid.
Falcons in the pregame comms are like, hey, Malrine, wouldn't it be really funny if we just died to your mid laner? He's actually crushing CS. 19 and 2 already, and he will have stacks, like you said, to come back from. The main thing is what Niku can do with that early gold, like if he's able to actually transition it into like some early ganks. But if he ends up falling really far behind in the CS, we might not even see much of a lead coming out from the Timbersaw here. Bottom lane, snaking in some trouble. Snowball's gonna buy him a little bit of space. Hook, the Lotus, it went to PMA somehow.
Could have saved his life, though I think he might die eventually to Skitter anyhow.
Yeah.
But you get the kill. You get the kill on Zayat first, so I think they're going to feel okay on Falcons. It's not that big of a deal, like support for support. The important thing is Medusa is still farming.
Oh, yeah. They're not having the best time farming in the Underlord lane, which is interesting because they picked the Underlord into this, knowing what they're going to be dealing with. Oh, that's going to be a big shackle as well here inside of the Firestorm. Try to do as much damage here back towards snaking as they can, but instead they will just snowball aggressively. Foul play. Again, procs, but again, he goes down to Skitter.
He just
overestimating their damage
as well.
Yeah.
So now you have to walk back to lane. He at least has the boot, so it'll be faster, but more space over to Medusa. Yesterday we saw Falcons play Medusa. It ended up being like an hour-long game, and they had trouble delivering Medusa to the enemy, or vice versa, however you want to phrase it. But Skitter was very farmed on that hero, and with a good start and perhaps another kill onto PMA. How did he get that? Not snaking, ridiculous. This is he's gonna be doing the same as last time. Like, the CS is suffering a little bit, but he's getting a lot of gold for these kills.
This is a really rough start now for the side of Na'Vi. Yes, you got those 2 kills early on, but there's Skitter already at 3-1. The Shadow Shaman can't really come help this lane anymore, and PMA, I don't see him surviving the bottom lane either. Top side, Amar also getting aggressive here, trying to chase down the Ringmaster. 4 Nasal Goose stacks will make quick work of him. Now Juice does get a return kill. And Tusk, okay, ends up dying in the bottom lane, gets found out by a ward. Juice will TP out, dodge out any sort of chase.
He's still being chased here. And King. Oh, he definitely sees the Burrow Strike.
Okay, I'm surprised. I thought Juice was just out. But I guess not.
I mean, he chose to come to the tower, and Amar was at the tower. He's got the nasal goo, so he's able to just chase the Morphling for a while. If it was just him, I do think Morphling would have made it out, but Shan King already rotating up, and now looking for even more Riddies on the Ringmaster. I
mean,
Gonna
this is a
dodge
huge
the
kill.
trees for a little bit, but
He just TP'd back up here and is going to die again. Falcons just putting in so much pressure already. So you now have to Walk of Shame the Morphling. You have to Walk of Shame the Ringmaster. We already saw that happen with Zayak in the bottom lane, but we'll see what they can do around the Timbersaw because he's now level 6. He's the highest net worth. He's kind of the hero that you need to make plays around. Crit will be seen on this ward. We'll dig up a water rune, get a clarity delivered, so he has a little bit more ability to fight here. I feel like he might know there's a ward behind the tower there.
Didn't have to use Epicenter, so they were trying to see if they could get this Timbersaw playing so aggressive. But good pathing from him, gets him out. Wisdom Shrines going even for both teams. I see a lot of stacks in the Radiant Triangle already.
Yep.
Curious who they're gonna give that to.
Sand
in the
King.
In the past, we'd see it on the Bristle, but he's going a much more like utility Bristle right now. He's got the Blade Mail queued up. I'd be open for Sand King to get that blink early. Skitter's also having a really strong start, and I mean, if you gave him a bunch of stacks, I don't know if you'd ever catch up to this Medusa.
So, are you surprised it's the Seeing Red Bristle as opposed to the Snot Rocket?
I am a
We didn't really
little
talk
bit,
about it, but
I will say that into a Morphling and Timbersaw, two very mobile, very high armor heroes, I can kind of understand why Snot Rocket is maybe not as good, and the Seeing Red scaling potential might be a little better.
Yeah. I thought like with the Medusa, maybe you'd rather have like the AoE goo, because in the fight, like maybe you get enough minus armor for it that it, you know, amplifies the Medusa's AoE damage even more, but yeah, I think you might be right. Just play it more as like a greedy core, which does fit Amar's playstyle. They're currently up 3,000 gold. The top tower is dead, and I am curious what his item build is going to be. Like, typically it's just rush the Aghanim Scepter, but like you said, going more utility, has the Blade Mail queued up. At least for now. Hex out, Zayak does find themselves a quick find in the river here, and it should go the way of Niku. It does. Timbersaw claiming himself his 3rd kill of the game. Dude, holy heck, is this blink fast for Malrine.
Yeah, he did end up doing the stack. Na'Vi Jr. tried to go invade, but it was a little too late. Malrine had already finished clearing everything, and then he was just doing some regular farming at that point. And this is my impression from Na'Vi Jr. in their last series. I like their ideas. I see in the draft, it makes sense. The plays they do kind of make sense. But right now, as part of reaching tier 1 level, feels like the speed at which you make these plays and the individual laning performances and all that, that is something where they are still working on improving, and part of the reason I think Falcons has a 2K lead here. We just saw, despite, you know, the early smokes not going their way, they essentially won the laning stage just off of outplays. They are going to lose an award instantly, though.
It's a bait. It's a bait. It's not a bait. He's already dead. It is a bait. They're going back in. They're going to look for the Timbersaw. They have the Finger of Death. The damage is all saved here by Reese on the Ringmaster, but it will end up going Malrine's way. As the Underlord comes in, a nice shackle onto the Medusa as well. The Blood Grenade just for safe measure. And, well, she gets the Stone Gaze off, but that is a big slug blocking your exit. PMA with a double kill and a beautiful body block.
I don't think they get that kill without that body block.
No, not at all.
Yeah, very nice.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this was such a nice initiation with the blink reveal.
Yeah, if Tusk could have gotten the snowball off, this would go a lot better for them. Maybe not expecting that full commitment when he walked up like that. Like you said, it might have been all a bait anyhow. So you do get the Timber, which was the most valuable hero for Na'Vi Jr. That's not too bad. But Skitter dying here in the end is not what they were hoping for. So a great rotation from PMA, getting in a winning fight mid, get a little bit of damage there, but now making his way back to the bottom lane, working on this tower. so that they can, I imagine, set up the Tormentor later on.
Also has gone Demon's Reach this game, so that little bit of participation in the mid lane gives him a ton of damage to play around. He's gonna help, like, be able to turn that into the tower, like you were saying, a little bit extra farm. On the other hand, Maureen just walks back mid, takes the mid tower away from Na'Vi. And they're gonna smoke straight north to Got the Juice. They really want the Morphling now. I thought like the first epi would go towards killing the Timbersaw since he's kind of like the tempo hero, right, on Na'Vi. But this time they want something else. Burrow Strike out. They do catch the morph, but already strength morphed, and he's gonna turn around. Impale comes out from one line onto the next. Hex as well, and Juice, well, he's gonna grab himself a very nice kill there.
I think you can epi the Timber. One, I mean, it just happens, so like you take what you get. But also, I don't think you actually need the epi to kill Morphling if you catch him at low health.
That's a really nice find onto the Bristleback.
Nice. Na'Vi Jr. starting to pick up the pace here. Second time we see a big rotation of heroes, and as long as you can get the mid tower, I'd say it's worth it. You do have to be careful about grouping up too often, but when you have an Underlord, you're not losing as much map efficiency since he's coming in with the Fiend's Gate anyways. They actually just don't even care to push mid whatsoever. Are they waiting for an item, perhaps?
I don't know.
Looks like a Blink Dagger's on the way to the Timbersaw, so maybe they just didn't want to push too hard quite yet.
Kind of surprised. He had 160 bonus damage on the Underlord there.
Yeah.
After that fight. I
feel like
man,
you could poke a little bit.
Yeah, it was going to be a lot of damage into the tower, just a few auto attacks. He also has a Vanguard, so he can tank for a while, but...
He's going for a pipe, and he's maybe halfway
still needs
there. Yeah, I don't know. Could have hit the tower a little bit, but... We'll see if this Blink Dagger is worth waiting for Timbersaw.
He's gotten the Kaya Blink, right?
Yes. And he's got an Ags queued up next. So he'll be pretty tanky coming up here. I was thinking about it. We were wondering if Medusa would do the same like Maelstrom Ags build. I kind of like the idea here because then you could also get Scotty, and I feel like that's really good versus all the cores on Na'Vi Jr. and you'd be applying it to everybody. And I do see the Maelstrom queued up as the Manta is being delivered, so does seem like that's going to be the idea. The Maelstrom procs will also be very good versus the high armor and the damage reduction from a Underlord.
Another smoke. I love the Aether Lens pickup here on Zayak. We always see this as typically one of the earliest items that people go for on the Shadow Shaman nowadays because like giving this hero extra cast range for the shackles, the hex, just from fog, like right like that. You just don't see this stuff coming. Long duration shackles with the Timbersaw right there. Crit comes in, but Juice gonna chase again, imitating the Lion, the Impale. Easy kill for him. Sets it up for Niku on the Timbersaw.
Good moves from Na'Vi Jr. so far. They're the ones bringing more heroes than Falcons to these fights. At the same time, this is something we've seen versus Falcons, which they're okay giving up individual parts of the map when they just split up and farm very efficiently. And we see that a little bit, even though it's 7-13, there's not really a goal difference. So the question is this enough? Because Skitter has been farming consistently through this. They're in position for the Tormentor as well.
Yeah, I feel like this Medusa is definitely going to hit a scary power spike with the Maelstrom and the Ags. It really, to me, is going to depend on what the Morphling has in response, right? Because he could also just, like, we don't really see it that often anymore, but imagine Morphling actually does build an Ags or something, and then, like, morphs into a Medusa. I don't think we would see it, but it would be kind of cool.
I like this trade for Roche. We talked about this the other day about how there's only a few heroes who can actually threaten this trade. Like, okay, if you guys are going to get Tormentor, we're going to go do Roche. Shadow Shaman actually is one of these heroes. Mass Serpent Ward nerfed against Roche a while ago, but can still do it if enough heroes come to help you, such as a Timbersaw who can just tank everything for you.
So, mid lane, they're going to try and bring down the Underlord, which, unfortunately for him, his pipe is so close to being done, but it is not quite there. And that magic damage will help finish the job. 2 kills for Falcons. And I think that gets crit his Blink Dagger, or at least very close to it.
200 more gold.
Blink. Okay, yeah, so that Tusk Blink Dagger is going to be here very soon. I don't know why I said crit. Snaking his Blink Dagger, but crit also
is
going for
not
a Blink
close. Tusk is not close. That one is
is it?
2,000
Okay.
gold away.
Okay, so he's a Blink Dagger away from his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, but the Blink line will be plenty to start. All you need is the Blink Hex to catch out this Morphling or Timbersaw without them being able to use their mobility. And you can chain stun the rest. You can snowball in after that, Burrow Strike, whatever. So you just need one to start. And you had the Burrow Strike anyways, but it'll be easier with a support having the option to go in. The Aghanim's almost done for Malrine as he finishes up clearing out this triangle. So that's pretty strong power spike for Falcons as well. And although Na'Vi Jr. got this Aegis, I think it's mostly a farming Aegis for the Morphling. I say that, they are pushing the bottom tower. Falcons doesn't seem to want to engage right now. Might just
Farming.
trade top.
The farming the tower Aegis. Yes.
Yes.
Still a farming Aegis. Manta done on his way to a butterfly. I had to read the Morphling Aghanim Scepter like 6 times to remember what this thing even does because, you know, ever since it got changed, like no one's really picked it because there was the time where it just is like, I'm stealing all of your stats. Good luck, have fun, right? And it was just the most anti-gamer, like most anti-fun Aghanim Scepter in the game. But now it's like the old morph, right? Where it just like creates an illusion that you can go back to.
Yeah, but now you gotta pay for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you remember the old morph who had that, but then it didn't differentiate? It wasn't like a watery version of it. It just looked like the hero, and you're like, is that the enemy axe? Or is that the enemy Morphling?
Yeah.
Surprise! Thought it was a weak support. Alright, going for the tower now.
I mean, they've still got 2 minutes on the Aegis. Juice feels pretty dang strong, but now that Falcons are back, they're showing they're going to leave. And Skitter's actually very close to being seen on a ward here, but he is already TPing. So really heads up move there from him.
Yeah, they're looking because they see the Manta illusions, so they know he was here, but yes, so far not going to find anything. I gotta say, Na'Vi Jr.'s pushing faster than I thought they would. They do have the Aegis, so that might be part of it. But they've been really good about using Serpent Wards off cooldown. I really like the way they're trying to play around it. I won't say trying, they successfully are playing around it up to this point. Yeah, they're really looking for the Medusa. They'll get a D-ward for their troubles. But Medusa is back in the triangle, safely working on her Aghanims now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's funny the last, like looking at what's happened with Medusa over the last like 2 months, right? Where everyone was like, wow, this hero is really bad, to then we find this offlane build of the Meteor Hammer and we're like, oh my God, this is a nightmare to play against. And now she's just back to being a carry with Maelstrom Aghanim Scepter.
Isn't that how Dota goes? It's always a circle, and always such a complicated game that within the first, it's funny how many people formed like a permanent opinion within the first week of the patch, despite Dota being such an insanely complicated game. So it's really easy to write off carry Medusa and just be like, move on. But I mean, it's still going to be strong in the right situations. That's what the draft is about, and why pro teams have to care a lot about prepping for it. Because if you can identify, okay, this hero loses 9 out of 10 games, but you know what the 1 out of 10 game is, then you take it and you win. So yeah, it's always cool to see heroes wrap back around to the same roles. Maybe that's not as interesting as it, as it started out as, but
I deal in absolutes basically, and so the moment the patch comes out, I make my decision right then and there, and I never change my mind. I think that's why I'm so good at this game.
Really good qualities for a
I
caster.
never learn. Yeah. 9 seconds left on the Aegis here. They got some good stuff done with it.
Twin Gate. They scan it too.
Uh-oh. Skitter. They know she's not back in the Twin Gate. Well, maybe. And he's just going to TP out. A little bit of a risky move there, but it works. That being said, he is not bottom to join his team, as Zayak as well as the Timbersaw are going to blink, are going to show up. Big shackles here from this Shadow Shaman. Pit of Malice, everything here to try and lock down Malrine. He is going to be able to turn it around for the moment, but yeah, Timbersaw. Easy for him to clean this kill up. And that's big because Malrine was really close to that BKB. Or did he finish it?
No, not quite yet.
He's not that close, okay.
Yeah, he has his eggs working on the BKB. And I think Falcons is playing it patiently. They know they'll be strong at that time. Like the Ags BKB on the Sand King, you're still waiting for the Aghanims to finish on the Medusa. You know, Amar working on, he finished Assange and Yasha, now gonna go for a Lotus. So they know their timing is a little bit later and have mostly just been splitting up on the map. This is where I am a little concerned for Na'Vi. I like the plays they're making. They bring the heroes using the Underlord. But then if you look at the map, like what they have gotten done, for all their rotations and winning fights, it's pretty much even on towers for Falcons. Like that's how good they are at playing the map and just pushing out other things. And they haven't been able to grow a gold lead despite getting the Aegis and pushing like that. That's the really tricky thing about playing versus Falcons, even when you have the global hero in the Underlord. So although I'm glad to see Na'Vi Jr. doing it, right? Not just stuck passive, not sure what to do. It does feel like maybe it's not quite enough yet versus Falcons, who are about to hit their timing, and we'll see if Na'Vi will be strong enough to stop it when that, I think the Aghanims BKB is when they're looking to go.
I feel like you just hit some pretty big power spikes on Na'Vi right now. You got the Butterfly on Juice. You just finished up Crimson Guard as well on your Underlord. The fact that he can join globally, I feel like you can definitely start making a play. I'm going to clear up the Medusa Illusions mid. Now they are smoked up. Malrine and Crit here maybe looking for Nico on the Timbersaw, but he will blink away instead. It looks like he wants to chase, wants to see if he can actually find some heroes here on the side of Falcons. Jumping in, Burrow Strike stolen, Juice on top of Malrine, and he just gets deleted.
That's what they're waiting for the BKB for. You just cannot enter these fights. You'll get locked down for ages, and then the Timbersaw will wreck you.
You go high ground.
His damage. I think you can. You can at least
absolutely
poke
go
at
high
it.
ground.
Yeah.
This is Butterfly Morphling. This is like, I can't tell you the amount of games of Dota that we've cast with a Morphling who gets Butterfly and then the game immediately ends. So this should be a full lane of barracks, maybe more, but we'll see if Falcons are going to be able to defend against this. He's sitting inside this Sandstorm doing a lot of work. The Hex does come out. No shackles quite out yet, but okay, they will clean up the Serpent Ward. So the ranged Rax dies, melee still alive. They do have the pipe still available here for PMA if they want to drop it. Bit of Malice is out.
Coming from the outpost.
Oh, that's a big epicenter. Comes through. It does connect, and the pipe's not there yet. They're going to get the Shadow Shaman. PMA, he will turn around with it now. The Wheel of Wonder, it does connect, but it does not actually taunt them. Snaking on the run. Stone Gaze trying to stay on top of Juice. He's got a Manta, but it's this Butterfly. They're just missing everything. They can't kill him, and they take down the Bristleback. You bought back here on the Shaman. It's time to turn back around and get aggressive again. They've got nothing left in the tank for Falcons.
Rather than go back mid, I think they might head bottom instead. You could push that. Well, they're kind of split on what they want to do here. All right, maybe they don't want to push further. I just thought you would. Like you said, you buy back on the Shaman, you kill the Bristle. But you also used your Serpent Wards, which helped you take the mid barracks in the first place. And we're also getting to the point where Roshan is potentially spawning. So, you know, you could push here. you overcommit, you throw, and then they suddenly get Roche, and you know you're in a good spot right now. You know, you just took. It was only the range barracks, but that's enough to keep that mid lane always pushing in your favor, right? You got yourself a good advantage. Next step is wait for Roche. Don't give that back to Falcons and let them into this game again.
We're about 25 seconds from Roshan, I believe. So if they manage to find this like immediately on Na'Vi and take it, that would be pretty massive because you're still 45 seconds away from the epicenter, which is a lot of Falcons damage. Now, as for the Medusa, I mean, she does have that Aghanim Scepter working towards the Mjolnir. We saw that in the high ground defense.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Ooh, Zayat blinks into Roche Pit to check just as it spawns. It's scanning pretty quick as well, though, so both teams will know it's up.
There is a Timbersaw potentially en route to break this smoke. Juice is not close, though, and you will need your Morphling. For now, they will back away, anticipating a Falcon smoke here.
Got the Juices like 20 gold away from his BKB. They don't want to start Roche until he has that.
Okay, that's huge then, yeah.
Unfortunately, because of the earlier fight, Sand King is still pretty far from the BKB. Like, Na'Vi Jr. has found a really nice window here where he talks about the timing Falcons wants to hit, and they are just short of that timing. You manage to find a good fight, break open the mid barracks. Looks like you're going to get another Roshan before that BKB is out.
Na'Vi actually just got so much. They got double BKB and Blink for the Shadow Shaman. So this is a pretty massive find or power timing for them, and we'll see if they can actually capitalize, find anything with it. Blink up onto the high ground. They've already got the Tusk, the Shackles. They're ready. They drop him. No, he actually gets interrupted. The Stone Gaze doing some work from Skitter as he's just laying into these heroes. A snowball gonna buy him a little bit more space. Malreen's taking out the second support. It's now up to the Tricore of Na'Vi to start cleaning house here. Amar trying to get away from Niku on the Timbersaw. He blinks forward. He has a little bit of help, but what a snowball. Or rather a shards to save him, block off the chase from the Timbersaw. If they get out of this, this would be a massive win from the side of Falcons, but we'll see. Juice hunting here on the Tusk, will find Crypt, but he gets the blink off. He's fine. And a full TP out as well from the Bristleback.
I can't believe Amar got out. Was that Snake King's? I thought Snake King was dead. Was that not the Morphling in the Tusk form? That might have been a misplay.
Oh, was it? You're right.
In the heat of the moment, I am unsure, but I think that might have been a unfortunate situation.
That was, yeah, that was definitely a Morphling shard, because I didn't see him morph the Tusk until afterward. Yeah, you're right. Niku
maybe you're walking back in.
Blade Mail is out. Yules get rid of the reactive armor, and now they're maybe gonna turn back onto this Timbersaw. We'll see if they can. And escape act, making some space in the fight here. Shadow Shaman looking for his entry as well, as he's going to jump up onto the high ground. The Shackles will grab themselves a nice start here onto this Tusk. They're going to buy back on the Lion as he dies. Wheel of Wonder off the mark, and Skitter just standing his ground here, taking them down one by one. They're just going to go ahead and be the Stone Gaze. They now turn their attention towards the Timbersaw. He's got a BKB available. If he even needs it, he's going to use it now. Turn back, try to bring down Snake King. This would be a big kill. Amar just chasing the Ringmaster to death here on the backside. Atos will buy him some space. He has so much kiting potential. Epicenter from Malreen, but the damage onto Juice is just not enough. He still has his BKB. He's just going to TP on out now. PMA maybe in some trouble here as well as the Timbersaw as they get caught from the Impale. Timber Chains on through, trying to find a kill onto Crypt, but there's going to be the figure. He gets a huge Aghanim Scepter proc. It's regenerating so much, but they still manage to finish the job.
It's been like 4 minutes of fighting up here to get Roche. They're just a little bit more focused on the targets for Falcons, I would say. Their target priority and how they moved around the fight got them just enough of an edge that ultimately, it's not even like they won a massive team fight of like killing 4 heroes to get Roche. They just kill enough heroes and force enough back that they finally get a chance to slip into the Roche pit, and thanks to the negative armor from the Bristleback, they clean it up quickly. So a long fought battle, but Falcons comes out ahead, and this Aegis will make sure they finally get the space to hit their timings. The Sand King BKB is officially online. It took him a while to get here, but he can actually enter fights without just dying immediately now.
Yeah. Wow. Very good stuff there from Falcons. I mean, you had to buy back on both supports, I believe, but ends up being absolutely worth it. And this is where we just keep seeing the Mjolnir, Aghanim Scepter, Medusa be so strong, right? Like, they try to take this fight even anywhere around her, and there's just like 5... There's a Maelstrom proc happening every single auto attack.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. Even into these tanky heroes, like the Underlord and like the Timbersaw, it's not the fastest kills, but you're consistently getting there if the fight goes on long enough, which we're seeing it go quite long. That really was like 4 minutes of fighting. What's Morphling going for after all that? He has a lot of money saved. It looks like potentially a Scotty, which Scotty will be strong against a lot of the cores. Not sure how much damage it gives him versus the Medusa.
Dude, I kind of want to see the Ags. I'm not even joking. I feel like in the fights, if you actually just take a clone of Medusa, it's a strong illusion. Like, is it not good enough? Maybe it's just too expensive for that. I don't know.
It might be the cost of it. Not a lot of people have been exploring Morphling Ags, so it might be like, on paper, you're like, oh, I think it could be good, but like, I don't know, I haven't really done it that much.
Then you spend 200 gold and it dies immediately.
Yeah, and you're like, oh.
Oops, my bad.
Yeah, maybe
don't worry,
we'll
guys,
see it come
just
out
stall
later.
it out.
Maybe we'll see it come out later. I can't. Yeah. Also, when it's like, do I take that risk versus what he has queued up, which is Scotty into Disperser? It's like, yeah, I mean, like, I can absolutely see the value of those items, and it feels way safer than this Ag, which I'm unsure on. Though if he were to go for it, I'd be, I'm up for it. I want to see it, but it might just be too risky and too hard to use for the price.
Yeah.
Medusa might also just kill it way too quickly.
Yeah, that's my thing. It does 100% outgoing damage, but it takes 300% damage. So it's one of those things where she might just kill it before it actually gets any damage out. But Skitter just having a great time on the high ground here, whittling down this tier 3 tower. Somehow that impalement art's hit. I actually have no idea. But he's just going to be trapped inside this pit of malice, taking so much damage, but it doesn't seem to matter all that much. Burrow Strike out into the impale, holding the Morphling at bay. And with this... Oh, wait a minute. They took a tower elsewhere. Where did they take a tower on Na'Vi? Was it wards? Yeah, wards on the tier 2 top. Okay, that's what it was.
Just trying to rat a little bit. Yeah, you can plant the Medusa in front. Not only does she have the Aegis, but she also got the Aghanim Shard, so you're not at risk of being shackled for a really long time. Unless, I mean, someone's got to break it first, but
that'll do
as
it.
long
There's
as
the
it's up,
hex.
you're relatively safe.
Lotus protecting her now as well. I mean, she's running out of steam here on the high ground, and, well, Morphling tries to finish the job. They just go in on Niku, chop her down, and now the question is, Wheel of Wonder into the taunt, but a big epicenter from Maureen into the backside, takes out the Shadow Shaman. Now, they will survive on the Ringmaster, but he's also pretty dang low. He's got to find his way to the low ground. He Burrow Strikes away. And yeah, Morphling out of mana, starting to struggle, needs to make his way back to the fountain. He will be able to. But your lane of barracks, it's exposed. They're going to pop the fortification here, try and buy themselves just a little bit more time. Amar does need to be careful here. So we could see the Timbersaw get back into the fight. A TP coming in from the Morphling. Who do they go for? They hold the racks. Somehow they hold the racks.
It's low, so if Falcons comes back, they could finish the job. But yeah, I do think Falcons is too worried about risking it without the epicenter and without the Aegis. They decided to just back off for now. Continue farming. It's time to go play the map as they like to do. Get the next set of items. Amar now going to go for the Aghanims. Pretty close. Not going on aggressively for the Shrine, though.
I mean, talk about aggressive. Your Shadow Shaman just dies on the high ground, and now they're going to try and chase for Amar, but he does manage to get away. Skitter is the one who might be in trouble, as a great Wheel of Wonder will hold him back as Zayak onto the backside tries to find Crit as well. Skitter, he's dead alongside the Tusk, and now Crit will join them. A massive win for Na'Vi, and well, Niku, I don't think he's gonna slow down. He really wants this crystal back, but Amar is very quick.
I'm not sure about going for that Wisdom Shrine while Sand Kings move into the left. It just became a numbers fight that they didn't have their team for. Maybe not expecting Na'Vi Jr. to make that play, but that cost them heavily. And now this is a Morphling who's pretty farmed, about to make it to your tier 3s. But they actually didn't protect the wave, so Amar's going to keep it off. I think this is such an important play. It is saving their barracks. You would have lost them.
They have a creep wave mid coming, and they do have Serpent Wards, right? Zayak did buy back for that fight, so Serpent Ward's now down. There is a fortification here from Falcons, but if you... I mean, you're going to lose easily one lane. He can go mid and maybe still tap the other lane of Rax before having to back here.
I think this is both, yeah.
He's just going to leave it to the Serpent Wards. Well, I say that. Serpent Wards, there they go. Yeah, that's going to be 2 full lanes of Rax here for Na'Vi. That's an absolutely massive win. A 4,000 gold advantage.
Ooh, kind of close. Kind of close.
50 health, 9 HP.
Oh, I don't.
Okay, now
I don't think the back. Oh, nice. Okay. I don't think the back Serpent Wards could reach it, so that was a little close. But in the end, off of that overextension on the Wisdom Shrine, Na'Vi Jr. now pick up the mid and bottom barracks, so a lot of map control going their way. Now they can pretty much just camp top for the last barracks, but also the Roshan, which should be up soon. So it makes their life a lot easier in where they need to ward. Well, I guess it depends how long the Roche spawn is about to be. It's right at that awkward time where it could end up being on either side of the map based on the respawn time.
Looking for the refresher on Maureen. He's not too far away. Like, it's definitely still within range, but again, you probably need to hold buyback with where the game state is right now. So, gonna slow down their item progression a little bit, as one bad fight could be the end of the game for Falcons here. Niku
Could
with
also
a shield.
be the end of the game for Na'Vi Jr., to be fair. Like, if a farm Medusa makes it to your base, she's almost done with her butterfly.
Okay, Riddy somehow surviving that initiation, but Amar will finish the job. It's going to cost Crit his life, so a trade 1-for-1. Maureen will BKB TP home Bristol back. Will be fine as well. Amar, a little bit too tanky potentially, as they will get themselves a quick D ward and head over towards the Roche pit, try to scout it out. It's still not up though. Skitter just popped the Manta. In some trouble here potentially. BKB out from Juice. Hex is there, but reflected thanks to the Lotus Orb. And now Amar trying to chase for Zayak, but he just gets full duration shackle instead. Amar needs to run, but in comes the epicenter. A huge find from Maureen. They're all dying. Skitter just ripping through these heroes as well. Niku, he's going to get the Aghanim Scepter off. Able to pop that BKB as well. He will blink and disengage, but what a turn there from Falcons.
Dude, that was insane. That was Epi Burrow Strike and the Stone Gaze connecting on 4 different heroes. That's a fight-winning combo if I've ever seen one. But unfortunately, Roshan's still not up. So we're going to see it, yeah, in the back at those stairs where everyone ends up funneled. when you have to come in or out of this fight. First grouping on the Medusa because she is, of course, so tanky, but turning around for the Bristleback. Bristle bait, actually, because here comes this Epi on 3, and then the Stone Gaze on every hero. Almost a full team wipe. If this wasn't Morphling with frickin' Ogre Seal Totem, once again, getting heroes out of trouble.
Dude.
That would have been an insane team wipe.
Did you see what actually killed Amar? He was gonna live. He was actually out. The thing that killed him is Skitter threw a what did he use? He threw Mystic Snake into a Lotus, and it reflected off his whole team and then nuked the Bristleback behind.
I didn't notice that.
As he was leaving, he was so out. Amar was so out, and instead gets owned by a Lotus Orb. That's
earlier
funny.
he got saved by Morphling's Ice Shards, you know, so it's balance. Saved by the enemy team, killed by your team, 1 for 1. Because it was a long Roche spawn, it is now going to spawn bottom. We're about to reach the max time, which is kind of crazy. Falcons already in position here. Smoke coming in from Navi Jr. Oh, this is really scary into the epicenter. This is Refresher epicenter as well. This is so dangerous.
They're going for the long distance wraparound, or just rush the base.
Yeah,
because
you can make Falcons go back.
They've got waves pushing in. They're realizing, like, wait a minute, guys, we're gonna get mega creeps. We need to go back to defend this. Yeah, wards are down. Juice already on to this tier 3 tower. Last fortification, but in comes the wraparound from Falcons. They're also smoking over, trying to get their hands onto this backline. Crit is there, just takes a ton of damage right away, but there it is. First epicenter out from Malrine. Will he find the kill, though? The supports, they're low, but not quite dead. The second Bro Strike up onto Riddies. He does not get away. Malrine gonna pop that BKB, get on out of this fight as Skitter trying to get a kill here onto PMA's Underlord. He's gonna get a little bit of help, but the Shard's actually blocking off Skitter, and now PMA tries to get away from Amar. For now, he's gonna be okay. That's a really nice fight from Falcons, man. 3 dead on Na'Vi. In comes... Got the juice. Gonna see if he can find a way to turn this back. Or oh my goodness, Amar just deleted by the Timbersaw. Malrine pops his epicenter. He gets it off. It's gonna get a kill onto Niku. Maybe down to 200 HP. Gets the Timber Chain away. Juice, he's out as well. How did they salvage this fight?
Timbersaw Morphling damage, man, against strength heroes. I thought this was Na'Vi sticking around too long. I thought push top to make Falcons respond and then actually get out. Now, some of that snaking walked into Yule's the Morphling to prevent the retreat, so partly forced by Falcons, but Na'Vi, I think, also sticking around too long, trying to actually take the barracks as opposed to just threaten it to make Falcons break their position. But then Falcons overcommits, thinking they've won the fight. Forgetting for a moment, the side of the map has a lot of trees, and Timbersaw got a ton of bonus damage into these melee strike heroes.
You want to guess how much that last Whirling Death did to the Bristleback?
Like 5 million damage?
That's a pretty accurate... No, it was 1,170 damage from one Whirling Death. That's pretty good. That's a pretty high amount of damage. Okay, oh, nice blink forward, aggressively looking for crit. Pit of Malice is down. The Aghanim Scepter with that second pit almost managed to find the kill onto Lion, but unfortunately Niku, he was stuck. Just continuing to jump further and further into the base. Gotta be a little bit careful. That's an amplified damage here on the Medusa. Zayak will dispel it though with the Yules. Nicely done. Pit of Malice down, looking for the Taz. Quickly deleted, and Skitter, well, he goes in aggressively instead, trying to do all the split shot damage, but need to be a little bit careful. Juice is here, role-playing as the Medusa himself, and Niku, well, gonna try and find Amar on the backline as he's trying to just zone out and make space for the rest of Falcons to get into this fight, but this Aegis will protect Morphling the first time around. He pops the Satanic, though, tries to get crit. He pops them with a big crit on the backside, and now Malrine with an epicenter, trying to just take down the supports of Na'Vi. They do manage to get the Shadow Shaman, but
out of mana.
Starting to run low on mana. It's looking rough here. He can't hold his ground, and just like that, Na'Vi get the big kill. Skitter dead for 100 seconds, but does have the buyback. Satanic to full heal the Morphling.
They want to play it safe. I mean, I get it. You can't afford to lose any of these games. Even winning the 2-0 doesn't guarantee that you move on. So they're going to take the proper steps, secure the Megas first in case they get pushed back here. But this is looking like a very difficult hold.
Big epicenter again here from Malrine, but you're going to lose Amar first. And, well, Riddy's with the Ogre Steel Totem. So much baiting potential and so much survivability on that Ringmaster.
Going for the win.
Yeah, they're going to try and end the game, but you do have this Aegis. And that is the Stone Gaze. Finger of Death as well. Should get the kill here on the Underlord. He does have the buyback. He does have the pit, the Fiend's Gate, if he wants to get back into this fight. And there it is. Fiend's Gate will find crit here for the moment. Nuku coming in after him. They get the second Pit of Malice down crit. Gets that life drain, but Juice finishes the job, but he's got his eyes on the prize. He wants that throne. PMA, Niku also try to do what damage they can here. They clean up another. Snake King is dead. And it's just Skitter watching as his throne will be taken. Na'Vi, a fantastic showing here as they will take game number 1.
A much needed win for Na'Vi Jr. Yeah, some excitement coming from the players. That was not an easy win. I'd say depending on how those fights go, it's very easy for Falcons to end up the winners there. But the Timbersaw, man, the damage coming out in some of those fights was so much. Especially that final fight where they overcommitted on the barracks the first time. It really looked like Falcons was about to win that fight, go get Roche, and run it straight down to Na'Vi Jr.'s base. But instead, it ends up being the win for Na'Vi Jr. after securing the Roche. And I gotta say, a lot of this, I really like the way they played around Zayat ultimate. I think if you don't set up the early game where you're taking so many towers with the Serpent Wards, you don't eventually get that fight where Morphling can immediately take base the barracks with the butterfly.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think they hit their timings so perfectly on Na'Vi this game. Like every time they got a power spike with the double BKB, it turned into a fight win. Just like you said, the first butterfly was their cracking of the high ground. They did everything right. You know, they were off to a little bit of a wonky start. They did get 2 kills on Aniku, but then the lane stage, Falcon started to pull quite a bit ahead. But as the game went on, definitely started to see some of the draft disadvantage with this Timbersaw, like you said. It's just too good.
Yeah, and the Sand King final pick, I think we mentioned in the draft, right? In the late game, you see the epicenters. They're awesome, right? Refresher, BKB, everything. But before that timing, he did have a lot of trouble entering the fights and ended up just dying in quite a few of them, which allowed Na'Vi Jr. to not even like fully build a lead because, you know, it was a pretty even game for most of this, but it's what gave them the ability to win some fights, push towers, and keep it an even game. And that was kind of the risk of picking the Sand King into the control that Na'Vi Jr. had, as well as the damage in general, but especially the Timbersaw, you know, can't forget that. Just, what'd you say, like 1,000 damage on the Bristleback in one of those
1,170 damage off that one whirling death, where we're just like, okay, they're chasing 2 heroes. Like, this looks really good for Falcons, and then suddenly Timber presses one button and Amar explodes. Like, I don't think I've seen a Bristleback die that fast in my life. Like in all of the Dota I have watched, I don't think I've seen a Bristleback go from full HP to 0 that quickly. That was shocking, to say the least. So very good stuff there. I mean, part of that might have been the 25 talent as well, the whirling death bonus damage from trees. Like, that's a pretty big deal, right, when he's sitting in that many trees. But great game from Na'Vi, very exciting one. And like you said, they do need a 2-0, so 1 step down of this 2-step plan. We'll see what happens as we're gonna go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 here of Na'Vi Jr. versus Team Falcons. Or will we?
the speed boost is actually really useful, I think.
I know it's something new, is Dota, and I don't know how good it's or not, but I think it's not bad at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's pointless. I think any map change can be cool, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse.
Yep, I like fishing.
我觉得有只因为能跑得很快啊，就可以更快的去刷野啊。
Maybe there should be more than one creep camp in the river.
哎，但是玩起来好像是会爽一点，可能有吧，我改了，可能有吧，玩起来会爽一点吧。
I think the new river is fun. It makes you fast, and being fast is fun.
I like the new. I agree. It's a good. You know, you're fast.
Sometimes it's nice, it helps. Sometimes it's a bit annoying, the enemy runs away too fast, but it's cool.
Sometimes it's too OP to run away. Maybe they should nerf it a small bit, you know.
Overall, it's not pointless. It's not stupid. It's interesting.
It's like just rush split like change, and it's I don't know it's good or not, but it's just change you can play.
I don't think anything changed.
You like it better now?
Yeah, I think so. I don't like the storm ping.
No, I think the Tom is cool. Maybe you're a hater because you don't get the first shot.
Yes.
It's just different. Balanced is a weird thing to say. I think it's nice that it's easier to like contest.
Yeah, I also like the new Russian position. I think it was better like this. The old one at the edge of the map was kind of weird because sometimes you just, you know, it's not even worth to go and contest.
Before it was like the team is doing Roche, okay, just let him be over there and do Roche. But now when it's more central, it's more likely that the enemy team will come and show up and fight you. And I think that's a good thing.
Like it often gives time or buffer for the other team to get ready on position, and is also just on a better space on the map.
是的，因为这边优美的时间点，天辉鹰眼都有不同的打盾时间，就是相对来说比较公平吧。
I'm not sure Dota need new hero because there's a lot of hero already.
Dota need to balance his heroes already, not need to bring more heroes to Dota, I think.
I don't agree. I like new heroes.
I think the pacing in Dota generally is good, where there's like one new hero every year.
Oh, I strongly disagree. Dota needs more heroes. There's so many good heroes in this game that died, where many people came from, called Heroes of New Earth, XIV as well. There's so many good hero concepts, let's just copy them. No, you don't need to think about anything, just bring all of these heroes.
I disagree in a sense, not with that there's great hero concepts that I would like to come alive, but I disagree in the sense that it's already become very difficult for the balance team to keep all heroes viable, and it's becoming like difficult for the pros.
是不需要了呀，他的英雄都像从英雄联盟穿越过来的一样，是不需要了。
Yeah, I think it's good how it is right now. Like just remember from many years ago in League of Legends that like every month or every 2 months there was a new hero coming, and that's definitely too much.
I just feel like the hero diversity is pretty small right now.
Yeah, so far it's just not worth it to, you know, spend a lot of time on trying to find really good new things.
It's just easier to copy what the best teams are doing, or like stick to some basic systems. Like some teams don't even practice that much during the regular season.
Probably not. There's a lot of games, I think.
I would say agree, the most complicated, but there's a lot of games out there, so I'm not exactly sure.
It's 100% more complex than CS:GO, I think.
I don't know, game is harder than Dota.
I heard a lot of times that there's a lot of games like StarCraft where you need a lot of APM and it's more harder than Dota 100. So I think Dota is not the most complex game.
If you compare with some of like team-based games, I'm sure Dota is like one of the most complicated.
Dota is the most complex game just because of how many heroes, how many items, you know, talents and all this stuff. It's getting more complicated, maybe too complicated even.
Out of the big esports games, it probably is the most complex. Like strategically, it's super complicated.
以前可能是，现在估计不是。
现在我感觉还是啊，因为现在加那个又是命时又是天赋，新手就玩家玩着就玩的会很复杂，就是要学很久。
更复杂，更复杂多了呀！星际争霸2绝对复杂。
It's very important for every guy.
For sleep, it depends everything: your health, your health status, and how you will play a game.
Yeah, I like my sleep.
I also like sleep.
I think it's pretty important. We do sleep for a very long time in our lives, and just to like recover and be refreshed, process some things. I don't know, it's very needed.
No, sleep's important. I play well when I have good sleep. I play bad when I have bad sleep. I feel good when I sleep well as well. So sleep is definitely top tier.
Sleep is the most important thing, dude.
不，一定要按时睡觉，早睡早起，好吧？
我觉得应该也是。
Bye, CM.
Bye bye, guys.
再见，再见。
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Welcome back, everybody, here to DreamLeague Season 26. My name is Cryptic here with the Quixotics. We are jumping into game number 2 of Falcons versus Navi Jr. here in a moment, and a very important game for both of these teams as we're coming down to the tail end of this group stage, and there is only one slot, I believe, left here in Group E.
Yeah, it depends how the Gaiman Gladiators versus Talon, right? Yeah, Talon series goes. If
Talon just won game 1.
Yeah,
So
so there's a whole
it's
bunch of
over
different
30
ways it could
wins.
end. It could, yeah, but between Gaiman, Falcons, and Navi Jr., there's a chance for either making it clean through or having to do a tiebreaker with one other team for that final slot. So either way, you need the win to be in that contention of tiebreaker or through. So here we go, game 2.
It's gonna be really close, man. I don't know exactly what's gonna happen, but say The only way tiebreakers happen, I think, is if Gaming Gladiators wins game 2.
Yes.
I think that's what has to happen, right? So Gaming Gladiators, if they win their second game here against Talon, then there's a guaranteed tiebreaker between the winner of this series and then Gaming Gladiators, right? So we'll see what happens as we jump into the draft here. So Navi Jr., like you said, now fighting for, if you're Navi Jr., you have to be very happy about the fact that you are very close to making it to Group Stage 2.
I mean, no matter what happens, I hope the team can be happy with with what they've done, because they are a roster of fairly young players. They've just started being able to join Tier 1 tournaments. Like, they've grinded out the qualifiers and haven't made it for so long. I'd say this team has been about a year or two old a little bit, right, at this point. So since Zayat joined, I think, like, right at the end of last year, I think in, like, December, they've been improving and starting to make it to these tournaments. So even if you don't make it in, like, I still think it's a great accomplishment. You know, they're coming in, showing they can take games off the top teams, and that, yeah, they got things to improve on, but the improvement has been there if you look at the history of this team. And I know it's going to be disappointing if they lose and then they get knocked out, but again, no matter what happens, I hope that they can at least be happy. Like, we're getting there, guys. You know, like, we keep up the grind. You know, we're gonna make it through in the future.
As we take a look at the first phase of bans, I think this is all the same stuff except the Ringmaster. This one's new. This does mean that the Bristleback is still in the pool again. They will instead ban the Medusa and take the Ancient Apparition. So yes, the last series, they banned Ancient Apparition, picked Bristleback. So they felt that was kind of one of the better answers to the Bristleback hero. It's pretty good here, considering that several of the cores that are really solid in the first pick are things like Beastmaster and Bristle, which Ancient Apparition does fantastic against, and now there's no Ringmaster to try and save them. So Navi Jr. will go ahead and grab themselves the Tiny instead.
The Ancient Apparition pick, because last time they did Bristle and then Navi responded with Morphling. So I mean, if you did the same stuff, like, we'd get the same opener. So they adapt it, and they don't pick the Bristle because either you could get the Morphling, or they could take the Ancient Apparition, which would have been good versus the Bristle. So I like this change. It prevents the Morphling pick. They, of course, steal the Tiny away, which is one of the best pairings with the Ancient Apparition, and pretty decent against it, just because if you find the Ancient Apparition, probably going to kill him on your own if you're having a decent game. But you still have to keep them in mind. Like, the Bristle could come out later still for Falcons. Now that you have the Ancient Apparition, you're not going to be so willing to take that Morphling. I mean, maybe we'll see it banned out. I think last time Navi banned out Ursa to protect their Morphling.
I feel
like this time you can ban out Bristle. Yeah, I'd be open to that too.
It's a little bit rough into the Ancient Apparition, but if you itemize like a little bit tankier early on, or if you manage to get to the Aghanim Scepter at a decent timing, I feel like it's okay. You get rid of the Shadow Shaman, really focusing up on some of the heroes that caused them the pain points last game. The support duo just banned out completely. There's going to be the Sand King, which we actually saw some really sick plays from Maureen, almost actually getting the job done.
Navi managed to hit a strong timing right before Falcons. I think it was like the BKB timing on Sand King, so able to just break the game a little bit at that time with the Aegis and the Barracks. It was still a close game after that, but that was very much needed. It helped set up the future of the game for Navi. Sand King could still be a lot of impact, so I can understand that ban. It would have been good with the Ancient Apparition. We might see the Shadow Shaman come out for
they banned
Navi
it, right?
Jr. again. Oh, sorry, you're right.
Yeah, they banned the support duo from last game. So
I like that because I think I think the way they played around that Shadow Shaman was really good, and I don't know if Navi Jr. has another one like that, because like we saw them play Nyx before, and I really don't like that. I really think Shadow Shaman is way better positioned than Nyx right now in the meta, and if they try to go for the Nyx, I don't know. We just thought have such a poor game. So
How
I hope
many supports can do what Shadow Shaman does, right? So much lockdown and the ability to just like take a tower if you're behind.
Exactly. Whatever it is, I hope it's another playmaker around Zayat. I don't know if he's the one making the calls, but if he is and he's playing the Shadow Shaman, it's much easier to direct. You know, it's like, hey guys, I have the ultimate, so like I just need my mid laner. I need the off laner, and let's just go. I blink, hex, shackle, drop the ult. You do some damage, right? You can direct that as one of the more veteran players on the team. If you're someone really passive who just has to follow up, I think it's a little bit harder. Warlock for the position 5. Yeah, that one's fine.
Oh, a little bit of crit bounty hunter, huh? So I'm curious what they're gonna pair this with in the lane, because there is no Darkseer. And bounty hunter is one of those heroes that needs to like punish a lane in a way. It's gonna be a Beastmaster.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you want some tempo, and Beastmaster, no matter what lane he ends up in, does play pretty fast, especially with an Ancient Apparition amplifying all his damage on this Aghanims build. And that'll get you some, hopefully, early track kills. That's the whole idea of picking this bounty. So you need to be able to match some of this tempo. Like anytime a bounty comes out, you know that their plan is to fight early. You either need to completely avoid and just go late, pick a couple heroes who can stall things out, which Warlock's not too bad at that, so you could pivot to that kind of play. But you can also meet them in these early team fights, which Warlock also fits. Very fortunate for this Warlock pick. So it's up to Navi Jr. how they want to adapt the draft from here. Timbersaw suggests that they're ready to fight it out.
Yo,
And the Earthshaker.
okay.
Probably
This
Zayat, though you could put it mid.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is actually kind of a sick snipe, because you talked about it earlier. Malrine has been playing a lot of mid shaker, and when you have Ancient Apparition, I mean, you're basically reliving the glory days that was TI5 shaker Ancient Apparition, combo. But it is very strong. So taking this hero away, like you said, being able to flex it, always good as well.
So far, Navi Jr.'s only played it as a position 4. So that would be fine with me. Like Timbersaw as an offlaner is one of those heroes, which actually it could flex. You could still do Timber mid, carry, tiny. But whoever your offlane is, right, you just do creep equilibrium shenanigans and roam around. And you will need a little bit of space to get to your Blink Dagger, but once you have that, you're kind of good to go. The Gyro carry to pair with the Ancient Apparition. A lot of magic damage in that lane. Yeah, to go against the Timbersaw potentially. But if there is a lot of creep dragging shenanigans, your flat cannon's pretty good at just like, okay, I'm just gonna farm. Like, you do weird stuff, I'm gonna shove lane, I'm gonna farm jungle, and I'm just gonna get more than you. I like the idea.
I think they're gonna ban Lifestealer. It's pretty good against the Beastmaster and the Gyro. The question is, do you just run carry Tiny and pick a mid lane or an off lane here? Because that's where the flex of the Tiny is really good. Yeah, they actually just banned the Centaur. That's a really good one, actually. We've seen the Ice Blast be completely dodged multiple times by things like Stampede.
It also helps you get away, like, you're trying to commit to a fight, land the Ice Blast, get the tract, and they go, nah, we'll just leave. Just Stampede out. You used Roar for nothing. You used Call Down for nothing. I do like the idea, like, once you start the fight on Falcons, you don't want them to be able to get away. And you've already got Timber Chain to maybe get him out. The others can't easily escape right now, but Stampede would allow that whole team just get on out.
Kunkka seems like it might be a sick pick for Navi as well.
I'd be open to
He's like a natural blade mail builder into heroes like Gyro, which is really funny. Also just helps tank up the team with Boat. Can build Pipe. Can build Crimson Guard. I think it checks a lot of boxes. They're gonna get rid of the Bristleback on the side of Na'Vi here.
Still respecting it, even though they have the Timber Saw once again. I wouldn't mind some kind of really mobile hero for Na'Vi Jr. Right now you have Roar, which is great, but the others, like the Rocket and the Cold Feet, not so consistent. The stun out of Shadow Walk is okay, but not that long either. So if you get someone really, really mobile, wherever, whatever lane that is, you should be pretty free to hunt down the Ancient Apparition. You also gotta bait the enemy team in so that you can get the Echo, get the Golem. Which, I mean, Timbersaw and Tiny are already okay at that.
One other option we don't see that often would be the Wraith King.
For Falcons?
Na'Vi. For Na'Vi, okay. If they want to take the Wraith King like off lane and put him just in front to try and force the fights and stuff. Because you're into Ancient Apparition, Gyro.
The boys would not get to do a lot, but you're right, you could just like run them in. There's the Puck Ban. And they get the Ember
Spirit. Okay, now you kind of might have a catch problem.
Monkey's already banned out. You'd be scared to pick Huskar into the Ancient Apparition. So they do just go for the Lifestealer. Timber mid, or sorry, Timber off lane, right? Yeah, okay, Timber off lane, Tiny mid, skill matchup in the mid lane, which actually last time, if we go back to it, they got 2 kills for Niku, and Malrine actually still did quite well there. So in a skill-based matchup, Tiny versus Ember, Malrine maybe proven to be a little stronger, at least in the lane.
That Ember seems to do really well into the Tiny lane as well. Like the first wave, like you're gonna get denied against the Tiny, but the levels as they start to stack up, it seems more often than not that the Ember just slightly comes out ahead, but it's a volatile lane because you're really susceptible to dying on the Ember Spirit, where Tiny, not as much, right? Like the hero is so tanky, you don't really have great supports to try and gank him either. Like, yeah, you have an Invis Bounty Hunter, but compare that to something like a Shaker who can fissure and block you off from far away. I like the potential rotating mid a little bit more for Na'Vi. And as for the Lifestealer, I mean, this is, again, something, you know, we mentioned earlier on when we saw like the Beastmaster AA, like this is a classic counter to both of these heroes, and it's good into the Gyrocopter, so it's a pretty free Lifestealer game. The only way he dies is if he gets bursted in Roar. Otherwise, I actually don't think he can die this game.
It would be difficult. Though maybe a good Ice Blast could also be part of it. I think the tempo from Falcons is there, right? Like Amar, get to the Aghanims, start getting these track kills, just keep getting Ice Blast off cooldown, set up from either the Chains or the Roar, giving Skitter a ton of time to farm and hit a really, really strong timing. It does feel kind of balanced, I gotta say. Like, I see strength to both teams again, just like game one, which was a pretty fun game, I gotta say. Very back and forth. I think I looked at the net worth. I think it was pretty even all the way up to like 38 minutes or something, and then suddenly just snowballs down into Na'Vi Junior's side off the last few fights. So maybe we'll get something similar here, though I think with a Bounty Hunter, you're certainly hoping for an earlier lead this time.
You gotta hope so, because if you're Falcons, you need to win, but Na'Vi standing in their way, trying to secure themselves the spot in the group stage number 2 here at DreamLeague Season 26. If you guys are just joining us, welcome. Crit is about to get ganked here as he's gone in maybe a little bit too far. Blood Grenade is out. The Shadow Word trying to just chase down the bounty, but luckily one of the fastest, highest base stat heroes in all of Dota. And maybe that will be enough to save Crit. Do they have any more detection? They don't. What a gank and explosive start here to game number 2. Great time with music. Wow.
They had so many slows, but starting with the Windlace already on the Bounty Hunter, just needs to live long enough for the smoke to end. They did have a sentry, but it's really tricky. You know, you use it for first blood, but there's a limited amount of sentries at the start, and you need them for seeing him in the lane, blocking camps, you know, contesting mid wards. So unwilling to commit it.
The battle begins.
Again, I feel like Bounty is deceptively strong level 1. All he does is punch you, right? But some of the highest base armor in all of Dota, some of the highest move speed in all of Dota, yeah, and some of the highest damage at level 1 for like melee agility heroes, right? Like it's actually crazy how strong Bounty Hunter is in terms of just his base stats.
Love Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, I keep wanting him to be an offlaner. I think in certain matchups, he can be. Unironically, he's actually one of the best direct lane counters to a lifestealer as a 3 position. So I was hoping maybe, you know, that we could see like a 3 position bounty, but you're not going to like relegate a Beastmaster to support, you know?
Does Bounty Hunter feel like an Amar offlaner? I don't think so.
It feels exactly like an Amar offlaner. What do you mean? Just grief the enemy hero's gold gain and just like build greedy yourself? I mean, that sounds great.
I don't know. He doesn't seem bulky enough.
I'm sure you can fix that with an S and Y. Problem solved.
All right, getting the lane to come back already, which is what you want. It's not easy to kill a lifestealer, especially with a Warlock. The sustain game will be in the favor of Navi Jr. in this bottom lane, but just get the lane back, get the farm you need on Amar, get to that Aghanims, do some stacks. Rotate mid to help what we were saying is a skill matchup. So far, pretty even. Tiny's got the high base damage, but you got all the spell spamming from Ember Spirit. Up here, Gyro AA should be a little stronger to start, but Zayat's gonna just, you know, try to body block, do creep drags, things like that. An Ancient Apparition, you can poke away, but can't really lock someone down and prevent them from doing that sort of thing.
Yeah, you need the level 2 for the missile into the cold feet. Otherwise, there's just no chance. But even then, it's like you're gonna go flat cannon rocket barrage. So,
can we look? Can we show the small camp on the dire side real quick? We got some evolving tech here. There is a Quelling Blade tree cut you can use to block this camp. Falcons has used a Quelling Blade to unblock this camp with a hidden sentry in the back. So Zayat's looked around for it and he can't see it. So even though we blocked the camp, Snake King's now gonna get the D ward. This is some next level 5D chess in this camp here.
All right, that's it. Remove all the trees. Get them out of Dota. Don't tired of it. No more trees. We play on flat map. We League of Legends now. Throw a couple bushes in there. Be really boring and super uninteresting.
I think this stuff is super cool. It rewards the Quelling Blade start. No, there's definitely people who hate it and want it removed, but I think it's really cool. I think it's one of the intricacies of the map, and they made the map less symmetrical. Riddy's about to die here.
First blood for Crit. Getting some revenge on that attempted first blood against him, and they might dive here. Juice will be forced to pop the rage. There is a Hawk betraying the side of Falcons here, and now, well, okay, they just got him. That is 2 dead here in the bottom lane.
Name.
Yeah. I mean, do you think it gets a buff, you know, when they pick
Amar
this
the Falcon Summoner.
Or Falconer. That's the word.
Falconer. There we go.
That is a real word. Now we all knew what the F stood for, right? We never knew. Not once knew what the F stood for, but it stands for Falconer. Of course. It makes so much sense now.
It's a long con. He named himself back when he didn't even play Summon Heroes. knowing he would evolve into it.
He's
Crit
like,
off that kill, rotates mid to start being annoying. This is this is where you like start tipping it in your favor.
I think overall, the lane farm going very well here for Falcons. All 3 cores having a pretty great job. I am surprised if they're going to be able to kind of salvage this start for the Timbersaw, because I feel like the lane is getting worse, and now they are just resorting to dragging and stacking, which maybe he gets enough from stacks in the triangle, but...
all as a direct result of that Mega Brain Quelling Blade play.
It kind of is.
Love it. No, yeah, it's messy. And again, going back to game 1, Na'Vi started with a lot of kills, and yet as the laning stage went, we saw Falcons pull lead. We're seeing the laning prowess show here. They get another kill on Warlock, and the Falcon Summoner gonna get another one, this time with the axe.
Oh my gosh. Well, Amar the Falconer having a great lane. Now up 4 kills total, 3 of them on the Beastmaster. PMA, after dragging the lane forever, will TP back home, as that lane will eventually crash into his tower. Meanwhile, mid lane, Warlock will TP in, throw the Shadow Word, give Niku almost all of his health back.
See, we get the power.
I guess maybe not all of it. He is a tanky boy. Rune will spawn bottom, and I think the Warlock, yeah, will just be forced to take it. It's an invis. Denying it from Maureen.
I'd say they don't know what rune it is, so it could lead to a surprise gank, but it's a Warlock, so probably not going to do all that much with it. Just show up in lane and then heal his carry, who's being dove again by Amar the Falconer, level 6 already.
I was gonna say, how in the world is he level 6? That being said, the Fatal Bonds is kind of wrecking a blood... I don't know where that blood grenade was going. That was definitely not in the right area. But they get out on Amar, and now Crit. Playing off onto the side here. They'll be able to heal up. Got the juice. Dude, the fact that he was 6 that fast is kind of cracked.
Yeah, eat my words. The Invis Warlock did surprise him. The heal and the Fatal Bonds immediately dissuaded the gank after the roar came out. So you do get something out of that power rune. But like you said, even though you don't get a kill with the roar, it's actually so early that it's like you usually wouldn't even have this roar. So it doesn't even feel like a waste. It's like, oh, it's my free attempt. Didn't get it. But it's 3 heroes down here. So it's space made in a way. And because of that, the Gyro and the Ancient Apparition go for the Wisdom Shrine steal. So they get both Wisdom Shrines. Huge for, excuse me, these level dependent supports. Bounty and Ancient Apparition both want to hit 6 really early. Well, actually the same thing can be said for Earthshaker and Warlock. And Earthshaker, who's been moving around, he's level 2. It's like 1 XP away from level 3. 4 XP, sorry. But he is pretty underleveled, and it's going to be quite delayed without the Wisdom Shrine. Warlock, no Black Grimoire stacks either.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was going to say. Is like sometimes it can be offset if Warlock's involved in kills, but it is 0 kills for the side of Na'Vi, so no Black Grimoire at all. Wow, Na'Vi actually got the Illusion Rune. Now, there they will find Snake King, and this will be the first kill going for the side of Na'Vi. Hits Niku on the Tiny, and a Black Grimoire stack for the Warlock. So something at least going their way.
So it's a 3K gold lead for Falcons. So it's going to be a tough road ahead. I wonder what build Lifestealer's going to do, because usually you want to go for the Radiance at some point, like Armlet Radiance or just straight Radiance, but pretty rough time. It's going to be really late Radiance. He actually has a Midas queued up. I get it, but that's going to be tough. Like, into the momentum that Falcons is going to have, I don't know if you're going to have time for this to pay off.
This game is
going to be used to kill the Hawks.
Yeah, this game is snowballing out of control, like, insanely fast. You have a 4K lead here at 9 minutes. Amar's gonna take over the whole map on this Beastmaster.
He's already taking that bottom tower.
They don't have an avalanche for a good while, and Skitter's actually going to come in, hits the call down here. A little bit of healing going back the way of Niku. Avalanche does connect. I think Riddy's popped the Grimoire, but doesn't have level 6. Does get a nice Fatal Bonds onto these heroes, and they're going to TP in on some others, but they don't have the damage to actually find the kill.
They will push into the tower.
Okay, getting the mid tower is actually pretty big here.
Amar the Falconer on the way.
And an avalanche on the backside to stop Malrine, but the chains is out. A nice flat cannon here from Skitter. They're doing their best to get, oh my god, almost gets the kill there onto the Warlock.
No kills actually happen. A regen rune will be secured for Malrine. That's pretty good. Right, I think you take a moment to get your support 6 on Falcons. You want to play fast, but all these fast plays will be much easier once you have Track and Ice Blast. And especially Earthshaker and Warlock, they will not be 6 for a while. Well, Warlock could with the Black Grimoire, but Earthshaker, you don't have to worry about Echo. Even if you give them a minute. Where's this Ags on this Beastmaster who's popping off top net worth? 1,500 gold away from finishing an Aghanims. It's going to be pretty quick, like we used to see. Tormentor's quite strong for both supports this game. And the early Roshan, sometimes we see teams try to steal it. Navi Jr. did it last game with the Serpent Ward, but this time, I don't think you can.
They're Roshan.
Maybe if you had Golem, yeah, but even then, your cores would need to be having a better game.
Like, Leicester is one of the worst Roche-taking heroes in Dota. Like, there's just nothing that they have damage-wise outside of the Warlock Golem, like you said, so their better option is trying to contest the Tormentor. Ice Blast will connect mid lane here onto the Warlock. No healing for him. As Malrine will find a kill, the missile to zone out the Tiny as they want to try and grab themselves this mid-tier 1 tower. Push this game forward even faster for the side of Falcons. They're currently up 5,000 gold.
That's a lot of gold.
It's a lot of gold this early. I think I'm mostly surprised about the Timbersaw having this hard of a game.
I think that's the idea of the Gyro pick, though, right? Gyro is pretty decent into Timbersaw. It really depends how the lane goes. And then, although Ancient Apparition's not the strongest laner, neither is the Earthshaker. And it becomes a little bit easier for Falcons to deal with that, the way the lane dragging went and everything. And I stand by that sick Quelling Blade unblocking spot.
I don't like it.
I love it. That's the kind of stuff AUI. Well, I don't know who figured it out. I'm going to ask them if we get an interview. Maybe they'll reveal it. I want to know who found that.
It's a good word spot. That's true. That's true.
Credit where credit's due.
Blink on the Tiny, I'm guessing, if they're smoking around. They do find crit. Avalanche into the toss. Had to wait for the Fatal Bombs to come out to make just as much possible damage. Even commit the Golem. Crit gonna go down. First reveal of the Blink. Not like the best hero, but it is better than nothing. And, well, with Golem being on cooldown here at 13, almost 13 and a half minutes, it should be up close to Tormentor if it's not taken right at the 15 minutes.
That's true. And you have some decent heroes to fight around it. There's a good chunk of trees, so Timbersaw's got some bonus damage there. Warlock is one of the best supports for it. You might be able to get an Echo, even though he doesn't have a Blink. But Ice Blast also really strong in those fights, and so are all these cores. It won't be an easy fight for Navi Jr. Zayat's trying to get the Shrine steal, but crit is here, so it's just an awkward standoff.
2 enter, only 1 may leave. Zayak just gonna try and waste as much time here from Crit as possible, but he will end up getting this kill. Bounty Hunter always collects his mark.
Making him work for it, though.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Blood Grenade, another Shuriken toss. All right, Crit gets the kill.
Crit gonna build. He's been involved in a lot of these 2-1-3. Several of those were before he had track, but he is having a good game. And it looks like he's gonna go for a pipe, help reduce some of the damage from the support, and some from Timbersaw and Tiny, especially the mid Tiny with the crash landing.
Oh, really nice Ice Blast. Connects onto the backside. He was scouted out by a ward, and Maureen thinking about trying to chase from arm, but out of mana, so nothing left for him to do.
I think he also gets hit by the tier 2 tower and loses a lot of health. He's like, oh, right, it's only 15 minutes in the game. Maybe don't want to dive this too soon right now.
Really good Mage Slayer timing from him, though.
Yeah.
And with this, 15 minutes. Does your team just go through the Twin Gate and try and contest Tormentor? Probably not. It's already gone. Crit gets the shard. Wait a minute, they're still doing it. They're still doing it. They're not doing it.
You can't do this. You can't do this. You get the courier that had the Dragon Lance. That's not bad for where they're at. But I think there's nothing stopping Falcons from just going straight to the Roshan pit now. Maybe you get the blink first on Beastmaster because it's only 200 gold away. So a quick stop by the triangle will get you that. You can get a blink roar kill and then go to the Roshan. But either way, even without the blink and you go there, even without a kill, I don't know, it's pretty tough for Na'Vi Jr. to stop you. I guess there's the Dream combo, some Fatal Bonds, Golem, Echo, Timbersaw hits everything, Avalanche toss on everything, but this is how easy it is to kill Warlock, and now you're not really that worried about it anymore. Blink reveal.
Another track kill.
Finds the Timber. Future might actually buy him enough time.
Ice Blast, not gonna connect, gets the Timber Chain out, but Niku goes right in with Zayak, and they're the ones who actually catch
Who's
the
killing who?
He doesn't finish the kill onto Amar, and now Niku in some trouble as there's the track, and eventually this missile will find, well, maybe. Pause. Okay, he's out. Did Amar just say trash?
Should I confirm that?
What?
All right,
That is
power up to Na'Vi Jr.
That's crazy comms. That's a lot.
PMA. PMA living up to his name. Living up to his name, PMA. Keeping it positive. It will be difficult, though, to back that up. They're in a bad spot. 10k down at 17 minutes. You need the blink from the Earthshaker. You need some really good Fatal Bonds combos, because you have a lot of AoE. So if the Fatal Bonds does hit on, I'm going to say just 3 heroes, you could instantly delete them with like an Echo and a Crash Landing, or Timbersaw comes in, uses Chakram. Like, the amount of shared damage will be insane this game. But you need the Fatal Bonds on multiple heroes for it to begin.
Can you imagine the all chat if Na'Vi comes back and win this game?
Immaculate. Smoke up. Shard on Chris. So Maureen's running around Invis here.
Oh no, not again. Warlock in trouble. Crit does get the track. Missile shouldn't be enough to finish the job, so we'll see. They can find anything, but the drums will get them to safety. He managed to get the Golem out, and I mean, Na'Vi just can't get their hands on any of these heroes.
And the blink is done for the Earthshaker now. It might have been spotted by the deep ward that Falcons has. I'm not sure where he was when he got picked up. But maybe. I feel like the surprise Echo is one of your few avenues back in.
Well, they're gonna know about the blink dagger now.
Kill, yeah. Dodged out by a scan.
Ancient Apparition. They know he's down here somewhere, and the Tiny will find him. Avalanche tosses him back towards the lane. Fissure does connect. Blocks off Snaking. Buying himself a little bit of time there with that Solar Crest. Yeah, but do manage to find the kill.
Yeah, Brawny, a fluffy hat.
700 gold kill.
Yeah, you got to start somewhere. Got to start chipping this gold lead down a little bit at a time. I think it actually went up in that kill because the tower gets taken, but at least you're getting, like you said, 600 gold towards the Niku on the Tiny. Getting a little bit closer to his BKB. Step by step. And Lifestealer. Radiant, 700 more gold, so it did end up being quite slow. But you'll have it. And that'll help with the Fatal Bond share damage in these fights.
Shaker is in no man's land right now. Another track kill goes the way of Crit. Ice Blast to secure it.
Well, Navi Jr. has, although it's bad, they haven't given up as many track kills as I would think with how the game is going, you know? They have been avoiding it. I think the cost has been that their farming efficiency has gone down. And that's part of what has led to this 12k gold lead despite the lack of track kills. Though looking to get one here onto Niku.
I mean, he has decent damage on the Tiny, but Skitter is level 15 with an Ags and a Chrysalis. You're not going to survive this.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Space Maid will say, because the Lifestealer does have his Radiance now. Earthshaker might be solo killed here by Malrine.
Bait?
Saved with an Infest.
Ice Blast doesn't connect either. Okay. So yeah, they'll be fine. They'll back away there on the Earthshaker. But again, you're losing so much of the map. Like Falcons controls like 70% of the map right now. And they're going to take themselves another tier 2. Amar has a full BKB on the Courier. Now there is an Aghanim Scepter coming on the Timbersaw, which is something. And like you said, the Radiance and the Lifestealer being done. Maybe these are some power spikes here for the side of Na'Vi, but how much power, though, compared to the side of Falcons, you know?
Not a lot, but just think how exciting it'll be on the high ground push, the Fatal Bonds, the Echo, the Ags pop from the Timbersaw.
Oh, goes in maybe a little bit too far here. He got that Aegis, though, to protect him. That will be his first life. Zayak trying to make his way up onto the high ground. Malrine will find that kill there. Now Amar getting chased down, taking a lot of damage here, but does get the BKB. There's the roar. Ice Blast will come through. Hits Juice as well onto the backside. PMA with that reactive armor doing some work, but it's gonna pop now. And this amplified damage on the Ember just did insane work. 4 dead on Na'Vi, 18,000 gold behind.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Listen,
is there some bad blood between these teams that I'm unaware of?
I hope it's good blood and it's just between friends. I don't know. Listen, it's all part of the plan. When Falcons takes Megas, that is simply more creeps for the Echo Slam with which to make the greatest comeback ever seen in Dota history. Now we see in the replay here.
First kill, but you commit everything. It's like Golem and Echo to kill the first life of Amar.
It's like textbook Aegis bait, which is, I've been painting this picture of, okay, we're gonna need the Fatal Bonds Echo AoE damage, and they just send Amar in, and Na'Vi Jr. is kind of desperate for any kills, so they take it. but it means you don't have the Echo, right? Like right there, right? Look how Falcons is grouping up, because now they know, okay, it's all been used on the replay, on the Aegis of the Beastmaster, right? Now we can run in, group up, and we're not at risk of getting absolutely womboed. Okay, something Warlock used to be able to do, I'm kind of sad they changed it. That Shadow Amulet has now like this cooldown, and it's a much shorter duration. You used to be able to delay games by hiding in trees with Shadow Amulet and not Grief, cast Upheaval, and just channel it, and the Mud Golems would kill the creeps. You need stuff like that right now. You need desperate pickoffs, you need creep dragging, creep cutting.
Hold up, hold up. I'm looking for Amar. Oh god, he's going north. They see the Beastmaster summon the blink, the Echo, Amar. Someone say it. Someone say it! Type the word. I know you're gonna do it. Somebody needs to do it.
He's living up the PMA, man.
They're waiting. They're waiting. All right, Skitter's gonna turn around, takes down the Lifestealer with ease. Ice Blast will not connect. Zayak in some trouble here, burning down. Does have a blink soon. Riddies will be chased down from Skitter, and it looks like Maureen will clean up the last little bit.
Listen, that was worth it.
What is happening in this game, dude?
Amar was worth 1,600 gold. Losing 3 heroes for Amar was just about a gold win. You'd have liked to get a hero, like one more hero out. I get that, but you know, beggars can't be choosers when you're 20k down. PMA gonna be in some serious danger here. I don't think he's making it back in his base. Good.
He just
time.
He needs to get the reactive armor off. He had time. He just held it for some reason.
He probably got interrupted. Like he thought he could cast it, but then Shadow Walk hits him, and you're already starting to cast Timber Chain. You got to go back for it. It was just well done from Crit. You can time the Shadow Walk and friendly Shadow hits to chain stun on your own, essentially.
Score 4-20. Very nice. You're welcome, chat. Most exciting thing of the day. Tormentor is going to go to Maureen.
Could Falcons win without getting another kill?
Probably not, actually. It'd be funny, but I don't think so. Amar, blinking. Roar here onto the Lifestealer. Does he have a way out of this one? He's gonna pop the Rage. Ice Blast does connect the Golem and the Fatal Pawns to disrupt the rest of Falcons. He's gonna sacrifice himself for that one, but does get the Lifestealer out.
A necessary sacrifice. He'll finish his Sange and Yasha in this time, so hopefully the next Roar he'll be able to get himself out. Will he have time, though, to do that? Aegis gonna be claimed here. I imagine you put it onto Skitter and just have him start working down the buildings. And don't forget the banner, guys. Okay, Crit's got it. Crit's got a Yules now, so even if Timber does use the reactive armor, you can dispel that.
Oh boy. PMA's like, wait a minute, I've seen this one before. There's somebody here, isn't there? Oh, what a mini stun right into the Roar as well. The Yules to immediately dispel the reactive armor, and Timber saw, well, in some trouble. They pop the pipe, gonna try and reduce what damage they can. PMA nearly takes down Amar, but he gets the kill with the last axes there. And now they're gonna go ahead and chase for more. The eyes on Zayak Shaker.
I think if you're willing to commit Echo just for the shard stun, you might be able to kill Beastmaster there before he kills Timber, and then Timber would die after the Ice Blast, but think how funny that would be.
That would be. I like funny stuff in Dota. That's like one of the main reasons I play this game. They do manage to find the kill onto Ancient Apparition, and the kill going the way of Juice. I mean, that guy, he's worth almost 1,000 gold on the Ancient Apparition because of how far ahead they are.
Gold lead is still growing though. 25k lead now. What are they waiting for? I see a Daedalus queued up on Gyro. Oh, he has a Satanic being delivered. Okay. With that, accidentally uses his BKB. I don't think Navi Jr. has any vision of this, so you won't know for sure, but I guess that's something going your way. Maybe he'll accidentally use Satanic before a fight, and then his finger will slip and he'll drop and delete his Ag.
That would be one heck of a play. Side gunner,
of events.
himself a kill. the oops, I dropped and killed my axe, guys.
Like, actually, it's Mar who's more likely to do it, right? Like, he's more likely to drop an item on the ground. He tries to do it with a mantle. It's accidentally his Ag. Good toss back.
Have a toss in. He does get the Satanic off, and the Ice Blast does connect, taking down 2 heroes. That is not great, I'll be honest, for the side of Navi here.
I mean, yeah, it's a good toss back, but you don't have your Earthshaker, so you're not ready to do the combos. And you're also just so far behind at this point. Like, I don't even think it's enough damage. Even without the BKB on Skitter, he has the Satanic, and he still has the Aegis. So, sure is a lot of health to have to go through.
Just do it again. It'll be fine this time. It'll work this time. Skitter gonna pop his Satanic. Now that it's baited, this is perfect. Time to toss him back. If your Tiny was alive.
All right. Here we go. Feeling overconfident, Amar blinks in to roar, but gets tossed back to the Timbersaw, who timber chains into an Iron Branch in the fountain, thus killing Amar when he's fissure blocked in. And then he doesn't learn his lesson, so that happens 5 more times in this game, cuts it back down to a 15k gold lead for Falcons, and then Navi Jr. has a shot.
Ooh, Clink, I hear an Echo Slam on
Little
to
early.
Marine, but yeah, they did not have the damage there.
You need to try stuff like that. I fully respect them hanging on here and giving their best bet. It's so difficult, as we've been saying, but you got to try for these kind of kills. It's your only way to have a shot.
Yeah, I mean, you're down 32,000 gold here. Aegis is expiring soon-ish, but I think they just get all lanes of racks before that is done. Niku catches the Ice Blast. He's going to have to go chill in the fountain.
Yeah, you got to get him low, but don't actually kill him for 30 more seconds. And like you said, that's enough time to finish the Megas.
I think
maybe you do just kill him.
Yeah. Amar, blink and roar,
Mega.
deletes the
We need the toss! Where is it?
Already dead. PMA in trouble as well. Now, they are going to just continue to run it now that Skitter's back alive. Juice almost gets the kill onto the Lifestealer, but the Infest will save him at the last second. Call down there to make some space as they turn their attention to the Tier 4 towers. And, well, it is a 3v5 down almost 40,000. Oh, they got him off! He's dead. Back with the tip.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to get
what
something.
I like to see.
You got to get something in these kind of games.
It's about sending a message. Win or lose. And
you might have lost the game.
By Amar there for sure.
They might lose the game, but can't break their spirit.
Yep.
They'll be back. Like I said, I really do think Navi Jr. has been improving a lot. Despite being knocked out here, they did win some. They won game 1 here, right? They are winning games for some of the top teams, and reaching that level of consistency is something that they're clearly still gonna have to work on, but that the potential is there.
I mean, they're only mega creeps right now. I think they have this one.
I'm telling you, it was all part of the plan. We're about to see the biggest echo in the world.
Your Lifestealer has gone Daedalus. That's a sick build.
My allies have earned their key.
Okay, what do you get? You get 110 per unit. So if you have 20 creeps in the base, you echo all of them with a couple heroes, right? We're talking like, let's say 25,000 damage, or 2,500 damage. 25,000 maybe also needed. 2,500 damage, Fatal Bonds sharing 28% of that. And then all the other AoE spells.
He needs his 15 talent. He needs the echo damage on 15, or the aftershock damage on 15. That'll help. The main thing is the echo damage at 20, but I don't think we're gonna get that one. At least not anytime soon. Warlock caught from the Ice Blast, instantly deleted by Malrine. So they're gonna be forced to TP back now. Malrine has a shield rune. He's gonna have a lot of fun taking advantage of this one.
Don't kill the creeps. We need them. We need them for the echo, boys. Keep
Just
them
kite them
alive.
around.
Kite them around.
Honestly, with the shield rune, I don't think he dies to that echo. So they need to...
Yeah, because there was only 10. We need
again.
20.
Lamar! The
Get
echo
him!
slam comes
Get
down.
him!
He's dead. Do it. Dip it! Tip him! Send a message, Na'Vi. Can you get in this game? Okay, never mind. Here comes Skitter. Oh, God. It's not looking great. Ice Blast comes through. It hits everybody. The fountain now belongs
A toss back. Get him.
Oh, hold on. Crit. He has a Wind Waker.
Wind Waker
Whoa.
purchase. Getting out of there.
All right. Nice attempt there, Na'Vi. But this one will go the way of Falcons. And with this, Falcons, they're either through or forcing a tiebreaker based on the results of the Game and Gladiators series. So we're going to have to wait for that one to see exactly how that's going to play out.
Yeah. Much more standard performance from Falcons, I would say, compared to their game one. This is kind of what we usually expect to see. It's just a really strong start in the lanes, and you quickly grow that lead, especially that bottom lane. They just kind of overperformed, got kills. I don't expect Warlock Lifestealer to get kills, but you're supposed to at least go unkilled, you know? Yeah, you're supposed to just farm out what you need, but they had a really strong start that freed up the Bounty Hunter to roam around really early and start winning the mid lane, which was already going even, but like, you know, now you have some extra help, goes even better. Top lane as well, they really handle the creep dragging well. I love the Quelling Blade spot. Maybe we'll see some highlights here. Yeah, the Amar the Falconer getting some kills here. 2, right? Starts with the Warlock, and I think they dive after.
Yeah, they dive juice here.
Got the juice, gets a little low.
Yeah,
this was the second time it happened too.
I think they underestimated the damage from Crit, honestly. Like, he was involved in 32 of 35 kills in this game. I was kind of joking about like the 3-position Bounty Hunter being like a hard counter to the Lifestealer. Even as a support though, it's really difficult for him to play the lane. Like, Crit will just very happily trade right clicks and harass the hero.
Yeah, it's a support that can sink or swim, depending on how the early game goes. But Crit, very experienced player, knew what he needed to do in that lane. Probably went better than he expected, I would imagine. But I mean, he'll always take that and keep running it down. Na'Vi did a good job, I'd say, of trying to avoid giving too many track kills, but there's a really fine balance of not giving track kills, but then also giving up too much of the map. And I think that's what they ended up running into. I'd say a lot of, now that Na'Vi's knocked out, it remains to be seen if there's going to be a tiebreaker or not for Falcons to be in or not. Okay.
There is a tiebreaker. Game and Gladiators versus Falcons will be the tiebreaker for this group. So it looks like Game and Gladiators did win game 2. So Talon is through. But that 4th slot going to be tied at 7 wins for Game and Gladiators and Falcons. So they are going to be forced to play a tiebreaker for that last position. That'll be fun. Be really cool. Yeah. We'll see if, who's going to come out the winner on that one, whether or not we're going to see that type of trash talk again. I don't know exactly which stream that's going to be on or where it's, when it's going to happen, because there's, a 3-way tiebreaker in Group A and now this tiebreaker in Group B. So,
no, I don't think Group A has a tiebreaker. Yeah,
that's
because
right.
The way it worked, I think this will just be on the mainstream because this is just the one tiebreaker between Gaming Gladiators and Falcons, which will be really close. That'll be a fun one. Make sure you guys head over there to watch that. in just a moment, I'm sure there'll be a break for the teams because they both literally just played. But yeah, Falcons looked like their usual in game number 2. I do want to say for Navi Jr., I see the improvement. So they're going to be knocked out here, unfortunately. But given time, I expect to see them at more and more of these Tier 1 tournaments and start to make their way through the group stage into the actual playoffs if they keep improving at the rate they have been.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see group stage 2 and see how the groups are going to look like as the top 8 teams kind of mesh in and we get another extreme group stage of all these powerhouses that are left in the tournament. This is the thing I love about DreamLeague, man. A lot of these other tournaments, you have like a sprint kind of just to get it over with. Not DreamLeague. This is a marathon, man. You've got a lot of Dota that you need to play, and you can't like peak early or too late. Like you have to be consistently good for 2 weeks. And if you're not, it doesn't cut it. So one of my favorite things about DreamLeague, we'll see, what ends up happening. We're going to go to a short break. We might have an interview. We have no interview. I was mistaken. I'm wrong. I potentially lied to you all there. So
they probably need to prep for their tiebreaker, right? So I imagine that's funny. Both teams want to focus up Falcons and Game Gladiators. They don't want to share their secrets. I was going to ask them to give us their whole detailed plan, but they saw through us, said, no, thank you. We got to prep to make sure we actually qualify, right? We won this game, but it's a tiebreaker. You win, you're in. If you don't, you're out. So they're going to full focus to make sure we get the best efforts from them. So from Group A, we got Aurora, Nigma, BetBoom, and Liquid qualifying. They break the DreamLeague curse in Season 26. And here we've got Paravision, Yakult Brothers, Flipster Talon, and we'll see between Falcons and Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah. Really well said. So let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboards now for the EPT. For those of you who have been watching, it's going to get real close. We're coming down to the wire here. In terms of teams that are still left in this event that are not already qualified, we have the closest one is Nigma Galaxy, right? Flipster Talon, Aurora. Am I missing anybody else? I think those are the top 3, right? I mean, potentially Gaming Gladiators, right? But in terms of the ones that are very close to making it through, you're definitely keeping your eyes on like Nigma Galaxy, Aurora, and Flipster Talon. Those guys are right on the edge.
Yeah, and I believe if you win the whole thing, it's 6,000 points, right? I might have to double check that number.
In just a second. It is.
Technically, any of the teams could still qualify through points if they win DreamLeague, any of the ones you just mentioned. So a lot on the line. The qualifiers are going to be brutal because there's so many good teams, right? You'd really like to just get through on points so you don't have to worry about qualifiers. And it is possible.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's been a fun road here for you and me at DreamLeague. It always is. We want to say shout out to ESL for having us. It's a blast. We hope you all enjoyed the shows. We hope you all enjoyed the Dota most of all, because that's the biggest thing. But as always, we have to say thank you, production. You guys have been great. It's been a lot of fun, but we have to say goodbye and good night because that's it for our stream. The tiebreaker will be happening over on the main ESL Dota 2 channel, so make sure to go watch Falcons versus Gaming Gladiators. But ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have a wonderful evening, and until next time, I don't know, you stay classy, Dota.
tale of mysticism and mimetic mercantile unfolds near the Bleeding Hills. Its namesake derived from a strange, highly flammable tar that oozes from the earth as if from a womb. Coveted by the hill trolls for its ancestral spiritual properties, but largely ignored by the citizens of the Hoven below. Much like our plucky protagonist. But our story does not begin with him. It starts with a con man.
Welcome to Tales from the Lorekeeper, Episode 2, Rasta the Shadow Shaman, narrated by the Lorekeeper himself. That's me, Mr. Action Slacks. But it's brought to you by DHL.
Magic, spiritual medium, medicine, he did it all, or he claimed to, but his pitches lacked a certain pizzazz. He had traveled here to bolster his act with the exotic, but what he found was an eager assistant. An orphan outcast, half hill troll and half who knows. The child lacked any skills, but what he lacked in aptitude, well, he made up for in eagerness, despite if the con man wanted him to or not. Eager to leave his situation behind, the young Rasta pledged himself to be the ward of the con man, an exotic hill troll bringing the perfect mix of the unknown to their sham shows. And it worked! Rasta's mentor would teach him every trick in the book, and what began as a business soon became a bond. From escaping a town swindled patsies to swapping stories from father to son, it was a never-ending adventure of friendship, skill, and a whole lot of lying. For Rasta, the perfect life. Until everything changed. It was a stressful show. Traveling marauders are tough crowds. It was fine though, until one tiny problem. Their switcheroo had flown the coop, and with this crowd, well, there's no talking your way out of swindling at a gloaty horde. Something had to be done or they were finished. Rasta focused with all of his might, awakening a dormant power from within. Whispers of hexes and shocking power when the con man revealed the trick. Ever shocked to discover it was no trick at all. Rasta had real magic within it, and with the con man's showmanship, they traveled from town to town, kingdom to kingdom, as they dazzled audiences, raking in a fortune for years upon years. To many, hill trolls are strange, but humans, in some ways, well, they're even more odd. Rasta could not understand why his father, after finally achieving his dreams, would grow more, well, empty as the years went on. Why do humans, when they grasp everything they've ever longed for, find themselves emptier than before? Rasta would never get his answer. He awoke to his master missing, tracks leading to the nearest town, one that they had hit back in the old days. And there, among the rubble, he found his father's stage, ruined and burned. He had no chance to escape. Rasta found his master with his curtain drawn. Grief for his lost father quickly boiled into rage as the townsfolk gathered around him. They recognized him as the meek assistant, but now he would show them the true power of shadows, using his skills to do harm for the first time. That was many years ago. Rasta still travels from town to town, performing his acts of mysticism in the arcane for any really willing to pay to see his show, making good but strange friends along the way. His audience never truly knows if his powers are for entertainment or something more, but to any that would seek him harm, the great traveling shadow shaman can quickly show that his magic is very real indeed.
Your votes are in, and the next episode of Tales from the Lorekeeper will be Hoodwinked, premiering at DreamLeague Season 27. But now is your chance to vote on what hero you'd like to see next. You can choose between Silencer, Lone Druid, Ringmaster Razor, or Dawnbreaker, and win a free trip to ESL 1 Winter 2025. Brought to you by ESL and DHL.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
the sun comes up. We do a dance in the dark. Down the hall, pictures fall. Even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart. Every artery, a part of me. It's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you lose. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then wicked smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while. Keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you lose. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
My bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me, 'cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you. Honey is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you can take away my mint Cadillac. Take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night. All I want is you. Honey is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Say 24/7, this is 24/7, baby. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah. Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all. I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you. Honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Early in the morning, late in the evening. Well, it's fun late in the evening, baby. Right around noontime. 24/7, 24/7. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Oh, 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 how, oh yeah, 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 turned on the dime when I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's